countdown, testing some of the tech here. And here we go. We are live. Welcome to Habit Day. Yes, today is finally Habit Day and this event about how to change your life using behavioral science. And as you might have seen, the tagline is the right way, not the hype way. And what we mean by this is that we currently live in a time where it's quite easy to find bad advice and unscientific advice on self-improvement and self-help. But we're going to try to kind of counteract that and do something different today. So we hope to provide you with some valuable tools and insight today backed by behavioral science. And to that end, we have some amazing world-class speakers. I am honestly, excited for each session because I think it's an amazing lineup and we're really looking forward to having them all join us today. But first, let's introduce ourselves. I'm going to stop sharing this and do a little bit more full intro with me first and saying that my name is Salzer. I'm a behavioral practitioner based in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm the founder of Habit Weekly, which is the largest community for people interested in learning about how to apply behavioral science in practice. And I'm also co-founder of Habit Code Professionals, which is a platform for helping coaches of all kinds to kind of learn how to use the tools and insights from behavioral science in their work. And with me, I'm going to try to bring on stage here. Let's see. We have a quite, I would say, famous co-host, at least if you're keeping in touch with your kind of behavioral science YouTube channels, because Pete, you're my co-host today. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you, Sam. Yes, hi everybody. I wouldn't say I'm that famous, Sam. I think you're too kind. Very much too kind. So for those of you who don't know who I am, which is probably most of you, I have a very small YouTube channel. It's called Pete Judo, named after myself, where I talk about behavioral science, and in particular, I love talking about habits. So if you want to come, if you're inspired by today and you want to learn a bit more about how behavioral science can improve your own life, then I would encourage you and be really grateful if you went and checked out my YouTube channel, Pete Judo, but obviously no pressure or anything. And yeah, really excited to be on stage with you today, Sam. This is a global event, as you guys know. So I think to kick off today's event, can everybody tell us where you're watching from? Tell us like your city or what country you're from, because it's always great to know where everybody is watching from. That's always really interesting.
Let's see if we can get maybe amazing. A couple of Texans, Hollywood. Oh, that's good.
Oh my goodness, so many different places. I see Peru. I see Houston, Bangalore, Montevideo,
Estonia. Yes.
Oh my, all over the world.
Nebraska. One of my places to wanting to go to, actually, Nebraska. I haven't never been. And Pete, where are you right now?
I'm in a place called Cardiff, which is in Wales, which is not England. It's like the country next to England. And yeah, that's where I'm from. So, and where are you, Sam?
So Stockholm, Sweden. I'm currently in a very cloudy, very Swedish weather day here, and perfect day for sitting inside and talking about behavioral science all day, which we're going to do today. So yeah, we love seeing that we have pretty much. I think I've seen every continent in the chat here. So really good to see. You can use the chat all day for asking questions to us or the speakers, and for most talks, there's going to be a dedicated Q&A sections towards the end. So feel free to post your comments anytime, and we'll try to get to as many of them as possible towards the end of each session to the speaker. And hi to everyone on YouTube. As you notice, we have this platform we're streaming from called Run the World, but we have a YouTube stream which you can access it as well. And I wanted to do a special thing for everyone on Run the World. Can you please use the reactions? We have played around with them today a little bit, and we realized that there's some fun ones. And the reactions is kind of a good way to make it a little bit boring for especially the speakers. Because if you're a speaker, you're mostly sitting kind of in your room, presenting, and it's really nice to get some feedback. It's really nice to see that people respond in a positive way. So let's give our speakers some love today and feel seen and appreciated. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So we are your hosts. We're going to take you on a full day journey into the land of behavioral science. We're going to go to everything from how to understand love from a perspective of behavioral science to understanding how to be different at work or make better decisions or build habits. And the list goes on. There's going to be everything under the sun when it applies to behavioral science in the wild. And so we can't wait to get started. And who better to get us started than David Neal? So David, he is the founder of Catalyst Behavioral Science and an executive in residence at the Center for Advanced Hindsight at Duke University. He has a myriad of both publications and different experiences with putting behavioral science to practice, and especially helping people understand how we can break bad habits and build better ones. So we're going to have a day full of a lot of things, but what better way to start than focusing on habits with David? So welcome, David.
Hi, Sam. Hi, Peter. It's great to be with you guys. I think you framed this beautifully. I'm going to try and do justice to the sort of mission you set out. I totally agree with you that one of the interesting things about this space is that, you know, everyone has an intuitive sense of what habits are and what they think is going to drive their own behavior change, but often our intuitions are not that great. And so look, the kind of theme of what I'm going to talk about is making sure that we pursue ideas and strategies that are really grounded in basic science. But then I personally feel like it is really useful to look outside of academia and see what can we learn from really clever marketing and from really clever global health, because those are two areas that have really run with the behavioral science and come up with really clever ways of taking a scientifically verified idea and putting it to work in the real world. So I'm going to try and do a mix of basic science and then give you examples of evidence-based strategies from outside of academia. But let's start by just thinking about some of the common behaviors that people are often in the business of trying to change in their own lives, right? So we've got a mix of things here, and you might, you know, some of them will be personally relevant to you and some will not, but these are common things that people want to try and invest some energy in changing. And what I want to get us thinking about is the idea that these behaviors are not all equal. And they're not all equal in the sense that some of them are things that we do very frequently or we want to do very frequently and in a stable context. So a particular place, a particular time of day, a particular action sequence. And others, like on the far left-hand side, something like a COVID vaccine that, you know, we're all getting now for the first time. We might have had vaccines before, but we've never had a COVID vaccine. And we probably haven't had a vaccine for a long time. That's something that's very rare and involves lots of thinking and planning. And what I want to suggest is that this dimension really matters in terms of what strategies are going to be effective at increasing your own adoption of new behaviors. And so why do I say that? Well, we know that those behaviors over on the right-hand side are very different from the behaviors on the left-hand side. So first of all, from Wendy Wood, we're going to hear from Professor Wood, I think in a couple of hours. Some of her research shows that, first of all, almost half of what we do fits over on the right-hand side of that continuum. And from a psychological point of view, the mechanisms, the cognitive mechanisms behind those behaviors are very different. So literally the memory system that you're using to do something for the first time versus the 100th time or the 1000th time, the memory systems are different. When we repeat actions, we tend to like bind them together, chunk them together into sequences, so we don't have to think about each individual step. And also we tend to learn that, well, when I've done this behavior in the past, I've done it in this particular setting. So when I snack at night on the couch in front of the television, we start to connect the behavior with those external cues in the environment. And so the psychology changes. And interestingly, there's even evidence that the brain itself changes. So certainly what we call functional patterns, so the brain systems that are active while you're performing an action, those change when you repeat consistently. And there's even some evidence, that there are structural changes in the brain if someone does something enough for a long enough time. So a lot of the internal mechanisms are changing as we form habits. And I like to use these visual illusions as an analogy for this, right? So most of us, when we look at the color of the chess pieces on the top of the screen versus the bottom of the screen, most of us, pretty much everyone, will see the top as lighter. But if I take a piece out of the top and the bottom row and put them next to each other, I promise I didn't do anything other than just clip out the imagery. We can see that actually they're exactly the same color. But now, interestingly, try and hold on to that perception when I put them back. And most of us can't do it, right? And so they go back to looking like the ones on top are lighter and the ones on the bottom are darker. And this is an analogy because vision is a different system from habits, but it's a useful analogy because it gives us an insight into really what is controlling, in this case, our vision, is kind of similar to what is controlling our behavior. There are primarily unconscious systems that are, in this case, driving our vision, and in the case of our behavior, driving our actions. And often our consciousness is really just along for the ride and isn't actually making many of the decisions, at least not to the extent that we think it is. And so then the question is, why does that matter? Well, again, some of Wendy Wood's work, Wendy is my mentor and has done some really pioneering work in this area. And this is one of my favorite studies. And it shows why this disconnect really matters. And so what Wendy did in this study was collate a whole bunch of different research studies that had all tried to predict whether someone did something in the future based on two things in the present. The first was their intentions, what they said they wanted to do. And the second was habit strength. So have they consistently done this thing in the past or not? And think of it as kind of a horse race. Which one of these things, is it people's intentions or is it their past kind of inertia of their prior habits? What is the stronger determinant of whether they actually do something in the future? And what Wendy found was that the answer really depends on whether the action is something that you do infrequently and in different contexts. So something like getting a COVID vaccine, right? In that case, what you say you want to do, what you say you plan to do, is a strong predictor of whether you actually perform that behavior in the future. And because you can't really form a habit to get a vaccine, or at least not a very strong one, habit strength really doesn't play much of a role. But that flips if we instead look at things not like getting a vaccine, but something like seatbelt use, where the behavior is something you do often and in a stable context. In that setting, what you say you want to do, what you say you intend and plan and want, those become much weaker predictors of future behavior. And instead, it's really just the strength of inertia, your past behavior, that dominates behavior. And a lot of the things we're all in the business of trying to change in our own lives fit over here, right? And so what does this mean? It means that seeking to change yourself by changing your intentions and your goals will be effective for things over on the left-hand side, those infrequent context variable behaviors, but isn't going to be very effective, at least not alone, for those very frequent context stable actions. So focusing on just changing your intentions, your plans, your goals, although to some degree helpful, is not sufficient. And that's kind of the first message that I want to get across. And this disconnect really shows up in powerful ways across many, many different behaviors. So here's an example from regarding fruit and vegetable consumption in the United States. So in the 80s and 90s, it was worked out that Americans needed to be eating more fresh fruit and vegetables. And so a lot at the federal level, a lot of funding was put into educating people about the need to eat, a variety of fruits and vegetables every day. And those campaigns worked in terms of informing the population and changing people's knowledge base and changing their intentions. But so we have almost a fourfold increase across 5 years in the percentage of people who knew they should eat 5 a day. But people's behavior didn't change. They still had the same low level of fruit compliance with that recommended fruit and vegetable consumption. And this happens in many behaviors. Here's some data from Bangladesh. This is people's knowledge, the blue line, that it's healthy and safe to wash your hands prior to eating to prevent germ transmission. So almost 100% of the population knows that that's a healthy behavior, but compliance with that is dramatically lower for complicated reasons. But the basic point is, in both of these cases, we've got a disconnect between what people know they should do and what they intend to do and what they actually do. And as the science has evolved, we've learned more about why that's the case. And one very popular way of thinking about this that was made famous, although not invented, but made famous by Kahneman, is the idea of system 1 and system 2, right? Where we have, at least 2 behavioral control systems in the brain. One of them is what we intuitively think is really running the show. That is system 2, this kind of conscious, intention-driven planning mental economist that's always trying to work out what's the best behavior for me to perform. But then we have this other system, which is largely unconscious, the mental satisficer, or system 1, which is heavily driven by habit. And because our consciousness kind of lives inside system 2 primarily, I think that's the reason why we invest most of our efforts in trying to change behavior through system 2, because it's the system we have conscious access to. And we don't really know so much about, well, what does it even mean to change my habits? So fortunately, as the science has evolved, we've started to be able to answer that question. And as I'm going to show you, in marketing and health and product innovation, we're starting to get clever ideas about how to speak to this system 1 level. And so here's some interesting data from US cigarette consumption, which you can see peaked in the mid-1960s and then has declined rapidly since then. And one question is, of course, many things have contributed to that, but there's been a distinct evolution in the way that we've tried to tackle smoking cessation. And so early on, there was a focus on making people feel afraid and giving them rational information about the health risks of smoking. And then if you think about what we did in stores, so we would have big signs that say things like smoking kills and give people information about calling, a quit line. And we would come up with products that are kind of rational switching options, like a nicotine patch. And there's been some efficacy of some of those things some of the time, but as the science has evolved, so too have each of these ways of trying to tackle habit. And so now there's a great example. I'm not going to play it here, but we'll share the slides. Great example of an ad from Thailand where they had small children go up to people who were smoking in the street and ask those people for a cigarette, and then put the adults in the position of having to, while they have a cigarette in their hand, explain to the child why they shouldn't be smoking. So clever kind of communication campaigns that break through that mental inertia. We've also learned that actually a lot of, certainly impulse buying, maybe up to 40 or 50% of impulse purchases are prevented if you just don't see the product. And so now, at least in Australia, where I'm from, you can't have cigarettes on visual display. So that strangely removes a lot of the purchase because people just don't think about it when they're in the store. And also we have used very graphic packaging on cigarettes that means that you don't keep your cigarettes out on the table. You hide them away, which is a clever way of removing the cue to your own unhealthy behavior. And then finally, although these e-cigarettes are kind of controversial for other reasons, we've developed product innovations that aren't just about providing a rational switching options like, I want nicotine, so I'm going to put a patch on. Well, that's great, but it doesn't address the behavioral component of, I have a ritual, a practice of smoking a cigarette. E-cigarettes satisfy both the rational need for nicotine and the behavioral pattern that's been established through smoking. So I want to give you a few more examples like this of clever applications of this, science-based thinking about habit change. So the second idea is that, when we're trying to introduce a new healthy behavior, or just any new behavior, trying to think very carefully about eliminating all of the friction and decision-making and eliminate any steps that make that a complex behavior to stick with. That's really important. And the more friction there is with a new behavior, the more likely we are to relapse to the old way of doing things. And so what does this look like? Well, in practice, here's an example that I really like from global health, where in many parts of the world, people have iron deficiencies. And, traditional approach was just to hand out iron tablets, right? But of course, the problem with that is people need to remember them, they need to store them somewhere, and they need to remember to take them every day when they have no habit to do that. And so your compliance with handing out iron supplements is pretty low. And here's a really clever idea that was developed in Vietnam called an iron fish. And it's designed to be basically a little piece of iron that gets left in the cook pot, and it just gives off iron into whatever you are cooking at a stable rate. So the iron gets added to your food, and there's no decision making involved because you just leave it in the bottom of the pot. So it's a clever idea, a clever way of removing friction and decision making from the healthy behavior. Another really interesting idea, I think, is the notion that often it's better to focus on repeating just one very clearly defined behavior in one very specific context than to try and adopt a very broad, abstract goal like, I'm just going to eat more healthfully. And this has been studied in many ways by psychologists, one of which is the idea of implementation intentions. So that the idea is that it's very helpful to specify the exact context and the exact behavior that you want to perform in that context. And so instead of just saying, I'm going to eat more healthfully, you're going to say, I'm going to order only salads when I go to restaurants. So you've specified a particular behavior in a particular context. And there's a great example of this kind of thinking from a public service message in New Zealand. I'm going to play this brief video for you. So the target behavior here is stopping people from using their phone while they're driving and picking up text messages and texting back to people while they're driving. And so you could think, the traditional approach might just be to put out a big campaign saying, don't text and drive. Well, in this commercial we're going to see, they pursued this idea of what in global health is called a small doable action, specifying a very particular action in a particular context and encouraging the repetition of that. So let's have a look at this commercial.
I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eye, I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted, and my arms are open wide. 'Cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do. And I want to tell you so much, I love you.
So again, relentlessly focusing on one particular action in one particular context, and this has been used very successfully also in encouraging new mothers to breastfeed as opposed to using formula. Small doable actions. Okay. I've got two more ideas that I wanted to present. The fourth one is the idea of using the human predisposition to adopt rituals and to try and find ways to inject ritual into daily life around behaviors you're trying to foster or promote. And so the sort of idea behind this is that, human beings are to some degree animals of ritual, and rituals are closely linked with habits. You can think of rituals as kind of habits that have attained a deep personal or culturally relevant meaning. And there's good research from anthropology and other areas suggesting that when something becomes ritualized, it has a bunch of benefits. So it increases our psychological engagement with the behavior, makes it more salient to us. It's seen as more credible and important. It helps emotionally bind us to other people in the group. And it's more likely to be socially transmitted, meaning the behavior is more likely to kind of evolve from being performed just by one person to being performed by multiple people. And this idea of ritual is starting to be used in interesting ways, especially in global health. And so I want to give you a couple of examples. One of my favorites is this one from the Philippines, where there was a practice in certain areas to use dynamite to fish, and that's very effective at, you can throw one stick of dynamite in a river and you bring up a lot of fish, but you also destroy the ecosystem. And so instead of just trying to explain to fishermen that this is, a short-term win but a long-term problem, what they decided to do was to submerge statues of the Madonna, because heavily Catholic population, and that kind of is a way of leveraging an existing ritual in that case to stop people from using dynamite to fish. Another example is trying to create a new ritual, so a behavior like inking the finger to signal people who have voted, so that there's a kind of an immediate social proof that people have engaged in the democratic process. Another interesting idea, I think, from India, where open defecation is a problem in poor areas because people don't have access to sanitation. So there have been campaigns to try and link getting a toilet in the house to the marriage ritual. So in essence, the campaign is literally called "No Toilet, No Bride." So trying to marry, literally, no pun intended, the marriage ritual to the new behavior of getting a toilet for the first time in the house. And then the final idea I wanted to share is this notion that when you're trying to introduce a new behavior, instead of just kind of randomly inserting it into daily life, it can be really much more effective to try and piggyback it onto an existing habit or a stable physical cue in the environment. So a particular place, time of day, other action. And this has been studied, in a few different contexts. One of my favorite studies is showing that if you try to teach children to floss, it's more effective generally to teach them to floss after toothbrushing than to teach them to floss before toothbrushing. And the idea is that if you learn to floss after toothbrushing, then you're piggybacking the new behavior, flossing, on an existing habit, toothbrushing. And that's a better sequence than trying to do the reverse, because there's no kind of cue for flossing if it's not coming after a stable behavior. And this is also being used a lot in product innovation. So Tide Pods are a great example of, piggybacking on dishwashing detergent behaviors. So people already had habits to take a little pack and put it in their dishwasher, made it easier to kind of co-opt that habit and use it in a different category named laundry detergent. And a great example, I think, from global health work, this over on the right-hand side, you'll see an image of a wash station. So this is a hand washing station that's used in places where there's no running water. But folks may not have a habit to wash their hands. And so this product has a little mirror embedded in it. And a lot of people want to use the mirror. So they interact with the device really because of the mirror, but then they just wash their hands because they're standing in front of it. So that's a clever way of trying to, piggyback a desired health behavior, washing your hands, on another behavior, mirror checking, which is, intrinsically very appealing. So that sort of wraps up what I wanted to share with you. And I think in a second we'll have a chance for some questions. But, by way of summary, I think the main ideas I wanted to get across is because of that, because of the psychology of habit formation and the change in the psychological mechanisms governing behavior, it's not wise or effective to put all of your eggs in the basket of changing your goals and your willpower and your planning. It's not that has no value, but that pursuing that alone is not likely to be sufficient to either break existing habits or to form sustained new ones. And instead, we want to focus on scientifically informed ideas. So we talked really about 5 of them. So one is controlling your exposure to unhealthy cues. The second one is make sure you've kind of eliminated all of the friction you possibly can associated with a new healthy behavior that you're trying to promote. The next one was, instead of adopting a very broad goal like just be healthy or eat more healthfully, identify very small doable actions in a particular context that will help you get there. And then the 5th idea was leveraging ritual to add in that extra kind of meaning and symbolic value. And then the final idea was piggyback on existing habits. And I wanted to, we started by talking about what is good science or what is good evidence. Wendy Wood has a book that she published just last year, and to me, this is the best summary of the science and the implications of the science for personal behavior change. So if you haven't read this book, I really would highly recommend it. I will pause there and happily talk through questions you folks might have.
That was fantastic, David. Well done. I really enjoyed that talk. I think you synthesized what could be talked about a whole day in a very nice way. So I really appreciate you sharing your insights there. I think we're a little bit short on time for questions, but I have one kind of last question to you, which is we're putting ourselves today in the shoes of, being non-scientists, non-behavioral scientists, but being just human beings. And you, looking at what you've said right now, is there something that when applying to your own life, how do you approach it? Is there a certain thing that you have as like the first thought when you're thinking about behavior change that might be different from someone else? Like, how do you think about applying what you mentioned now in your own life?
To me, the most valuable thing, I think this is a little bit, personal, because everyone has different strategies for, what's going to work. But for me, the most valuable thing has been this idea of controlling cue exposure. And so that's the idea that for me to maintain healthy eating, for example, I basically exert all of my control when I'm buying things. And then if it's in the house, it's lethal. And so I really limit what gets into the house, because I know that what gets into the house will get eaten. And if that's, ice cream and chips and things like that, then it will get eaten. And so that's, to me, has been the single most useful idea, which flows directly out of the science.
I love that. Well, thanks so much, David. We'll share some links to your work and so on. I can, again, I'll show this here as well, because you had a slide on in the book. So can't recommend Good Habits, Bad Habits enough, as you mentioned. So everyone give a big applaud, or a virtual one at least, to David for spending time with us today. Thank you so much, David.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So we are just getting started. And our next talk is going to be on something quite different, but similar at the same time. We're going to get into mindfulness. And so take a deep breath. And we're going to now get to the science of mindfulness with Clare Purvis. If you're on YouTube, just sit back, relax. It will take a couple of seconds to reload. If you're on around the world, you should soon get a notification to jump to the next session.
To say that we're live. Okay, hello everybody, welcome to our next session. In this session, we're going to be learning about how to change our lives using behavioral science. It's great to have you all with us. To everybody on the YouTube stream and help us see if the reaction buttons are working. So there are 3 reaction buttons in the bottom right, and they really help us get some live feedback about how you guys are feeling about the day and the presentations. And remember, you can use the comment section to ask the speakers questions anytime during the presentation, and we'll try to get some of them towards the end of the session. But I'm very excited today because we're going to be talking to Dr. Purvis, who is the Senior Director of Behavioral Science at Headspace, which I'm sure all of you know about. But if you don't know about it, it's the popular mindfulness app. Bridging science and innovation, Clare develops and scales health products that support living full and vital lives. So I'm going to be talking to Clare over this session about the science of mindfulness. Let's get into it. Welcome, Clare.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So, Clare, when we talk about mindfulness, how do you define mindfulness?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of definitions. One that we often come back to at Headspace that our founder, Andy Puttycombe, has used is that mindfulness really is a quality of mind that's about being in the present moment without distraction, with a non-judgmental attitude and a compassionate heart. In the science world, sometimes you hear the definition that's very similar, which is mindfulness is about paying attention in the present moment, non-judgmentally. And so, those are different ways of kind of saying the same thing, but it's about that quality of mind that you bring to your experience in the present moment.
I love that definition, because I think when most of us think of mindfulness, the first thing that our mind goes to is meditation. But actually, if we go on the Headspace app, there's quite a few different things that are involved with mindfulness. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Absolutely. So if mindfulness is that quality of mind or that way of showing up in the present moment, meditation is one of many practices that can help us to cultivate that quality of mind or that present moment, non-judgmental awareness. A metaphor that, again, our founder, Andy Puttycombe, has used that I think helps kind of bring this to life for people is that just as, being physically active or being physically fit is a description of a way of being, and there's many ways that you could cultivate that. You could go to the gym and lift weights if that's your thing. You could be a runner. You could go for daily walks. Those are all different activities that can cultivate a quality of physical fitness or physical activity. So meditation is one practice that can help us cultivate mindfulness. There's also other practices, which you'll see in the Headspace app if you look around in there. There's mindful movement practices. So one that a lot of people are familiar with is yoga, but there are other ways of bringing that awareness into our physical body and really paying that attention in the moment to how we're moving as a way of kind of cultivating mindfulness through movement. There's lots of breathing activities as well, where we're again bringing that awareness to the breath, but not necessarily doing that with our eyes closed or doing it in a formal meditation practice.
Yeah, it's a very rich set of things that we can do to be mindful. I think recently a lot of people have been paying more and more attention to mental health, and awareness about mental health has been growing. And with that, people have been looking to mindfulness to help us deal with our mental health problems. What is your favorite study on how mindfulness helps us with our mental health problems?
Well, mental health, of course, is a really, really broad, it can refer to so many kind of characteristics or experiences. One of my favorite studies about mindfulness from Headspace really has to do with cultivating compassion. And now compassion isn't a specific, mental health category, or it's not specifically related to a mental health condition, but we think about being able to show up in our daily lives with compassion for ourselves and others. We can see how that could contribute to actually enjoying more mental and emotional well-being. So in this study, which was conducted by social psychologists who are kind of famous for coming up with great behavioral paradigms to test their hypotheses, there were participants who were randomly selected to either meditate with Headspace for 3 weeks or play a cognitive game on a smartphone for 3 weeks. And as a part of the study, they were called back into the lab after that 3-week period, thinking they were there for, post-study assessments and interviews. But the real assessment was happening in the waiting room, where you had the study participant came into the waiting room of the lab and all the seats were taken except for one. And those seats, unbeknownst to the participant, were all taken by actors who were helping with the study. And while the participant is sitting in the seat, another, unbeknownst to them, actor helping with the study comes into the room, walking on crutches, wearing a surgical boot, really expressing in their face that they're feeling a lot of pain. And the researchers simply wanted to know, will the study participant get up out of their seat to offer their seat to this person who's in pain? And the way that they devised that was they really wanted to know, not only after meditating, will you say that you feel more compassionate or say that you feel more awareness of others around you, but would your behavior actually be different in the moment? And they found that people who had meditated for just 3 weeks with Headspace compared to those who were in the control game, they were more than 50% more likely to get up out of their seat and offer their seat to that stranger who was in pain than the control group. And so that's one of my, not only is it a fun study design and I think a really clever way to ask that question, I think it also says a lot about, after even just a short time of practicing meditation to cultivate mindfulness, we really can see changes in our behavior and how we relate to other people.
Wow, that's an incredible study. And I love it. I think it's so important that studies look at actual behavior and not just attitudes as well. So I really like that design. So very good.
It was very clever. I know. It's a really cool group that did that.
Awesome. I think there's a lot of misconceptions about mindfulness, and I'm sure you're aware of them. What do you think is the biggest misconception about mindfulness?
I think, for me personally, especially given my clinical background and having used mindfulness in treatment with various people, I think one of the biggest misconceptions is that mindfulness, or I guess specifically let's speak about meditation, that will always feel calming and relaxing every time we practice. I think because, we have a lot of research now about all of the positive benefits that you can potentially expect from cultivating a meditation practice, I think it does unfortunately lead to this expectation that every time we sit to meditate, we should immediately feel better, or we should immediately feel calm and relaxed. But if we think about what the practice of mindfulness meditation is all about, it's about being present in the moment, bringing your awareness to what is here now without judgment. But what is here now isn't always going to be calm relaxation, right? We might notice, wow, my head is really racing, or wow, wow, I'm feeling really tired, or I'm feeling really uncomfortable. And so what we're cultivating is an awareness of what's there in the moment without judging it, and having compassion and warmth in the moment. So even though over time, that practice will pretty consistently lead to positive benefits for most people, it doesn't mean that every single time we sit, we're going to feel great, right? We're going to feel what we feel. And then I think, kind of being with that and allowing that to unfold over time is really where some of the those real benefits of the practice emerge. But unfortunately, it's not something where that expectation is always delivered on for each and every time that we sit.
Yeah, definitely. I have some friends who I would call them mindfulness skeptics, because, like you say, they sit down and like, I don't feel relaxed at all. I mean, what would your advice be to people who feel that way?
Well, I mean, I think big caveat, I'm not a mindfulness teacher. I'm not a meditation teacher. So I come at this practice from a clinical psychology background, having incorporated, trained in inland styles where we incorporate mindfulness into psychotherapy. So, it would be great to listen to some of Andy's teachings about, what we can do with a busy mind or with a kind of restless body when we notice that when we sit to meditate. So certainly I would recommend checking out some of those teachings. He has lots of great talks and animations on that topic. But just at a high level, I would say, one thing is to really think of it from a behavioral perspective. We do want to kind of build up that scaffolding. So it could be possible that for your friends, sitting with eyes closed in meditation for even 10 minutes, maybe 15, 20, maybe that's not the right place to start, because they're finding it difficult to bring that non-judgmental awareness, or to kind of let go of thoughts in the moment. So maybe try starting with something a lot smaller. In clinical practice, something we'll often offer is, when you're washing the dishes or when you're brushing your teeth, see if for those couple of minutes, you can bring all of your attention to what you're doing in that moment, and continue returning your attention again and again to, like, the feeling of the water and the suds on your hands, or, the bristles on your teeth. And when you notice your thoughts coming up, moving in another direction, notice that and bring it back to that activity, right? So sometimes for people, having your eyes open, having some activity, sort of rote activity that you can really bring your attention to, is just a different way to access what it feels like to have that present moment awareness. So that's something to try, right? And it's also, I think, helpful to know, like, you're not doing it wrong. It is what it is. And you can always, kind of explore different inroads to ways to cultivate that mindful awareness.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, to finish this session, I think I'm going to take one question from the comments. And Alex asks, is mindfulness for everyone, or are there certain times or personalities where maybe mindfulness doesn't work so well?
Yeah, I think there's actually some really, really insightful and helpful research emerging about this very question. So mindfulness meditation, isn't necessarily for everyone. I wouldn't say it's about personality characteristics per se, but there is, for example, a large body of research emerging about people who have histories of traumatic experiences. And in that group of people, it's not necessarily wise or recommended to kind of dive into a meditation practice. And you want to make sure as you begin to explore mindfulness meditation practices, particularly if there's a history of traumatic experiences or mental health concerns, you want to do that in a way that always empowers you as the individual practitioner to do that in a way that feels safe and supportive. And there are some reports, some research teams that are fully dedicated to understanding, who are the groups and what are the conditions under which these types of practices may exacerbate traumatic memories or anxious experiences, and how do we either A, provide training in mindfulness that is safe and accessible, or use other therapeutic approaches until such time that might be recommended to bring into treatment.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. Okay, unfortunately, that's the end of our time, Claire. I'm going to invite Sam back on the stage. Sam, if you want to come back on. Hey, Sam, what was your biggest takeaway from my chat with Claire?
Well, I loved it. I think for me, I love hearing this idea that we have a very specific idea of what mindfulness is, but we need to widen that much further, because I think it's one of the main things that probably loses people is the idea. The only way to be mindful is to sit down on a cushion and do like Om and there's some like tantras or stuff like that. So I think we can expand on that and bring mindfulness to much more parts of our lives. Like I have stopped meditating on the cushion. I'm doing it much more while I'll exercise or when I'm doing things that are like more active in itself, which has been good for me. So I love that.
That's great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Claire. For you guys at home, if you want to get your hands on our nice looking merch that me and Sam are wearing right now, or perhaps a bundle of books from our today's speakers, you certainly can. You just need to share a quote or your favorite moment so far from the day on social media with the hashtag #HabitDay. Okay, so it's time to move to our next session, which will be starting momentarily.
Yes. Thanks again, Claire. Really great having you on.
Thank you, Claire.
Okay, it looks like we are live again. Let's bring Peter when you come up on stage again, and then we can kind of prep people for what's going to come up next here. So, give it actually a little bit good on time. I want to hear from you. What was your takeaway from your interview with Claire? What did you take away from it?
Yeah, I really loved that study that she told us about. How mindfulness can really change people's behavior, not just their mindset, which is really cool. And generosity, everybody needs a bit more generosity in their life. So I think if everybody maybe engage with mindfulness a bit more, we might have a much happier and healthier society.
Nice. And I saw some comments on getting some link to that study, so we'll do our best to get some links for the study, maybe sharing it after the event as well. So yeah.
Great. Well, I'll pass you off.
Our next speaker here. Yes, you can pass me off. So I want to do a introduction for our next speaker. So we have started about the science of kind of habit formation and what we really should be considered when understanding how to start building habits. We have then jumped to thinking a little about mindfulness, and now we can encompass that in our life. I think this session could be interesting because we're now going to look at context more in general and how we are creatures of context. And our next speaker is joining us from Cape Town, South Africa, and an independent consultant and researcher applying insights techniques to understand and solve problems using behavioral science. So the speaker I'm mentioning is David Perrott, and he wants to challenge us by going at it from a little bit different angle than maybe you mostly hear when it comes to behavior change, and the fact that context matters. But what the heck does that mean? Could you please shine a light on what that means?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I'm just going to share a screen here. Give me a second. Okay. Is that screen visible?
Yeah, it looks great.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you, Sam. And I just wanted to start by saying just a lot of gratitude to you and the team for setting this up. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and it's exciting to see a bit of a community emerge around this sort of arm or branch of the field. I think that's the most exciting aspect about it for me, is hopefully a bit of a network emerges here. So yeah, big ups to you. Well done. And in terms of my talk, I really wanted to, I think this is going to be something that comes up throughout the day, which is around the importance of context or the environment in shaping our behavior. And I wanted to really dive deep into that for a second and explore the implications and where we could go to next in terms of understanding context. And I thought I'd start with a story, actually a recent story that I sort of heard from a friend of mine who's quite strongly against, or has been for the past 6 months, quite strongly against COVID vaccinations, right? And impossible to argue with. He'd try every angle in the book, and they'd come up with stories about the mRNA vaccines, not knowing enough about that, or the fertility risks, and not knowing the long-term impact, or the government conspiracies, or natural immunity. So really, in that sense, kind of knew every perspective. And as all the behavioral scientists in the room will know, once you kind of build this strong view of the world, confirmation bias kicks in, and you start looking out for patterns that reinforce those views, and that, coupled with media algorithms, really entrenched him in a bit of an echo chamber that was hard to get out of. And that's why I was so surprised when a couple of weeks ago I heard that he'd got his vaccination, and what had happened was he was at a golf course on a Sunday with work colleagues. And while he was there was a vaccine station set up between the 15th and the 16th hole. And, the next thing I knew, he'd been vaccinated. And for our particular age group, he was also one of the first, within South Africa, within a South African context, to actually get vaccinated. So this, even added to the surprise of the situation. And so, yeah, it's interesting to speculate about what actually went on here. It's not a fully fledged experiment. It's just an anecdote of a friend and their situation. But, we could look at things like, and be interesting to maybe get people in the chat to just speculate and consider what might have been at play here to get him to change. But I think some factors could have been things like, the fact that he was in a space where there were lots of positive emotional triggers. He was on a golf course surrounded by nature, getting lots of sunlight. He was experiencing something that he loves, that he enjoys. There were the social aspects, the fact that he was with work colleagues who he admired and respected, and as a result kind of adopted their desires or their values. And then on the other side of that, there might have just been pure social pressure in the fact that all of them were getting vaccinated, and he saw them as part of his tribe and didn't want to exclude himself in that sense. And then the more physical aspects, the fact that it was so easy to get vaccinated, that it was literally on his path between the holes, and there were no queues, and there was all the time in the world. He was at a golf course. So all these factors could have played a role. The specific mechanisms here, I think, is less relevant than the fact that this is someone who had these very strong views on something, and yet the right combination of contextual factors led him to sort of 180-degree shift in his behavior, which I thought was quite interesting. And I mean, that's not new news for us, right? Anyone in the field knows that context matters, right? Every nudge, every piece of choice architecture, every prompt, every intentionally designed path is evidence of the fact that the context does a lot of work in shaping our behavior. And yet we sort of, we still persist with these kind of once-off intention-shifting interventions, right? The campaigns, the workshops, the books, the documentaries, these things where we try and dial up the motivation or intention to perform a particular behavior. in the hope that stabilization just results or emerges from that. And, we know that that's just not the case, right? My favorite recent example of this was a study done by Dunn and a few others at the end of 2020, where they looked at nature documentaries, and they looked actually at Blue Planet specifically, right? That's the David Attenborough show where he tried to combine these really beautiful natural scenes with these call to actions around plastic consumption and trying to, really create a shift there, which was a great initiative. But from the study, what they saw was that there was a big increase in awareness and knowledge of the problem, but almost no change in behavior, right? Which again is just more evidence for the sort of problem at hand, that these sort of awareness-inducing interventions don't necessarily lead to behavior change, that the contextual piece is really important, the situation. And, that's what makes me so excited about these sorts of, seminars or sort of, and especially, people like Wendy Wood and Yael and others who are thinking really carefully about situational factors or how the context really shapes our behavior and taking that very seriously. So we move away from this view that it's just about a particular set of getting the right set of stories into people's heads and, and then just sort of moving them on their way, that we really need to be thinking about the frictions and hassle factors and how defaults play a role, and prompts and cues and feedback systems and incentive structures and all these other mechanics that exist within the context that we can use to really do some good work. And so it is exciting to see that this path or this branch of the field is emerging, and that a lot of interesting, exciting work's being done here. But I think there's still a long way to go. And so I thought I'd just share a few thoughts on what I thought was exciting. So from my view, I think we've really gotten right what I'd call these kind of structural affordances, right? Understanding the importance of things like removing friction, or adding positive friction, right? Or changing the way things are framed, or adding feedback systems or prompts or reminders. These kind of physical changes to the context. Where I think there's exciting work to be done is really around, in terms of the boundary conditions. So understanding what are the particular conditions in which these interventions are likely to be more effective. And then also what combinations, right? Do fresh starts and incentives work really well together? Or commitment devices and reminders? Like, what are those combinations that just kind of hit a sweet spot and work really effectively together? And then also, a piece around duration and frequency, right? Does the effect of an intervention diminish or decrease with time? Or what's the right frequency of exposure of an intervention to sort of keep it optimal? And I think those are important, but I think the really interesting piece, the big exciting piece for me is around the sort of more social, psychological side. So if we think about the sort of physical environment, there's a social or psychological layer that's sort of placed on top of it, right? And almost you could think of this in terms of fields like semiotics, or think about symbolism, or how we engage with things, not from an objective standpoint, but because of the meaning that we've deployed on those particular features of the environment, and the salience that we've attached to them. And so there's that aspect, but then there's also this other aspect which is more to do with the social features of the environment, right? If we think back to my friend's situation, one thing that could have been really pivotal there was the thoughts or the expectations that he had around what he thought his work colleagues valued, within that golf course context. And that could have played a big role in shaping his behavior in that situation. But understanding what we think others value is such a nuanced and complex piece to understand, but yet we know that it's so important in terms of understanding behavior change. And just to sort of build some appreciation for that complexity and how important it is, I thought I'd just share one little case study here. And those who've heard me speak before, I often refer to this case study just because I think it's so powerful and such a great example. And it was work done by Betsy Pollock, who's just an amazing researcher too, around reconciliation in Rwanda. And what happened was that the government worked with researchers to develop a radio soap opera called Musukuweya, or New Dawn. And it was this Romeo and Juliet style soap opera about a divided society, and they were looking to reconcile. But as part of that soap opera, they baked in these key social messages. So the one was that bystanders matter, that violence emerges slowly, that intergroup marriage between different groups, in this case the Hutus and the Tutsis, is good for Rwandan society. And so this was part of this initiative to create this unity or this reconciliation within the country. And so Betsy and her team were able to set up a really nice experiment in order to understand the implications of this radio show. So they created a trial. They had a control group who were exposed to a similar type of soap opera, but the content was around women's health and HIV prevention. And so they looked at these two in comparison and wanted to understand the behavioral effects in terms of these key social messages. And what they found was that there was almost no change in people's personal beliefs, attitudes, or values as a result of being exposed to this radio soap opera, Musukuweya. But there was a big change in their expectations around what they thought was normal or valued within Rwandan society. And they saw there was this big change in behavior in terms of more responsive bystanders, in terms of more intergroup marriage. And so what they found was that it's not really about shifting values or views. It's more about changing people's expectations of what they think other people value within particular contexts, right? So again, it relates back to that story about my friend. It's the same mechanism going on there, potentially, that I'm not too worried about my personal beliefs, but I value what I think or expect my tribe or the group that I find that I'm sort of attached to. I really value what I think they value. And that's the thing that does a lot of work in shaping my behavior. And so these are the kinds of complexities that I think we really have to grapple with if we want to move towards a really deep understanding of the context and deploy more effective interventions in combination with the kinds of features and tools that are already shown to be really effective. Things like the frictions and the prompts and adding incentives and those sorts of structures. And so my sort of view is we need a combination of an outside-in approach where we take these evidence-based interventions and tools that have proven to be really effective, and we use that in combination with a more inside-out approach where we help people cultivate skills around contextual awareness or contextual sensitivity, where we give them the abilities or the tools to really understand what factors might be influencing them in a particular situation, how those social aspects might be shaping their behavior, for example. And the two of those approaches in combination with regular experimentation, I think creates a sort of a really powerful approach to kind of self-applied behavior change. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll wrap up, is I think we can go even further here. And this is the thing that really excites me. And perhaps I need to do another talk about this at another point. But my view is that in addition to these kind of new and emerging frameworks and processes and skills around self-applied behavior change, my hypothesis or my big bet here is that what it'll do is it'll lead to new understandings of ourselves, right? By cultivating a sort of sensitivity to contextual influence, where we become more receptive to how different aspects of an environment shape our behavior and our psychological states. Through that process and seeing the effects of that, it'll help shape or help us build more realistic, connected, and cooperative views of the world, right? Our models and our understanding of the world will sort of change as a result of us building the sensitivity to the environment and how that changes our behavior and psychology. And so we move from this view of ourselves as very separate to this view of ourselves as really embedded ecological systems. And I think that has implications for the way we then think about these bigger, broader, more systemic issues like climate change and social injustice and all those sorts of things. So hopefully that's another piece that's worth exploring in more detail at a later point. But I think the implications here are really all around context and how we change or shape our view of the context and its importance going forward. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, David. A very thought-provoking and interesting talk. I would love to get some questions from people listening, so feel free to post it in the comments and I'll get into David. I guess as a starting question, we spoke earlier, the first session with David Neal, who mentioned that he almost treats his house like a fortress where he doesn't let the bad stuff in in terms of ships or whatever, because he knows that once he lets it in, he's kind of consuming it. So I'm curious with you, David, how do you think about your own context? How do you approach that to support it in a way where it kind of aligns with your goals or intentions?
Yeah, sure, Sam. Can you hear me? I can't see myself, but if you can hear me,
I can hear you, but I can't see you. But that's okay. Yeah.
All right. So good question, and I think I've gone through a bit of an evolution here, and it's been great to sort of be on that journey with you as well. But I think how I started it was I had this almost this toolkit of different tactics and interventions, and I would just deploy them, in ways to improve the chances that I took up certain exercise habits or woke up earlier or got into particular routines. And I think how I've shifted in my approach is to start with a sort of more diagnostic approach, where if I want to change a particular behavior, I'll spend a lot of time, maybe a week or two, just observing myself in that environment where I want to see that change occur. And see how I respond to particular things and sort of really look at the root causes, both in me in terms of my psychological states and how those change, but then also in terms of what factors in the environment are doing a lot of the work to produce that particular behavior. And then from there start to move and experiment and play with different features. But that approach of really kind of cultivating that contextual sensitivity and as opposed to just jumping straight into what tools might be the most effective here, has been a bit of a shift for me in terms of my approach. Sorry, Sam, I just lost you at the end.
Okay, sure. How much did you hear?
Missed that last chunk. So I don't know if you want to just repeat the last.
Nothing. Well, that's okay. So what I was saying is that my big takeaway from what you were saying through this conversation in general is this idea that through mostly how society looks like, we have this focus on changing behavior through changing ourselves, like in terms of our attitudes, our mindsets, our beliefs, and so on. And obviously, this talk is really trying to question that stance and think a little bit differently about how we change behavior, and really being a more keenly aware of these contextual things in our environment, these multitude of things that are, in small ways or big ways, shaping the things we do, the ways we think, and so on. Yeah. And so what I was wanting to ask you is that we are obviously, clearly not as aware of these things as we could be. We're clearly struggling to maybe be as aware of all of these forces that exist in our social and environmental and so on contexts that exist around us. So you mentioned this really important thing of building awareness. So how would you recommend starting to become a little more aware of these things that exist around us?
Yeah, great question. And I think just to your first point is that not only does that sort of contextual approach is more effective than focusing on beliefs and changing your views in order to change behavior, but I think it actually has this reverse effect. By changing your behavior, you actually then, it filters through. You start to build stories and models of the world that align with that behavior. And so you have the shift in view as a result of a shift in behavior. But in terms of your question, I think there are a few different ways to come at it. The one is this sort of more intellectual way where you just get to know through the literature, through the theory, you get to know the factors that might be at play. So learning a lot about the social aspects and how social proof and social pressure and mimetic desire and these sorts of things influence you. By just understanding the theoretical models of those, you can start to look out for them in the world. So I think that's a big part of it is becoming quite book smart about these things. But I think another part is just cultivating a kind of curiosity and giving yourself the patience and space to really observe yourself in these environments. And I think that's, as opposed to something more prescriptive, you need a sort of sincere desire and curiosity to want to understand it. And through that, it starts to emerge. So I think giving yourself the time, creating the curiosity, and then knowing the literature, knowing the theory, and almost looking out for those factors, I think is a combination that will help you to just get a sense of what patterns might be influencing you. And then also experimenting, right? Changing things on a regular recurring basis to see if they're having an effect, right? So, curiosity, a sort of playful curiosity is at the core of this, I think.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm also not blind to the irony of me asking a question about how becoming more aware of the context, with now seeing this like 50 comments where people in the context is trying to tell me that, hey, you're muted. So yeah, I appreciate everyone making a good attempt to at least nudging me to unmute myself. But yeah, it's one of those things. So the last question was from Lizzie, because we had this discussion before on mindfulness. And so, trying to kind of create a marriage between what we discussed now in terms of the context, but also, our mindful experience to it. How do you think about mindfulness, and how do you think how that kind of connects to what you've been talking about? It feels like it very much speaks to what you said last there.
Oh, absolutely. Completely. I think it's a match made in heaven here in terms of contextual awareness is another term for mindfulness, but as opposed to just focusing on maybe your mood or your emotional states or your bodily sensations, right? It's also focusing on your relationship to these kind of external features or external factors and how they might be influencing you. But taking on a very mindful, sort of getting into that mode of being, I think just helps you to be much more receptive to what those influences might be, right? If you're just captured by thoughts or just very occupied by a particular task, you just tunnel in and you can't be aware of those different environmental features or factors that might be influencing you. So absolutely, I think that's a core part of this whole approach is becoming more aware, and mindfulness is a great skill for getting there.
Fantastic. Well, that was fantastic, David. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope it's really great to have representation from Cape Town as well. I hope the weather is nice in Cape Town and you have a nice evening. Thank you so much. We're going to share some links to your newsletter. You have a podcast, and I'm sure you're welcoming people connecting with you on LinkedIn and continuing the conversation there as well. So thank you, David. Thank you.
Absolutely, Sam. And yeah, thanks again for setting this up and the opportunity to speak. And I look forward to the rest of the talks. Wonderful.
Thanks, David. On that topic, what's coming up is a talk on time. So it's time to get to a talk on how to be more time smart. And this is one I've looked forward to. So we're going to jump there. For people on YouTube, just sit back and relax.
Time. Perhaps some of you are thinking about positive uses of time, like spending moments with a furry companion, volunteering, exercising, spending time with friends and family, or visiting locations like your alma mater that make you feel nostalgic. However, if you're like most working adults living and working all over the world, perhaps for you, the word time is synonymous with stress. If this is the case, you are not alone. Over 80% of working Americans report feeling time poor, like they have too many things to do in a day and not enough time in the day to do them. And these feelings of time poverty can have strong negative effects on our happiness, undermining our joy, eroding our social relationships, and even making us less healthy. This isn't just a US phenomenon. As we can see from Gallup World Poll data that my collaborators and I analyzed of working adults living all over the world, feelings of stress have been on the rise over the last several decades. Despite the fact that GDP has increased worldwide, this has not made life easier. Since 2008, the percentage of working adults who say that they've been extremely stressed in the last day rose from 44% to 55% in the US. However, this has also been the case all over the world. And what accounts for these feelings of stress tends to be work-related stress, unsurprisingly. This is why time poverty is not just an issue or a concern for individuals, it is also a concern for organizations. Organizations lose 32 days each year to reduce productivity due to mental health concerns, which in 2018 cost $44 billion in the US alone. Concretely, an employer with 1,000 employees might have 200 employees with depression and 6,400 lost days of productivity each year. Thus, it is no wonder that the Great Places to Work survey shows that 75% of workplaces say that employee stress is their number one concern. During the COVID pandemic, the best data suggests that, unfortunately, although many of us have had more flexibility in terms of not always going to the office, we become even more stressed as a result of the pandemic and the additional burdens of both working and living in the same physical space. Objective data from 3 million people in 16 global cities found that the average workday increased by about 8% or 49 minutes, which was the amount of time that we used to spend commuting to the office on average. So the COVID pandemic is a perfect example of Parkinson's law. Work has expanded to fill the additional time we've given it. And unfortunately, workers are feeling more time stressed as opposed to less. As I mentioned earlier, time poverty is an important construct to understand because it can undermine our happiness. It isn't just created by our own difficulty of managing our personal schedules, but our workplaces also serve to make us feel time poor. This is what is known in the organizational literature as the autonomy paradox. Our technology was supposed to free us from the office, but now we take our offices everywhere we go. We're constantly connected to our work, and this can make us feel overwhelmed and out of control in the context of our everyday lives. We also subscribe, at least in North American context, to this ideal worker norm, where we feel like we have to be constantly responsive in order to be seen as a committed employee. So we tend to give preference or priority to people who seem like they're always available, even though this constant responsivity is just a loose proxy for productivity. If anything, people who are less responsive and take more time off away from work are more productive workers. However, we do have a heuristic, especially in North American culture, to think that the best employee is the one who is always connected. And this, of course, contributes to our feelings of time poverty. In particular, our constant connection to technology, in part that's driven by our workplaces pressuring us to always seem like we're the most available worker or always demanding us to be working even in our leisure time. The reason why these constant technological disruptions can create these psychological feelings of time poverty and undermine happiness is because of what is known as time confetti. This term was coined by Bridget Scholl and really helps to describe the psychological experience of being time poor. Whereas before, when we weren't being constantly interrupted by our technology, we would have 1 full hour of leisure at our disposal that we could spend in whatever way we wanted, uninterrupted. However, now, because of our constant connection to technology, our alerts, our emails, disrupt this leisure hour and break it up into small fragments of free time that easily go missing or get lost. So it's shrinking the amount of leisure that we have objectively, but it's also pulling us out of the present and reminding us of all of the other things that we could or should be doing. This creates what psychologists call goal conflict. When we're in the middle of trying to enjoy the science museum with our kids and we get a work alert, we check our work alert, worry we might be spending too much time with our family, and then get mad at ourselves for thinking that work should come before family. So this psychological experience of goal conflict created by our technology can incite these feelings of time poverty and undermine our happiness. So managing digital distraction is one key habit that we all need to form in order to help navigate these feelings of time poverty that can arise. Another way to overcome these feelings of time poverty and to have a happier and less stressed life is to recognize and overcome the time traps that we succumb to in the context of our everyday life. So I started talking at the beginning of this talk about how our organizations tend to make us time poor. Unfortunately, we also tend to make ourselves time poor by falling into a series of psychological traps that make us focus more on money, productivity, and objective outcomes, and a little bit less on time and happiness, which seem more abstract. So one key step to becoming more time affluent is simply recognizing when you're falling into time traps in the context of your everyday life. The first time trap that many of us, myself included, fall into is this notion of undervaluing time. Research by Chris Shee and colleagues suggests that we're medium maximizers. We like to gravitate toward quantifiable metrics like calories, weight, productivity, and money, as opposed to more abstract concepts and goals like pursuing a happy life or saving time. As a result of our bias to maximize measured medians, we tend to underinvest in time and overinvest in small amount of financial savings. So because of this psychological bias, we often forego the opportunity to buy time or spend a lot of time researching for small savings. The average American consumer spends about 3 to 5 hours researching a consumer purchase of less than $100, and that opportunity cost of your time likely isn't worth it, at least for many of the people listening today. So we really want to be mindful of when we're sacrificing our time, our precious time, for a limited amount of financial savings, such as by scouring the internet for the best deal on $3 toothpaste, and try to reconsider this decision. The second time trap that people often find themselves falling into is this idea of busyness as a status symbol. So we stay busy to appear important. Now, interestingly, this tends to be a relatively US-centric phenomena. So Sylvia Beliza and colleagues have a paper showing that we confer high status to people who seem like they never have a spare moment of free time, but that this effect flips in places like Italy, where there's a strong leisure culture. So in those places, people who seem like they're always on the beach or having a nice vacation are actually conferred higher status. So when you're about to say yes to something, ask yourself, do I really want to do this event or answer this email or go to this meeting? Or am I simply trying to appear like I never have a free moment? And it's really important, not only at the individual level, but also the organizational level, to try to break this busyness as a status symbol mindset, especially in North American cultural contexts. Relatedly, human beings are uncomfortable with stillness. In part, this is good. It means that we've innovated, that we're very creative and ambitious and hardworking, and we move forward to be productive at our goals. However, this also means that we're really uncomfortable with doing nothing. Dan Gilbert, Tim Wilson, and colleagues have a series of studies where they presented, in one of these studies, presented undergraduate students with the choice where they could either be left alone in a room with only their thoughts or blast themselves with mild electric shocks. College students would rather be left alone with, or would rather blast themselves with mild electric shocks rather than be left alone in a room with only their thoughts. And this doesn't just apply to college students. Working parents, who are the most time poor among us, admit that they often forego half a day off at work or a day off at work because they simply don't know what they would do at that time. So it's important that we start to get comfortable with the idea of doing nothing and celebrate rest and relaxation to the same extent that we celebrate busyness, in order to feel less time poor, to feel more time affluent, and have greater control over our lives. Another psychological bias that we all fall into is related to the planning fallacy. We often believe that we're going to have more time in the future than we do today, where the value of our dollar stays relatively consistent across time. We think $1,000 is going to be relatively as valuable now as it is in 3 months or 6 months. When it comes to time, we steeply discount the value. So we think that having 30 minutes of free time would be great right now because our schedules are super packed, but in 3 months or 6 months from now, who cares? We don't need that 30 minutes. We're probably going to be completely free since our calendar looks open. Of course, we should not be proxying our future time, but what our schedules look like tomorrow, but rather what our schedules look like today. So one way of freeing up our future calendars is by saying no to more things in the future and assuming that we're going to have as little time tomorrow, perhaps even less time tomorrow than we do right now. I already mentioned the importance of managing our digital distractions, given that that can create time confetti, break up our leisure into these small moments of free time that easily go missing, and because of goal conflict, can undermine our happiness. And finally, another psychological bias that we need to recognize and try to overcome is this idea of the mere urgency effect. We often prioritize the urgent over the important. We're especially likely to do this when we're feeling busy. So when we're feeling overwhelmed with the demands of work and life, we gravitate towards small tasks that feel accomplishable, like checking an email, even if that gets in the way of us working toward our important deadlines that are actually making us time poor. This is why your inbox goes to 0 if you're working under an important deadline. And so it's very critical that we observe this behavior in ourselves and try to overcome or resist the temptation to focus on the urgent over the important, especially when we're feeling busy. So I want everyone to take a moment and look at these different time traps and think to themselves, which of these time traps do I tend to fall into? And how might I start to overcome them in the context of my everyday life? Now, the late Ed Diener has a quote which I love, which says that probably the biggest insight is that happiness is not just a place, it is also a process. Happiness is an ongoing process of fresh challenges, and it takes the right attitudes and activities to continue to be happy. What this means is that we all have activities on a daily basis that we can try out to help us reclaim our time and live a happier life. We're not always going to get it right, but just by recognizing the time traps that we fall into and thinking about how we might be able to overcome them in the context of our everyday life, and putting in a concerted effort to focus just as much on time as we do on money or other professional goals can go a long way in boosting our mood. So to wrap up the talk, I'm going to provide 4 additional scientific-based strategies to help us reclaim time and live a happier life. The first strategy is to cultivate a time-first mindset. I've conducted a lot of research on this over the years, showing that people who say that they tend to value time over money as opposed to money over time are happier, have better social relationships, are more intrinsically motivated in their jobs. These findings hold controlling for other demographic factors like income that could otherwise explain this relationship. And the reason why people who focus more on time and less on money are happier is in large part because they also tend to prioritize social relationships. So people who are walking around being less productivity and money focused are more socially focused. And of course, our bonds with other people are one of the happiest parts of our entire lives and of our days. So if we are looking toward getting more time affluence and greater happiness, we need to be a little less efficiency focused and allow ourselves to have a little bit more time to spend with friends and family. Even a few moments, a casual chat with the barista at our local coffee shop can go a long way in promoting mood and belonging. The second scientific-based strategy to reclaiming our time and living a happier life is to find time. If I was a financial expert, I would say that if you wanted to improve your financial health, you would do a budget audit. Similarly, when it comes to time, you want to do a time audit and really seek to understand how you're spending time on an everyday basis. So you really want to be asking yourself, think about a typical work day. That's when we experience the most amount of stress. And think about the activities we engage in that day that are productive versus unproductive, that make us feel positive emotions or make us feel stressed. And you really want to be minimizing the activities that are in this bottom left-hand quadrant that are stressful and unproductive. This might be all the doom scrolling or checking email. And you want to try to minimize the amount of time that you spend in the activities that make you feel stressed out and that also aren't productive. Again, we want to be aware of the mirror urgency effect. We're more likely to gravitate toward these activities like checking email or going on social media when we're feeling overwhelmed. Now, of course, you should also prioritize the important tasks in life. A simple time blocking exercise that my colleagues and I crafted, where you simply put time into your calendar for deep work time each and every day, significantly reduce burnout and increase productivity among busy working executives. So put time into your calendar to work on the important and turn off your technological distractions so you don't focus on the urgent. You can also negotiate for more time. So something we've been exploring in my lab's work recently has been the fact that we often don't ask for more time, even on adjustable deadlines at work. So if you're looking to have more free time and feel more in control over your time, you should ask for more time to work on projects at work, especially on adjustable deadlines. We often overestimate the negative consequences of doing so and underestimate the benefits. It doesn't come at a cost as we might expect. So the next time you feel pressed under a work deadline that's flexible, simply ask your boss for more time. You'll turn in better work and feel less stressed out in the process. Now, I wouldn't be a very good time management researcher if I didn't say that one way of finding time in the future is by saying no. This prevents you from overcommitting your future schedule. But how exactly should we go about saying no? Research led by Grant Donnelly suggests that we actually shouldn't say that we don't have enough time to do something. Time is seen as a social good, and everyone has 24 hours in a day, right? So the best way to decline a social invitation isn't by saying you can't do something because you're too busy. Instead, if it applies, provide a money-related excuse, an energy-related excuse, or provide no excuse at all. The most important part is you don't want to offend the person who asked you for the request by signaling that you don't want to do whatever it is they're asking. So make an external attribution or provide no excuse at all in order to decline social and work-related events. The third strategy to reclaim time and live a happier life is to fund time. Also spent a lot of time studying this topic, but what we find is that people who spend money deliberately to save time report greater happiness and lower time stress, in part because they're able to focus on the things that really matter, i.e. they're able to spend time with friends and family. As little as $40 is enough to spend, is enough to garner these happiness benefits. College students who spend money on used bikes that help them to get to work faster, or on an automatic coffee machine that brews coffee in the morning so that they don't have to, seem to get some positive mood benefits even out of these simple everyday purchases that save time. The key is to think about these purchases as a time-saving purchase and to then allocate free time in ways that promote happiness, like socializing, exercising, or volunteering. The last strategy I want to leave you with today is this idea of reframing time. So there are going to be activities that we can't get out of at work, like data entry or other kinds of tasks that might feel unpleasant but are necessary. For those kinds of tasks at work, we want to be thinking about a scientific-based strategy from one of my PhD students is to think about those activities as a way to help your colleagues get work done. We can also reframe time to help us enjoy it more in the context of leisure. Colin West and colleagues have a paper showing that this simple reframing exercise of treating your upcoming weekend like a vacation can help you be more present in the moment and drive greater satisfaction. So simply telling yourself to go into the upcoming weekend thinking about it like a vacation, relevant for everyone listening today, can go a long way in promoting happiness, in part because we feel more present. It doesn't change necessarily the way we spend our time or how we spend our money on those days. It just allows us to savor the present, which is critically important for happiness. Now, we shouldn't think about solving time poverty as an individual phenomena. We need to work together in our organizations and as a society to help reclaim time and live a happier life. I've put some suggestions on this slide here about how in our workplaces we should be thinking about holding each other accountable to make each other more time affluent as opposed to time poor. You can find out more about my individual and organizational strategies in an HBR I co-authored or an HBR I wrote rather in 2019 called Time for Happiness, as well as my book that was published by Harvard Business Publishing last year. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from you.
So that was amazing. Unfortunately, Ashley is not available to stay for Q&A, but I want to do something a little bit different for kind of this post wrap-up, is to take 1 minute and just think about maybe it's one thing that you take from Ashley's talk and write down kind of one thing you would maybe consider doing differently in your life. So let's shut up. Pete, and you and me, we can shut up for 1 minute, and then I'm going to think about this too a little bit, and we'll take 1 minute to just reflect on that. What does that sound?
Shut up for 1 minute? What? Okay,
I know.
Let's do
More
it.
problem for me probably than you, but yes. Okay, I'm going to shoot now. I don't think we reached a minute, but I wrote down a few things.
We couldn't even do it. 60 seconds, too long.
But I love some of the comments coming in from people. I really agree with all of them so far. And Pete, what was sticking out for you, reflecting? What is the one thing that you take away that you want to do differently? Or
I love the idea of investing in products or services with the mindset of this is going to help buy me more time in the future. I think because the price of a product is obviously the most salient thing when we're shopping, we don't think in terms of, actually, is this going to be saving me time in the future? We just focus on that price tag. And maybe a more time-focused price tag would actually help us make better buying decisions. So, yeah, I love that one.
I love that. That's great. Yeah, and I'll take away to be more like the Italians. Let's not put being busy on a pedestal. Like let's be more like the Italians and be social norming regarding valuing time more. I think it's a good thing we could do. So we're actually going to jump into a recorded message we have from a wonderful person who has kind of provided us with a really nice short introduction to how we can integrate more of these insights that we have gone through so far. So you probably have a notebook full of insights hearing from our speakers so far. We just listened to Ashley, but what Ashley is going to talk about is her app because she's developer of or co-founder of Peak, which is a wonderful app that's trying to help to kind of take these insights from the likes of Ashley and Wendy Wood that we're going to listen to soon and helping people integrate them a little more. So I'm now going to hand it over to Beck. So let's see if we can get that going. Yes, here we go. Okay. That was a really nice presentation from Beck Weeks. And I've seen that seems like the YouTube stream might have been some issue with that video in particular. So we're going to make sure that's available. There shouldn't be any loss aversion or sense that you'll miss it. It will be up soon and we can share it after the event. And I'll also make sure to, a little bit in a few moments, maybe after next session, share a cool offer that Beck offering all Habitat viewers. So I will say though, that I'm very impressed by people on YouTube taking this as a positive, and I appreciate your understanding. So thank you for the support. We're now going to go to perhaps what really the day is about. We're talking about Habitat, and it's hard not to say that the next speaker is what kind of is the epitome of when we talk about habits, we should think about the next speaker. So I am very, very excited to jump to a session on the invisibility of habits with Wendy Wood. So we'll start that in just a moment.
Hundred articles in scientific journals, and her work has received numerous recognitions. She taught me basically everything that I know about habits. We're of course talking about the famous Professor Wendy Wood. Wendy, take it away.
Oh, I am thrilled to be here today, in part because I get to participate in something that Sam and Pete are organizing. They are doing such a wonderful job sharing behavioral science so that other people can use it. And I've been on Sam and Aline's podcast. I actually, I met Pete through his great YouTube channel. They are doing wonderful work, I think. And this symposium is one example of what they're bringing to the world, taking basic science and explaining it to people, making it so that people can actually use it. You can't trust us scientists to do that. We need people who understand a bit more than we do. So, with that, let me share my screen. It's not letting me. If anyone wants to jump in and help.
Sam?
So I'm not sure why I can't share this screen.
Sure. So in the bottom left, there should be a share screen button.
Yeah, there is. And I hit that, and then I come up with this choose what to share.
Test clicking the window that you see, and then I think the button will turn blue. So if you see that.
It says can't share screen.
I'm not sure. Sam, any thoughts?
No, this has not happened before. It's very odd. We can. Yeah, I was just going to suggest that if you can email me the slides, and then I can share them on my end.
Okay.
Or if you want to do it without slides, what do you prefer?
Let me send you my slides. I think that would probably be easiest.
Okay, sure.
And I apologize to everyone that you have to wait for this, but oh well.
It's okay. I think we've had a pretty full-on couple of sessions. So it's kind of nice to have
we'll
a little
get
bit
a
of
cup
a break.
of coffee, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, little technical break, have a little snack, and then come back. Peace.
I gotta say, we have honestly the best crowd and the best people involved here supporting us. It's really, thanks for your kind messages and comments. It's very great to see. It's all about suspense. This is all about building anticipation. It's all part of the plan.
Yeah, for sure. We can remind everybody while we wait that if you want to get your hands on some Habit Day merch or to win a bundle of all the books from today's speakers, including Professor Witt's Good Habits, Bad Habits, and you can do that just by simply sharing a quote or your favorite moment so far from the day on social media using the hashtag Habit Day. And one of you will be a lucky winner to win lots of great knowledge.
Sam, did you get my link?
Let me see.
I'm sending a Dropbox link.
Perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, I must say that the t-shirts are pretty nice, and the logo, we can give a shout out to the designer Iris Deng, who's part of the Habitat team. She's an amazing designer. We'll give links to her work a little bit later and everything else that she's doing, because I have one t-shirt. Pete, you have another one.
Yep.
And
I particularly like the habitual cap.
Yes.
It's quite wonderful.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
This is the hat, everybody. Habitual.
We'll definitely send you one. And I got your link, so I'm just bringing it up here. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay, it's I'm just gonna start. Okay. Let's see. Can you see it?
Excellent.
There we go.
Look at us overcoming adversity and still signing. So
Okay, I'll disappear for now.
Me too, but I'll be here and help with redirecting the slides.
Great.
Thank you so much, both of you. So I'm going to talk today about the invisibility of habit. And I wanted to start off recognizing the two really creative, innovative colleagues that I work with on this research, Asaf Mazar and Ian Anderson. You'll see why I think they're so creative and impressive. Go to the next slide. Let's start off with an explanation of what habits are so that we understand what we're talking about here, what the thing is that everyone has been discussing all day. Habits are just a kind of a learning system. And they're a system where we learn through experience. So they're a little different than the way we think normally about learning. And they're best demonstrated through examples. So the first time you make coffee, say you've got a new coffee maker, as I did a few years ago, you have to make lots of decisions. Where do you put the grounds? How much? Where do you put the water? How long is it going to take? All of these things require thought. You have to make decisions. You have to plan. Next slide. But as you get used to the coffee maker and you repeat actions and get the reward of drinking the coffee, you start to form habit memories, and you don't have to try. So that's the interesting thing about a habit learning system. We're forming habits all the time through doing. So you get up in the morning, you take a shower, you brush your teeth, you check the time, and you make coffee just the way you always have without thinking much about what you're doing. That's why we say that habits represent a kind of a mental shortcut. They streamline our experience so that we do in a context what we've done before that's gotten us a reward. And our days run off like this. Context, response, context, response, context, response. Because once you form a habit, all you have to do is be in that context, and the response automatically comes to mind. So that's why habits are so effective, is they keep us acting over and over in ways that have worked for us in the past. Next slide. Some of the first research I did in this area was to try to figure out, well, so how often do we really act like this? How often do we act out of habit? And you can't ask people this because, I don't know about you, I don't keep track of how much of my behavior is a habit and how much isn't. So what we did is we contacted people once an hour. We actually gave them watches that beeped. And we asked them to tell us first, what are you thinking about? And then what are you doing? And what we found is that 43% of the behaviors that people engage in every day were done in the same context, almost at the same time, in the same place, in the same location. And people were doing them with that while they were thinking about something else. Now, it's not that they weren't thinking at all. Of course, we're always thinking about stuff. We're ruminating about things that might have happened to us in the past, or we're planning what we might do in the future. But we're not consciously directing our behavior. So here we are, sort of with our behaviors running off as we've done them in the past, and we're thinking about something else. So we're responding relatively automatically. And it didn't really matter what people were doing. So people could be cooking, working, studying, even watching TV or listening to music, if you do it repeatedly, you start responding in the ways that you have in the past. It's just how our brains work. Next. And it actually does, habit memories actually do have that, they work the way they do because of the way our brains are organized. So we think of our brains as a thing, right? It's a thing that is the sort of the biology behind who we are. But in actual fact, our brains are made up of a bunch of interconnected but somewhat separate systems. Because as humans evolved over time, the species evolved, we gained some neural functions, we lost others. Our brains evolved in fits and starts, not all at once. So we have a number of different brain systems that don't always work together. They're connected in some way, but they're not necessarily the same. So we have a prefrontal cortex, a hippocampus that is activated when we're thinking, deciding to act. And then we have basal ganglia, striatum, particularly the putamen, that is involved in repeating actions. And these two parts of our brain sometimes connect and sometimes don't. But the repeating actions part is the habit memory. That's the habit memory part. Next. Because our brains have these multiple functions, we actually have, you can think of it as multiple selves. So there's a self we know. That's the self that we thought was there. Thinking, we make decisions, we have feelings, we exert willpower. But then we have a self that we don't have so much information about. Non-conscious habit self that repeats actions that in the past were rewarding in this stimulus response, cue response kind of way. So our phenomenology, our experience, is only part of our memory system. This has important implications. Next. Because habits are not part of our conscious memory and experience. They function largely outside of awareness. And as an example, if I asked you, what are the keys on the second row of your keyboard? Now, most of us type all the time, but I personally can't tell you, I can't list what those keys are. I can look at them. And if you ask me to type, I can use them, but I have not stored them in my conscious memory, so I can't access them. And most of our habits are like this. We use them, but we don't really know what we're using. Of course, there are some exceptions to this. It's not true always. Sometimes we become aware of what our habits are, often when other people are pushing us. So you might find yourself excusing some bad behavior that you've engaged in by saying, I can't help it, it's just my habit. And people will understand what you mean. But more often than not, we just overlook the habits that are driving our behavior. Next slide, please. So the end result is that we tend to prioritize what we know, the things that we experience. And there's research showing that people overvalue introspections. Our own thoughts, feelings, and emotions are really salient. They feel meaningful. And that's what we tend to focus on, even if they're not driving behavior. So we have this tendency to value our introspections, but people are also biased to see actions as intentional. And even other people's actions. So when you get descriptions of actions like, she broke the vase, people are likely to see that as being done on purpose more than accident, even though there's no reason to think she wanted to break the vase. Instead, we just impose this intentional framework onto action. We think most actions are intentional. It's a basic bias in our judgment. Next slide. So, summary up until now. We often act out of habit, which means the cues around us are bringing practiced responses to mind, and because we have that response in mind, we act on the response. And that's great, because most of the time, that response is going to work for us. After all, it worked in the past. But our phenomenology is all about our introspections and goals. So the research that I've been doing with Ian and Asaf has been partly to look at how people overlook their habits and focus on their introspections and goals. And what are the implications of that for understanding behavior change? Next slide. So we started with a very controlled laboratory task. And if you're not a researcher, that's fine. This will be pretty brief. But I wanted to explain to people what we were doing so that you have an idea of how pervasive this tendency is to overlook our habits. So the first thing we did is we created a new habit with a key press task. We'd show a letter up on the screen and participants had to type it. They did it 40 times, and for some of our participants, they mostly typed M, so they were using their right index finger. For others, they were using they typed both M's and C's, and so they didn't really have a habit to type a certain letter. Everybody clear? We were trying to form a habit. Keep going. And then after the 40 trials, we asked participants, so would you do this again? Complete 40 more trials as a favor to us, and we're not going to pay you for it? And they could respond yes and no, hitting either the Z or the M key. Now keep in mind, some of our participants had practiced the M key over and over again. So they had a pretty strong habit to just hit the M key whenever they saw something on the screen. Next slide. We were hypothesizing that if you had practiced the M key, that would make you likely then to hit no when you're asked. And then we have an experiment set up to figure out, so did participants recognize that they had formed a habit that then influenced their response to this question? Next slide. And these are our data. So first off, yes, if you formed a habit to hit a certain key, it made it more likely that you would respond that way when we asked you if you would help us. So if you had a habit to hit the M key, you are more likely to say, no, I won't help. And we asked them about all kinds of other things that might influence their decision to help, like, what's your mood? And we actually manipulated mood. We had some people think of happy memories, other people think of sad memories. That had no effect on their helping. Next slide. But when we asked participants why they chose to help or not, they thought they made that choice based on mood and not because they were responding automatically without thinking. So what we did is we set up a study where people are acting on habit and they're interpreting it after they gave the response in terms of their introspections. They're not reporting that habit influenced their choice. Instead, they think it was their feelings at the time. And this is what we think people do with their habits, is they act and then they interpret in a way that makes sense to them. They're not saying, I was cute, I had to do it, because they didn't have to. It was just easier. They did it because that response was active in mind. And it's just easier to act on the response in mind. But then you have to explain why you're doing it. And that's where mood and introspection comes in. Okay, next slide. So in our little experiment, habit but not mood guided helping behavior, but our participants said, no, I helped because I was in a good mood, or I didn't help because I was in a bad mood. And this is really kind of surprising because they had just spent all of this time hitting the M key. They knew it was very salient that they had just hit that key over and over, but it's not as good an explanation. It's not as convincing to ourselves that it's a habit or a cue or a repetition as our own experience. So we replicated this study a few times, once with a coffee drinking observational study, asking people why they drank coffee, and then observing their coffee drinking. And what we found is just the same thing, that people underestimate their habits. So yes, we all drink coffee when we're feeling tired and fatigued and we need a pick-me-up. But we also drink coffee because we have a habit to do it in certain contexts, at certain times of day, with other people. When we asked our participants about why they drank coffee, they thought fatigue and the feeling of being tired was much more important than habit, even though when we actually looked at their behavior, both fatigue and habit were very important. We've done similar research with Facebook use, showing that people don't interpret, understand the habitual influences on use of Facebook. And in another talk, I can explain those data with Ian Anderson. Next slide. But here I want to talk a little bit more about the phenomenology of overlooking habits and its consequences in what we understand about behavior change. Because it's clear we don't recognize our behavior as habit when we're acting on habit. And we tend to focus instead on what is salient to us, the self we know, goal setting, exerting willpower, making decisions. I want to argue that this creates some misunderstandings that really get in our way when we're trying to change our behavior. Next slide. You can see these most clearly when you look at the behavior change apps that are popular right now. So many of them say they're actually going to change our habits. Next slide. What's interesting is that you very rarely see data from these apps on how successful they are. And if you are interested in an app like this, you want the data before you invest your time and money into it. What do most of these habit change apps do? Well, an analysis by some very smart computer science folks in London of 115 of these apps showed that tracking, reminders, graphs and stats, goal setting are the most common features. 80% do tracking About half do reminders. About almost half provide us with graphs and stats. On to the next screen. If you're interested in forming a habit, though, there are only 2 features that are really relevant to you, and they're not common ones, right? They're rewards, because habits form from rewarded behavior, and they're creation of routines, of doing the same thing over and over. Those are the 2 features that should be in all of these apps, but not so many. And I always explain this by, well, your conscious self is buying the app. It's not your habit self. So you have to, the apps are tailored to the concerns and the thoughts and the beliefs that we have about our behavior. They're not tailored to actual behavior change mechanisms. Next slide. We see these misperceptions also when people are surveyed in how to change their behavior. Weight loss is a big issue in the US in particular. And when people are asked what are the biggest barriers to losing weight, one of them that Americans always identify is lack of willpower. People don't try hard enough, is what they think. But keep in mind that 3/4 of us in the US are overweight or obese. So it is impossible for a personal failing, an individual failing that you or a few other people have, to be responsible for this. This is a societal issue. It's not an individual one. We've also learned from research recently that people who are successful at following through on long-term goals, who are successful at achieving long-term goals, they don't consciously, effortfully inhibit their desires. They're not controlling their behavior. Instead, people who score high on self-control scales, they know how to form habits, and they're doing the right thing automatically. They figured out how to do it without struggle and without the kind of stress that many of us put ourselves through when we try to change behavior. Next slide. Okay, this is my last one because I know I'm running out of time here. So how do you apply this in your everyday life? Fine, we tend to focus too much on our introspections and internal beliefs, sense of control. We don't focus enough on habit formation, changing habits. What do we do then? What do we do with those insights? Well, let me give you an example. This is actually one of my favorite studies right now. It's an old one, but I like it because it follows the stages that most of us go through when we try to change our behavior. So, a bunch of researchers in an office building, 4 stories, they wanted to get people to take the stairs and quit using the elevator. So the first thing they did is they put up signs, right? Which is what we do. We try to convince ourselves it's the right thing to do. So they put up signs, walking up the stairs is good for your health, burns almost 5 times more calories than riding an elevator. No effect. So they thought, well, maybe we need a different message. Sound familiar to your behavior change attempts? Maybe I need to try something a little different, convince myself something different. So they started focusing on signs about protecting the environment. Let's take the stairs. Don't waste energy. Had no effect. So these were smart folks. And they decided to actually change the environment. So going back to one of the earlier talks by David Perrott, what they did is they increased friction by delaying the closing of the elevator door by 16 seconds. Now, to our conscious mind, if you want to use the elevator, you're going to use it even if the door is slow, right? But to our habitual selves, that friction, that change in the environment is enough so that it cut the elevator trips by 33%, by a third. And the great thing about this study is that when the researchers put the elevator back to its regular speed at the end of a month, people kept taking the stairs because they formed habit to take the stairs. And they weren't fussing with the elevator anymore. It wasn't even part of their choice set. They had a habit to use the stairs, and they just kept doing so, even though the elevator was back to its normal speed. Okay, next slide. So I think science also overlooks habits for somewhat similar reasons. And I'm going to cut this short because we are going over here. So go to the last slide, I think. Yeah, the takeaways. So habits, we're defining them as cue-response associations. They're very prevalent in daily life. We follow them, as I said, about 43% of the time. But we overlook habit. We don't understand habit as a cause of our own behavior. We don't see the effects they produce. And this creates misunderstandings. We don't understand how to best change our behavior, how to effectively meet our goals, and science also has missed out on this particular insight for many of the same reasons. We all are seduced, I think, by the lure of phenomenology. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wood. Always a pleasure to hear from you, and what a fantastic talk again. I think there's a great quote from my boss, Rory Sutherland, which sums up some of the ideas you're talking about, which is when we think about our own behavior, we think that's the Oval Office speaking, but it's actually the press office. And the press office doesn't make any decisions. So if you want to change your behavior, focus on habits and talk to the Oval Office.
I love that metaphor. That's wonderful.
Wonderful. Okay, well, I think we need to move on to the next session, but thank you so much, Professor Wood. It's always a joy to hear from you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sam, do you want to come up and take us to the next session?
Sure. So we're now going to enter another fascinating session and getting ready to jump a little bit from talking about habits in general to talking a little bit about more specifically in health. And so we're going to jump to a great dialogue between Jennifer Guardia and Aline Holzwarth up next.
What are they doing?
Yay! Good to see people reacting. And we are live. So I'm really excited for this conversation. I'm a big admirer of both of you. So I don't feel like I almost have to introduce because you both are quite well known, but I'll do my best. So we have, first of all, Jennifer Guardia here, who's a behavioral specialist and clinical psychologist, and especially an expert in self-determination theory. She does some wonderful work at Omada Health, which maybe she'll talk some more about. And then we also have Aline Holzwarth, who is the head of behavioral science at Pattern Health. She is a principal at Center for Advanced Hindsight at Duke University. And some people say that she co-hosts the best podcast on behavioral science.
I've heard that too.
Yes. So I'm really excited to leave it up to you to kind of continue this conversation and talk a little bit how we can understand behavior change from your perspective of working in digital health and understanding behavior change from that world. So over to you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sam. Like he said, we're both in this world of digital health, so we're going to talk about behavior change in that perspective, and hopefully not get too in the weeds. You know, we both we live in this other world that maybe not everyone is all that familiar with, but hopefully it translates to other domains. And like Sam said, I lead behavioral science at Pattern Health. I essentially work with our designers and developers to make sure the platform it's fun, it's easy to use, it's motivating. The idea is to help patients reach their health goals. We partner with researchers, health systems, and so on to make this happen, basically to create digital health programs. And Jennifer, did you want to give your perspective as well, sort of share where you're coming from?
Sure, absolutely. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Amada Health, we provide digital health solutions for helping people manage pre-diabetes, type 1 and type 2 diabetes, hypertension, musculoskeletal issues like pain and injury, as well as mental health, and the whole package of working with those all together. And at Amada, we do that through not only the digital health tools, but human support. So human support through coaching, as well as specialist providers as well. And my job is really, I work hand in hand with not only the product teams, but the care teams to really bring best practices of behavior science to life and make sure that we're helping people make changes that make sense for them in their lives and work for them in their lives. So.
Yeah. And I want to start our discussion with pretty much everyone's favorite topic, the pandemic. It's like we can't even help talking about the pandemic nowadays. And of course, the pandemic has disrupted a lot of industries, but I think it's been really critical time for digital health, for healthcare in general. There were a lot of changes as a result of the pandemic. A lot of things moved from the doctor's office to offline, or technically online, right? Mm-hmm. And I myself was pregnant during the pandemic. Of course, this feels like years ago. But yeah, personally, I went to the doctor's office only a handful of times. It was not, your typical experience as a pregnant person. And I was excited to find that my providers figured out Zoom really quickly. They were not like, we sort of expected this to be really a big challenge for this transition to happen. But this default essentially was flipped because of, as spurred by the pandemic, where first, the default was every visit is in person, and you need a really good reason in order to get the physician, if you could even get them to schedule something remotely. And now suddenly it was that everything is remote. Everything is a televisit, and you need a good reason to go into the doctor's office. And was that your experience as well, Jennifer? What did you see in terms of where this default lied?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, much of what you're talking about was absolutely true of what we saw as well. People were. Care was limited. There was restrictions of coming into the office, and people were frankly frightened to go into healthcare offices. So in some cases, they avoided much needed care for chronic conditions. And there were new emerging challenges that were happening too, so that were really putting pressure on the system. So things like mental health, whereas you might have seen 1 in 5 people having developed mental health condition before the pandemic. Now you're up to 40% or more of folks talking about significant symptoms of anxiety and depression, and really kind of pressure testing and pushing on the system. So the system, what was cool is that we did adapt quite quickly, maybe not as quickly as we needed to, because our systems weren't prepared for that. So there was the default, like you were saying before, around really, going towards in-person care, and both legislatively, regulatory ways, and our systems weren't totally prepared to kind of go in that digital direction. I think though that there's some other positive things that happened out of this. Access to care even though I said that there was, pressure on the system to serve some areas, people were able to get care still for many things and realize the value of digital health, realize that digital health, you can actually get some movement in your own healthcare, and it can be high quality care. And you can do that in ways that maybe, we had barriers before. So people couldn't get away from work or couldn't get the transportation, and they had that availability that maybe wasn't there. And of course, there's still challenges around that with access to care when people are already having difficulties, like with digital connections and things like that. But hopefully with advances, recognizing that, we are going to, strengthen that system as well, so that people can access that much more readily.
Yeah, it seems like from a behavioral design perspective, if you think about what is the best design for where should the default lie, it seems like if outcomes are the same or better when the default is to use remote care, virtual care, and so on, then we should stick with that. That should be the default, right?
Well, I think that there's some challenges with that. There are reasons why you're going to need in-person care, right? And you're going to really need sometimes the hands-on of the visit, or things like really, for more severe kinds of cases. When I think about mental health, you're going to need to have that in-person care. But what I really love about digital health, and I think what you're highlighting, is that, a lot of behavior change doesn't happen in that one visit or the few visits that you have in the office. It's all of what I call the in-between, right? It's the moments in day-to-day that you are trying to translate that prescription of what you're supposed to do, or what how to change your health. And you're trying to deal
your
with
habits,
that.
maybe.
Maybe your habits. How do you do that on a daily basis? I talk a lot about with some folks, who, when I'm designing things like your mental health challenges don't happen on the Tuesday at 2:00 when you're scheduled to go see your mental health provider. They happen in all these moments in the day. So, what digital health really can do is meet you in those moments and really help you to navigate that in a much healthier way. So that's why I get excited about the work that I do, that we can take the best of both worlds and really connect that care. So you also had some good examples of this recently, I think, in the work you were doing with cardiac rehab. I'm wondering, if you might talk about that, because I think that's a great example of how to bring those worlds together.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is, so at Pattern Health, we partnered with Dr. Kraus at Duke. He's a cardiac rehab specialist. He has a cardiac rehab lab. Essentially, if you're a patient and you have some kind of heart event, a heart attack, or something like that, you might get prescribed a program by your physician that says, these are the exercises you should do. Here's basically your recovery plan. And traditionally, this has been an in-person kind of program. But what Dr. Kraus wanted to do was fill this gap between all the people who can't actually make it in person. And even before the pandemic, there was a huge majority of people who are prescribed cardiac rehab, something like 80%, like really, really huge, who don't attend a single session. They never show up to cardiac rehab. And of course, that has all kinds of really bad outcomes down the line. And so by making this virtual, it's more convenient. It becomes more accessible for this massive underserved population that just wasn't getting the care that they needed. And the most shocking part of that to me is that this is before the pandemic. Now it's exacerbated even more.
What are, I'm interested in you just talking a little bit about some of the challenges. You talked about the benefits of being able to connect that to care. What are some of the challenges of kind of creating that more hybrid care?
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, I think that's something that that you've talked about quite a bit in terms of all the different elements that you have to pull together and integrating care. So maybe someone is prescribed cardiac rehab, but they also have a mental health issue, or they also have diabetes. And so some of the things that we do in that realm is, if someone has diabetes, well, prompt them to check their blood glucose, or if they have sleep apnea, we'll, add sleep tracking to their plan. And mental health issues, you have a mental health check, and this kind of tailoring to bring in other elements that people are suffering with. But I know that you've thought a lot about this. What have you sort of thought about in terms of integrated care?
Yeah, I mean, I guess to start with, one of the things I think is a good thing to think about is that, with digital health booming, we also saw like a lot of these single point solutions. So you're talking about, really having integration of different components of what the whole person needs in terms of care. But many solutions are not quite there yet, right? They're standalone kind of mental health or standalone diabetes care, standalone musculoskeletal. And so they're really good at providing care for a particular concern. And, many of them are really providing the full range of care, though, for severity of those symptoms or things for that particular issue. But largely, our digital health space still replicates in-person care in that you go to different people or different areas, right, to go get the care around a particular concern. And, they're not well connected. So they're not necessarily well connected between those. So just like in in-person care, you go to one doctor and they may not share that information with another doctor, or they may not have kind of the shared goals in mind. So members or patients end up getting a long list from each one of those providers about what they need to do. And then they're supposed to try to figure out how to put this together, right, in a plan. So I think one of the biggest challenges we are facing in digital health is really to deliver that whole person care that you were talking about, that you're designing for, that Omada Health we are designing for. So how do we think about things like diabetes care? Well, we think about the fact that, people have, high BMI, like 85% of folks who have diabetes in our population have a high BMI. So they have some weight loss kind of concerns. They have hypertension, they have depressive symptoms, they have pain and injury. So we need to be thinking about that whole person and really meeting the person where they're at in terms of the kind of most pressing needs. So I think that's where the digital health solutions are really kind of grappling with this and playing in the space in a really interesting way. And they're also starting to really figure out, how do we get connected to that in-person care? How do we think about the ecosystem, right? The whole person. That means that in-person care, that doctor or other kinds of folks. Sometimes that means we can bring that into our own digital space where we have providers that you can see virtually, like we did during the pandemic. But again, connecting to people who, connecting our members to people who, they have as already trusted people, like their primary care physician or some other kind of care provider, so that we're actually, not sending them to multiple places just to get their care, but really we're thinking about that whole person and meeting them in that moment where their needs are at. So I think that's where the challenges are, and it's thorny, and it's also requiring, our healthcare systems to get up to speed too, to make sure that we can connect that care.
Right. Yeah, no, it's interesting. If you think about how health systems so often work, they're so siloed, they're thinking about patients in terms of, this is a cardiology patient, or this is a joint health patient, and so on. But if you think about it from the patient's perspective, they're not thinking of themselves as a cardiologist. They're like, this is my life, and I have these 10 medical issues that I need to worry about, and here's my huge list of medications and so on. And so we really have to start thinking about how we can serve this whole person rather than just getting at all the little bits and then not talking to each other and so on.
Yeah, from the beginning, having all of our providers thinking not just within that narrow lens of what they're supposed to be treating, right, in their condition, but how does stress relate to food and activity and their sleep? How are all these things interconnected, and how do we help the member or patient make sense of that too, so they can see that and see where those things connect, so that's where behavior change, they can start to take apart the puzzle and begin to see, how they can intervene for themselves around moments when challenges are coming up. So we're just unlocking that kind of knowledge for folks, I think is a really exciting and important way to do that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. In thinking about how to help people, reach their health goals and how to create these interventions, especially, we're talking about digital care, remotely, at scale, often in an automated way. How can we, help people form healthier habits through these digital interventions?
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about what you're doing in Pattern, right? So that, because I know we've chatted about this, about how you can use different things like the nudge in a way that's really positive and not just simply, not simple, right?
Yeah, of course.
Not just simply poking people.
Absolutely. Yeah. And sometimes it feels like a cocktail of interventions, and, it, in the science world, we would be able to isolate, what's really working and what's not when we're running trials, but that's not always the case in, digital health, when we're like, okay, let's just, put the odds in our favor by dumping these 10 things together and hope that they work. But I think that, of course we do occasionally get to run trials and understand what components of the platform work. But one thing that I'm really sort of putting weight on is social support and getting people to bring in significant others, friends, family, even other patients that have the same condition as them, and pairing them up, helping, facilitating conversations and getting them to sort of build each other up, but also sometimes compete with each other and try and see who can exercise more that week, and adding some more spicier dimensions that you might not see in a typical hospital-based intervention. So we're hoping to do that with the home-based cardiac rehab program, for example.
Yeah. That's really interesting. So we, you and I have different, sometimes different opinions on the competition piece, and that's okay too. When I think about competitions, one of the things I always find interesting is, how it can be really positive for people, but how it also can backfire. One of the things when I think about competitions is, I'm always thinking about how we can compete against someone's own baseline as opposed to necessarily competing against each other, and maybe think about competitions as more of the cooperative kind of competition, how we can all add to, right? So how we can all add to, a desired goal, but have it be really in mind with how we design our systems, that we're not necessarily going against John, who's way more fit than I am, but I'm going against my own baseline where I'm, trying to just increase my competency or increase my, my abilities, from wherever I'm starting. So there's really cool ways. I know Sam's coming into the room, so we're probably almost out of time. But it's a really, you and I have talked about this. There's so many fun ways to think about how to tweak any kind of thing, like a competition or any other, way that we use behavior science in our digital products. So I'm happy for us to answer some questions that people might have and debate some of this stuff too, because I think it's fun in that way.
Yeah, I love this. This is really, really great. And I want to actually get a question in from the audience. So it's a really great question from Rosie, who kind of lifts this, call it like topic of today's whole event so far. Has been thinking about context as one of the big things to consider. And you both have worked a lot in the digital context, where you have an app and you're optimizing for things happening within that app. But how are you thinking about, call it the big E of engagement, which is kind of what happens outside of the app? How do you kind of balance those two things?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. I mean, we know that in healthcare, what we do in any intervention, right, is just a moment in a big picture of what people do in any part of their day, any part of their week. Their environment is a huge influence. So I can have all the intentions of wanting to change my behaviors. I can, the digital app and all of my can give me tools to do that. But if my environment is thwarting that left and right, creating barriers or challenges for me, we have to think about that. So that can be everything from really understanding the social determinants of health that are impacting people's everyday life, right? Making those changes much more challenging, but also really the social dynamics that are happening, right? So how are people supporting or not? And how do we help people to find the supports that they need that will help foster those behaviors that they want to change, and then also have the hard conversations or choose to disengage from some of those environments that maybe aren't necessarily all that supportive. So we really pay attention to those things in our digital health solutions, because otherwise, everything that we're helping to teach folks is not going to necessarily fit or work in their daily lives if we're not really tailoring it to that.
Yeah. And on top of that, I think that really the beauty of technology is the ability to be at the right place at the right time. So we can learn from users when it's a good time for you to take your medication and then remind them at that time. Or, we can tell if they're at home and their medication is with them, or if they're at work and they're not able to take it then anyway. And so that's just going to be, an irritating notification. And we can, basically learn over time based on feedback from the user, but also from just when they've succeeded, knowing by seeing when they've reached their health goals, and really adapt over time to meet them where they are.
I love that. That's great way of kind of tying up this wonderful discussion. So, thank you both so much for being here and sharing your wisdom with all of us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
It was really fun to talk to you, Aline.
Yeah, great to see you.
All right, talk to you soon.
Till next time.
Awesome. Well, I want to bring in Pete here for a second and see. Let's see.
Hello, everybody.
Here we go. I wanted to bring you in, Pete, because I feel like you're maybe outside of the world of digital health. So what was your main takeaway from that discussion?
I think hang on, I got some really loud music in my background. I don't know where that's coming from. There we go. It's from another session. That's what that's from. I would say that I really loved you talking about how digital can sometimes be better than in person because it can be timely, whereas in person can't always. And I think that's a really interesting way to think about, the value of digital, that even though you're losing perhaps the more human side of things, you do gain the benefit of intervening at the perfect time, which we know is so important. So thank you. It's a really, really interesting talk.
Awesome. Yeah. And thanks again, Jennifer and Aline. Really appreciate it. So we're now going to switch context a little bit. We're going to go into more focus on the workplace. We're going to go into a session looking at how to make better decisions, both maybe outside of work, but especially at work with Scott Young. So we're going to get that session started in just a few moments. Okay. So here we are. And let's get Pete upstage as well. There we go.
Okay, welcome to our next Habit Day session, everyone. As you guys know, this is the event about how we can use behavioral science to improve our own lives. And we've already covered a lot of ground. We're going to learn about how we can bring our best selves to work. So let me tell you about our event partner, Lloyd. Lloyd is a career co-pilot for the modern professional. Take advantage of joining today and receive your first 2 weeks free by using the link, which should be put in the chat anytime now. Okay, so our next session is with Scott Young, who is the Senior Vice President of the BVA Nudge Unit, which is a consultancy that helps organizations learn, apply, and instill behavioral science. Scott's also an author of several behavioral science books and a leader in the field and has been for decades. Scott will share common biases that negatively affect decision-making and strategies for overcoming them. A win-win-win. Please welcome Scott to the stage.
Scott Young joining you from New York City, which feels a little bit more like Singapore these days with some heat and humidity. But in any case, I'm very happy to be with you and to be part of Habit Day. And I'd like to start off, in fact, by thanking Sam and his team, both for organizing today's event and for inviting me to speak. With that said, I'll jump in. And I'm also very excited to be talking with you about work, because I'm assuming that a lot of what you'll be hearing today is more perhaps about individual decision making. And I thought this might complement that quite well. I'll start with what I think is probably a not too controversial premise, which is that people at work are indeed still people. Again, that may sound quite obvious, but I will tell you, often at my work, I get a lot of questions about, does this work with doctors? Are these behavioral science principles applicable in Germany or Asia? Because these are really rational people and so forth. And of course, the underlying reality is that at work, we're very much subject to the same cognitive limitations and the resulting behavioral heuristics that we are at home. So, another way to think about it is it's not as though we're all, Homer Simpson struggling to do the right thing, to eat well, to exercise, to get things done, etc. And then we go to our work environment and become supermen or superwomen. Certainly, we may be very productive at work and may be very effective at our work. But again, we're still employing a lot of the heuristics or shortcuts that we use to navigate through our daily lives. And in fact, at my work, I work PRS, I should say BVA nudge unit. And indeed, we do some work in the medical and healthcare field with oncologists. And, the incoming premise might be that these would be the most rational people in the world. But indeed, they're very, very busy people. And as a result, they fall into some of the very same shortcuts and heuristics that we all use to get our work done and to make quick decisions and to get through our days. Now, what's the difference when we talk about the work environment? Well, I guess I'd say that the main difference is that at work, we're often involved in group decision making. And I picked this image, I think captures some of the joy that we all feel sometimes in group environments and group decision-making environments. Although obviously for many of us, and probably most of us, group interaction and group decision-making may look a little bit more like this lately. But in any case, I do think, when we talk about group decision-making and we look at it through a behavioral science lens, I think another important premise to think about and start with is the reality that group decision-making can be far more effective than individual decision-making, but it can also be a lot weaker. So the assumption that we're always better when we're doing it with others simply is not true. And again, that's because sometimes individual biases or heuristics can be compounded if we're not careful about the way we work together. So today I'll talk a little bit about some of those heuristics, many of which I think will be familiar to you. And more importantly, start to turn the corner and think about, what are some of the more fundamental things we can do about this. Now, in terms of the heuristics, I think I promised you 5, so I went there, but I should mention that there's certainly more than 5 to choose from. And you'll notice that many of these are certainly heuristics that come into play with us as individuals. But again, they can also come into play collectively as a group. And I'll talk about them briefly in the context of decision-making and group decision-making. First and foremost, I thought I'd start with the confirmation bias, my personal favorite, one that, I feel as though we see minute to minute, day to day, political, certainly in the political realm these days, the essential idea that people see what they want to see, take in the facts that they choose to take in, and essentially ignore the rest. But I think it's important to keep in mind that this also comes into play when we're weighing facts or perhaps ignoring facts and information in terms of decision making, big decisions at work for our companies, our organizations, and so forth. A second heuristic, which often comes into play, again, when we talk about more complex decisions, is the anchoring effect. Fundamentally, the idea that the first piece of information that comes into play or that comes to us can serve as an anchor, and then all other information is viewed through that lens and relative to that, which can be a problem and can mislead us. The third one that I wanted to mention, because I think it's important to keep in mind, is the endowment effect. Now, this illustration comes from a very famous study that you may be familiar with, essentially showing that people value things that are their own at a higher rate than things that are not their own. However, I think it's important to keep in mind that this can very much come into effect as well when we think about our ideas and our opinions. Essentially, we value our own opinions, tend to value our own opinions and our own ideas more than that of others, even if our ideas are perhaps not more informed than that of other people. Fourth, we have the status quo bias. Essentially the idea that as humans, we tend to drift back to and prefer the current state of affairs, which means that we can view risk very differently. The risk of changing is always quite apparent to us, the potential downside, but the risk of not changing, the risk of staying the same, which is a very real one in the business world, of course, is one that we tend to estimate or undervalue. So again, probably familiar heuristics to many of you, but ones that have direct implication when we think about decision making. And finally, perhaps the one that may have already been on your mind, the idea of groupthink. And as I show this, I think one important point to make out is that this visual suggests a situation where people are agreeing to get along, essentially, but they don't really agree. They're suppressing their real beliefs. What I wanted to emphasize is that this isn't always the case. Groupthink can very much happen where people all do agree, and they really honestly agree. The problem, again, is that they're all falling into the same traps, so to speak, or the same quick decisions that may or may not be wrong. Kind of all heading off the cliff, so to speak, together, but actively doing so and wanting to do so and believing in the decision that they're making. Now, why does groupthink happen? Well, I kind of think of it perhaps as the darker side to social norms. Often in behavioral science, we talk about potential positives of social norms, using what other people are doing as a way to navigate through, perhaps as a way to incent or encourage positive behaviors. But social norms and the larger idea that we are fundamentally social creatures and so much of our identity is tied to being in the group can also certainly lead us in poor directions. It can lead us to, again, not just say yes when we don't mean it, but to really believe yes and not really take a look at the information and make the right decisions. Perhaps the more important piece of the equation is what can we do about it? And I think perhaps the most important thing is this idea of beginning with doubt. And actually, I take that term a little bit from Warren Buffett, who speaks and writes a lot about this idea of approaching his own investment and perhaps managerial decisions from a position of doubt. I think when the more you learn about behavioral science and the more you think about some of the heuristics I mentioned, the only logical response, I think, is to not be overconfident in our decisions and to encourage ourselves to think twice, particularly when we come quickly to a decision or have an entire group express no back and forth and come to a decision. So again, this idea of beginning with doubt, questioning ourselves, questioning our decisions, and as you'll see in a moment, going through some processes to help make a difference. But at the same time that we begin with doubt, I think it's incredibly important to remind ourselves that just awareness and intent are certainly not enough to make a difference. Again, if behavioral science teaches us anything, it's that being aware and having positive intent does not necessarily lead to action. And I always like to cite New Year's resolutions as our annual reminder that we don't always follow through on things, even if we know what we would indeed like to do. So again, knowing these heuristics and having them in our heads is not really enough to consistently make a difference unless we start to take some fundamental actions around it. And what are those fundamental actions? Well, I think to me the key word is processes. when we're speaking individually, we often think perhaps about interventions, about nudges, and so forth. And I do think they have a role. But when we speak about teams and groups and organizations, I think we have to think about processes that multiple people follow together, whether it's in meetings or whether it's in decision-making processes in this case. And before I share some more thoughts, I really did want to take a half step back and just make the point that there are so many people who have done some terrific research and writing on this topic, and I'm really borrowing from them and hopefully building a little bit on that. For one, my colleague Eric Singler at BVA Nudge Unit, who's done some great work on in his book Nudge Management, Cass Sunstein and others. Piers Cass has written books on absolutely everything. And one article that I feel does just a terrific job of really quickly summarizing, it's a Harvard Business Review, HBR article that you see referenced here about group decision making. And really that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's many resources out there that I could potentially point you to if you want to dive deeper on the topic. But collectively, what do these folks have to say? Well, if I'm going to boil it down to 3 or 4 points, they'd probably be this. First, when we talk about group or team decision-making, perhaps obviously, the nature of the group is incredibly important. And one of the clearest and easiest things to think about is that if that group becomes bigger than perhaps 6 or 7 people making a decision, you really should think twice. Because in fact, a lot of the heuristics that I mentioned tend to get even stronger or have a bigger effect when you get larger groups. So again, optimal decision-making in groups, perhaps closer to 3, 4, 5 people rather than 8, 9, or 10. And heterogeneous is kind of an interesting term. I mean, I think a lot of us, when we see that, perhaps we jump right to things of diversity tied to race, ethnicity, etc. And certainly that can be very important, but I'd also think about heterogeneity in the context of people's experience, roles, responsibilities, and perspective in coming to a decision. So multidisciplinary teams, for example. But having the right team is not nearly enough as well. We all know we can get the right people in the room and have a very a conversation that's not as productive as we'd like. So one important process step is the idea of collecting opinions independently, and perhaps anonymously in some cases as well. Again, having people do some research up front, gather the information, and share it. And that can happen in many forms, but again, before they have the opportunity to get together in person or perhaps online, and where some of these heuristics may have a stronger impact. And an interesting point that maybe might not be quite as self-evident is defining the role of expertise. And as this picture illustrates, yes, of course we want to bring in expertise, whether that's the expertise of individual team members or outside expertise. But an important point and a trap that sometimes we fall into is not tightly defining the role of these experts and essentially defaulting to perhaps giving them more emphasis than they should have. So again, if you're calling on someone for their expertise, we should be very clear about how it is just an input to a larger decision and exactly what that expertise is, because otherwise it can be misattributed, so to speak, or again, overweighted. And finally, I think one of the absolute most important points around process, and one of the easiest ones to do, is this idea of a devil's advocate. Fundamentally pointing out one or perhaps more than one individual in a group whose expressed role, and this role can rotate perhaps, whose expressed role is to question the group consensus, is to poke holes, is to force some things, and essentially help mitigate or counter some of the groupthink heuristics that naturally indeed happen. And I make this reference to psychological safety, which is a term that some of you may know from the work of Amy Edmondson and others. And I think that's maybe a more macro level, essentially creating an environment that allows this person to speak and to do his or her job effectively. Because we can appoint a devil's advocate, but if that person is not in a safe environment where those inputs are going to be viewed favorably and as a positive part of the process, of course, they're not going to contribute the way they could. So I assume we're running pretty short on time here, and I did want to just wrap up by essentially circling back to the three main points that I hope you'll take away. First and foremost, again, perhaps an obvious one, but these heuristics are absolutely relevant at work, and they're relevant really in all work because all work that's being done by human beings. Certainly they'll take on different forms because context varies, but these same fundamental heuristics certainly influence our decision-making at work, whether it's individual or collective. Secondly, let's not default to the idea that group decisions are inherently better just because we're getting 5 people or more in a room together speaking about an issue. They can be much better if we have the right processes to help foster the right discussion and the right inputs. But they can be just as bad, if not worse, and lead us right to some negative outcomes if we don't have those processes in place. And indeed, the word processes is the one that I would have you take away, including some of those very simple things that I mentioned, about gathering input independently and perhaps anonymously in advance, about establishing or designating someone as a devil's advocate. And certainly there are others that I didn't have time to speak about today, but building those things consistently into our decision-making can indeed make a fundamental difference. And I'll also leave you with just one quick resource, which I hope you'll take advantage of. It's just a new book that I and my colleague Eric Singler just put together. We think of it kind of as a B-side 202 resource, in the sense that it's not about fundamental heuristics and behavior, but it's really focused very much on application, the challenges of application, and the opportunities of application in organizations. So again, you see it's available for free download, and love it if you take advantage of that and certainly come back to me with questions, comments, and so forth. You can also find information of this nature at our website, bvanudgeunit.com. And also encourage you to check out the Be Good podcast, where we speak with many of the leaders in the industry, including Amy Edmondson, who I mentioned earlier. And just really listen to them and hear about their work, their passions, what brought them to behavioral science, and so forth. And finally, last but not least, I really welcome the conversation. So I know we don't have time to go back and forth today, but I'd certainly love to hear your questions, your comments, perhaps your criticisms, and to continue the conversation. And I'm very happy to try to point you towards other resources if you'd like to dive deeper, or perhaps look at a sub-issue tied to some of what I talked about today. So thanks a lot, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you got a little something out of it. And I wish you the very best for the rest of today. Thanks again. Take care.
Wonderful. Thank you to Scott. It was a recorded talk, so Scott isn't here in person, unfortunately, to answer questions. But Sam, what was your top takeaway from the talk?
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to say that I think Scott is one of the nicer people that I've ever interacted with in this space. A lot of people here are nice, so I think it's hard to compete on this event here. But certainly, Scott is certainly someone that I recommend reaching out to, because he's a really wonderful person as well, as an insightful speaker here. So I think for me, the main takeaway is that we hear a lot about this idea of devil's advocates, that we need people to question and we need people to kind of disrupt groupthink. But I think he raised something very important there, where it came to psychological safety, in terms of, I think for most organizations, that's still easier said than done, because the psychological safety is not there to allow for that to really happen. Even when it's put in place, it's almost like a fake devil's advocate that's kind of like creates a false sense of security, or a false sense of like, look at us, we have a blue team and a red team. But then if you don't have that real ability to be honest and have trust in your colleagues and so on, it's very hard. So I think that's my main takeaway.
Yeah, and I'd love to tie in what Scott was saying with the general theme of today, which is, if you want to build in these checks and balances into our business processes, you can actually use a lot of the same strategies that we use for building habits in our own day-to-day lives. Things like reducing friction to the behaviors we want to encourage, adding friction to behaviors that we want to discourage, like groupthink. And if we can use these same strategies together, because they work both on an individual and an organizational level. Organizations, after all, are just collections of individuals.
They are people, yes. Even though they sit in being buildings sometimes. But yes, I really agree. Well said. And we are approaching another fascinating talk, but I wanted to nudge everyone listening to take a little bit of a stretcher, take a little bit of at least standing up, moving a little bit. And while you do, I'll talk about something that's very much to do with moving and fitness and everything related to that. And I'll share a link as well. So one of the core organizers and sponsors of this event is Habit Coach Professionals. So Habit Coach Pro aims to bring behavioral science and bioeconomics strategies into health and fitness coaching. And the final Habit Coach Pro cohort is coming up in September 13th. And if you're a coach or kind of looking into getting coaching space and looking to learn a little bit more about how you can just put behavioral science into what you do as well, then this could be something to perhaps check out and join what has been called the Habit Coach Revolution. So I'll share a link here and you can check it out. And while you do, I'll also briefly see if I can multitask here and share a image of what's up next. Because up next is perhaps the session that I'm looking forward to the most, honestly. It's really a fun session. And I should also say that I haven't really celebrated, Pete, but we're past midway of this event. We're past the hump. So we should give everyone watching a huge high five if you can, virtual high five. And thanks everyone for joining us so far. And still so much good to come. And up next, we have a treat. We have learned a lot about how we can apply behavioral science in so many settings. But now we're going to look at what Scott talked about, which is how to apply it at work, but also how to apply it in love and finding that some form of balance there in an interesting way. So we have two great speakers coming up, and we'll get that session started in a few seconds.
See you there.
See you there. Okay. So I think we are now live. So
yay!
I'm really happy to have both of you here. I'll give you a brief introduction because I think you deserve it. And say that, both of you are two people that I've really admired in the field for a long time and really appreciate all the wonderful things you do. And first of all, Logan, you are a fantastic voice. First of all, you have written an amazing book called How Not to Die Alone, which is a great title that you're probably not going to forget, first of all.
It's in my best.
Yes, you're also head of behavioral science or relationship science at Hinge, and does some wonderful work there as well. And with you, what I learned by inviting you both independently, I found out that you both were friends. And that's how this session came about, really, that you suggested this session. And I thought it was a wonderful coincidence that you happen to know each other. And Liz, I have been a great admirer of your illustrations and also your book, No Hard Feelings. And you're one of these people that really shines the light on the importance of bringing feelings to places where maybe we have kind of removed them for all the wrong reasons. And does some great work as well at Humu, which is a fascinating organization where you are head of content. So you two are two amazing people, and I'm really looking forward to this session. So I'm going to leave the stage, and I'm going to leave it to you to take it from here. So welcome, Logan and Liz.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yeah, it's so fun. This is the first time that Liz and I are doing an official event together, but as we mentioned, we're good friends and we talk about this stuff all the time. So thanks for letting us play together in this space. Yeah, Sam, I think you really nailed my intro, and I would just emphasize that I've been very interested in behavioral science for a long time. I used to run the behavioral science team at Google, and now it's really my pleasure to bring the two fields of relationship science, how love works, and behavioral science, how we make decisions, and bring them together in my book and in my work as the director of relationship science at Hinge.
Yeah, and I am equally excited to be here with Logan. We're friends. We'll dive into kind of how we realized our work intersected, kind of surprisingly. But like Sam mentioned, I wrote a book called No Hard Feelings, all about emotions in the workplace, and had content at Humu, which is a company that uses behavioral science to help leaders and their teams improve how they feel and how the people around them feel. And one of the things also that I hope all of you will get in this session that's really important to me is just breaking high level concepts down into super tactical tips. So especially in the emotions space, and especially in the emotions at work space, we're often told things that are directionally correct, like be vulnerable, bring your best self to work. But it's really, really hard to figure out, what does that mean for me as a manager on Tuesday morning in a meeting at 10 a.m.? Like, what the heck does it mean to be vulnerable? And so a lot of my work focuses on taking that and making it applicable, actionable. And that's kind of one of the things I love about Logan's work too, is it's all very, here's how to change, here's the steps you need to take. So hopefully there'll be some things in our conversation today that you can apply immediately after this session.
Yes, that's the goal.
Cool. So Logan, I thought maybe it would make sense how we came here to kick it off.
Let's do it.
Great.
So all goes back to that ride to Tahoe.
I know. So Logan and I were introduced through a mutual friend, and then we both ended up going to an event that he was hosting a day late. And so we spent about 3 hours in this car ride together, and really ended the car ride, 1, with a solid friendship, and 2, kind of surprised at how many similarities there were between our two domains. So when it comes to personal relationships and dating, where Logan's truly an expert, and then workplace and emotions and workplace relationships, you might think, oh, those are two things that should never intersect. And we're not advocating for them to intersect. But what leads to success in both realms, there's actually surprising similarities between the two. So ultimately, it kind of comes back to these fundamental questions of, what is meaningful for me as an individual? How can I just better move forward towards goals that I have for myself in my work life, in my love life? And then how can I just better communicate with the people around me? So in that car ride, one of the things that I love so much about Logan's work, and we're going to talk about this in much more detail later, is really this idea of, Logan calls them OSO, so other significant others, so that you can't place all your expectations into one person. So in today's world, often we think my partner needs to be my love interest, my supporter. They just need to get every part of me and fulfill every single one of my needs. And that's just setting yourself up for disappointment, because no one is going to fulfill every single one of your needs, of all the infinite parts of you. And I see that happen a lot in the workplace too, where we receive this message, you should be passionate about your job, you should pursue your passion. And therefore we overly wrap our identities up in our work, and we expect a job to make us happy, to give us a sense of meaning. And those are all things that can happen. And again, we'll talk about this much more, but when you overinvest in your job, that's actually when you set yourself up for disappointments, because every job is not fun sometimes. It's sort of the nature of work. And yeah, Logan, would love to hear from you. I've been talking for a while.
No, that's great. And one thing I'll add is that I definitely love the idea of OSOs, and I'll talk about it in a little bit, but I would also like to give a shout out to Elaine Chung, who did this amazing OSOs research when she was at Northwestern. And what's cool is that I admired her from afar. She worked with one of my mentors, Eli Finkel, and now she actually is my colleague at Hinge doing relationship science research at Hinge. So it's really fun to have a research crush on someone and then get to work with them and hear the whole story of how that came to be. So yes, Elaine Chung, other significant others. In terms of something that I admire about Liz's work, just from a personal level, Liz is really my emotions friend. if you know that scene from Mean Girl where that they're all debriefing all their emotions, and then this girl stands up and someone's like, you don't even go to this school. And she's like, I just have a lot of feelings. Do you know what I'm talking about? I feel like that's me, and Liz is like the person I can just go to.
I thought you were going to say that was me.
No, I would never say you're that person, but I feel like that's me. And I'm just like, I have all these emotions. Like, where's like a place I can put them? And like texting Liz is just such a safe place for me in terms of that. Like, I can just be like, I feel frustrated. I feel angry. And like, there's never any judgment. It's like, we really just live in a world where the foundation of our knowledge, I mean, obviously we care about research and data and being rigorous, but also just, I think we have the same perspective of the world, which is like emotions are very real. Relationships are the foundations of our lives. And so we can talk to each other in this place where there's never judgment. It's just like at all times, it's like assume positive intent and like, let me help you get through whatever emotion you're feeling. Specifically, one thing that Liz taught me, I can't remember if it was in her book or in one of our many conversations, is some great research from Kim Scott. And so Kim Scott, you may recognize the name from Radical Candor. She talks about how she really saw herself as this cool, calm, and collected leader, and that, you know, she always had this facade of holding it together. And then one day, one of her team members came up to her and said, Liz, we always know what kind of day we're going to have as a team based on your mood in the morning. And so what she thought she was projecting was not what she was projecting. And so the lesson for her wasn't be even cooler and calmer and hold stuff back. It's just flag her emotions for her team. And so she started doing things like saying, hey guys, I had a really rough commute. So, you know, I need some space this morning just to gather myself, or, you know, I didn't have my coffee yet, or like whatever it is. She really flagged her emotions because then the people around her knew how to respond to her. And so that's something that I've learned to do at work. Sometimes I'll say like, hey, I'm having a 10 out of 10 anxiety day. Like, let's push this meeting back. Or I also do it in my friendships and my romantic relationships. So I might say something to my husband like, I feel like I can't focus on that problem right now. Like this other thing is happening, but like, I'd love to talk to you about it later. And it's just like cluing somebody into what's going on with you. All right, yeah, Liz, why don't you set up what we're going to talk about today? Yeah.
Will do. Yeah. So we came up with 2 specific topics that we'd love to dive into a little more. And also want to flag, we actually left about 15 minutes at the end of this conversation just for Q&A. So if there's any questions that come up, yes, if you want us to dig into something more, get those ready. We're definitely leaving time for that. But the 2 sort of big problems we've identified misunderstandings that people tend to have both at work and then in their personal lives are, one, just really underestimating the importance of small things. So society really focuses us and gets us to anchor on things like in your personal life, getting married, moving in together, and at work, getting the promotion, giving a great presentation, getting a raise. And those are all obviously great, exciting, big things and big milestones to maybe move towards if it's something that's important to you. But it's really the day-to-day interactions we have that really shape how we feel we can show up in a relationship at work, that sort of form the basis of our lives and our ability to be successful. So we're each going to dive in for the first section to a couple specific ways that small moments make a big impact on how we feel in our lives. And then the second is kind of what we touched on a little bit already, just these unrealistic expectations that we have. So there's the Disney fairy tale of happily ever after, and then it just ends. And in a relationship, it doesn't just end and you're euphoric for the rest of your life, as we've all heard marriages work. And then at work too, if you get that big promotion, often what you find is now you're dealing with a whole new set of stressors, and now you're managing a team, and that requires you to build all these new skills. So kind of the downside is there's never like an end point where the work stops. But the upside is if you can take a step back from that emotionally, it allows you to just have a better time along the way because you're not anchoring so hard on these really high expectations that you set. So yeah, Logan, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, let's do it. Topics? Great. Okay. So jumping into what we're calling small things often, I want to share research from John and Julie Gottman. So you may recognize their names. They are really the godmother and godfather of relationship science, this field that I work in. And they have been doing really great research on love, sex, attraction, relationships, all of that for the last 40 plus years. And John Gottman in particular, he used to have this really interesting research setup. So he ran something called the Love Lab. And it was an apartment that was actually a place where he would invite couples in and he would deck it out with ways to monitor them. And yes, the couples knew all about this. And so you would come and spend a weekend in this sort of B&B type space where there was cameras, there were microphones, there was even something attached to the toilet where the researchers could measure the different hormones in your urine. There was something that John invented called the jiggleometer, which was under your chair, and it would see, how much you were moving when you were sitting, which might be seen as a sign of discomfort or anxiety. And so he would observe couples and see how they would act in different scenarios. And what were the things that the relationship masters, the people who 6 years later were together happily, were thriving, really enjoyed their relationship? And what were the things that the relationship disasters, the people who 6 years later broke up or were together unhappily? What are the differences in how they behave? That was really the way that he researched this. And so what he found is that the big difference between the relationship masters and disasters is how they respond to something called bids. And a bid is what John Gottman calls the unit of connection. So a bid could be something really verbal, like I say to Liz, hey, how was your day? And I'm trying to have a conversation with her. It can be nonverbal. It could just be, I walk in the house and I sigh and I'm waiting for someone to ask me what happened. It could even just be, patting somebody on the back or trying to connect with them. And so a bid is somebody saying, hey, I'm here and I want to connect with you. And so what John Gottman measured was how did couples respond to their partner's bids for connection? And so he tells the story of the woman who stands by the window and says, hey, honey, look at that boat. And then how does the husband, in this case, it was heterosexual couples, how does the husband respond? So the husband can turn towards the bid for connection and stand up next to her, go to the window and say, wow, what a beautiful boat. So he's identifying that this is a bid for connection and he's turning towards her. He's engaging with her. Then there's turning away, which could just be ignoring her or not really engaging. And then there's turning against, which is specifically saying something mean like, hey, can't you see I'm trying to read the paper? And so what he found is that relationship masters, those couples that thrive, turn towards each other 86% of the time. And relationship disasters only turn towards each other 33% of the time. And so it's not these huge things. It's not once a year going on a romantic getaway. It's not buying somebody a huge present on your anniversary. It's on a daily basis, making bids to connect with your partner, and then recognizing and turning towards your partner's bids for connections. And so I love this work because I think it's not easy, but it is empowering. And so it's definitely something that I try to do in my life. I was thinking of an example where yesterday I had a long day at work and in the evening I was just decompressing. I was watching season 2 of Succession. It was a great episode. And my husband walked in after a long bike ride and I could just tell he was really excited and he wanted to talk. And like in that moment, what did I want to do? I wanted to keep watching Succession, but I understood that he was clearly making a bid for connection. And so I shut down my laptop and I said, hey, tell me about the bike ride. And that's a muscle that I have developed since really embracing and understanding this research. And it's something that anyone listening can do in their romantic relationship, your personal relationships, your work relationships, whatever it is. It's pay attention to bids, turn towards them, and also make your own bids to connect.
I love that so much. And I've actually been as explicit in my marriage as being like, I'll say, I want to talk about something or just get really excited. And I'm usually the one bursting into the room. And then sometimes my husband will be really focused on his research. He's an economist, so gets like really, zoned in on the data. And I'll say, hello, I'm making a bid.
You really do that?
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Yeah, it 75%.
It's helpful to know. It's helpful to have the language, right? I'm making a bid, or I want to have an SRC, a stress reducing conversation, because it's just being so explicit is kind of funny. And then the person's like, oh, I understand like what mode I need to be in right now.
Yeah. And then I say towards, not against. Turn towards, not against.
I'm sure Maxime is great at turning towards.
Yes. So the sort of workplace equivalent of this is called microactions. And this goes back to research from Sigal Barsaid, who's at Wharton, and then Olivia O'Neill, who's at George Washington University. And they really looked at something called an emotional culture. And it's not surprising, but this is actually really new in the research. So if you've heard of company culture, that's usually cognitive culture. So that's something that's conveyed verbally, and it really dictates the way we act and the things we do. So cognitive culture might be something like, let's be customer focused, let's be innovative. Whereas emotional culture is how we feel in the workplace. It's how we feel we can show up. Do we think we can ask questions? Do we think we can admit mistakes? Do we feel like we can just actually be a child and laugh and make jokes in meetings and form those human connections? And so emotional cultures really ultimately come down to these seemingly small gestures and actions towards each other. So if you send someone an email and they write back, got it, period, and you've attached a file, that's not going to make you feel good. You're kind of just going to be like, okay, that was a curt response. I'm moving about my day. And your next interaction, you probably also won't be as like kind, because there's ripple effects. And we also catch each other's moods and then transfer those to other people in something called emotional contagion. If, on the other hand, I attach a file in an email, I send it to someone and they write back, thanks so much, really appreciate this, that's going to have a big effect on how I feel. And again, really, really seemingly small. So in the workplace, the healthiest sign of a great emotional culture is something called belonging. And in the book, I define belonging as diversity is having a seat at the table, inclusion is having a voice, and belonging is having that voice be heard. So again, it really comes back to, do I feel like I can show up and admit mistakes, take these small interpersonal risks? A sidebar that I really love to give people advice in this space, that actually comes from Adam Grant, who's like the Beyonce of the business world. He's just
Have you told him that?
No, I should.
I think he'd like it.
Yeah, in interviews, he encourages people. So if you're interviewing for a job, a great way to get information about the emotional culture of that organization or team is to say, what is one thing that would only happen within your team? And when I've said this to people, and when I've done this myself, actually, a couple of years ago, I found that I got one of two extreme responses. So one was people being like, they just lit up and immediately had this really wonderful story of their manager supporting them or a teammate showing up for them, or they get the deer in the headlights look. So they're just like, and then they're trying to search for something, and that's usually a bad sign because they can't come up with something good. It's usually just like, oh, our manager's terrible and I've just been working all weekend. So what is one thing that would only happen here? But to give some specific examples of micro actions, of things that you can do in the workplace, these are not rocket science, but they also don't happen enough. So one really specific one is taking the time to learn to pronounce and spell people's names correctly. So as an Elizabeth with an S, in the US where I live, I get so many emails to Elizabeth with a Z. And it's just a small thing. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but it does show that the person hasn't really taken the time to learn how to spell my name. Like, it's in the email. It's right there in front of you. And one story that I like to share is I interviewed the CEO of this design firm, and he said that he really prided himself on creating these equitable discussions and facilitating great conversations with his team. And so he had brought this new team together, hired this new designer, and 2 weeks after they had been working together, after 2 weeks of meetings, she pulled him aside in the hallway one day and said, you never call on me, and you also address everyone else by their first name, and you never address me by my first name, and I think it's because you don't know how to say it. My name is Karishma, just letting you know. And he realized that he hadn't called her name because he didn't want to go through that uncomfortable moment in front of other people. And this was also backed up by another person I spoke with, was a manager for teachers and Teach for America, which is a program where teachers go into underserved communities and help students there. And they really drill into these teachers, learn to pronounce people's names. This is one of the most important things you can do at the start of a relationship, because otherwise there's going to be inequity in who you call on. Really quickly, a couple other examples here are just appointing facilitator in a virtual meeting. So making sure that if you see someone unmute themselves, mute themselves, unmute, having someone who's there to say like, hey, it sounds like Logan or it looks like Logan wanted to share something. Is there something you want to say? And then the final one I'll give, the third one, is emotionally proofread your messages. So I see this far too often in the workplace where you're working, maybe it's late, you just want to be finished, and you send someone an email that says, let's talk tomorrow, period, you send it out and you go to bed. If I receive let's talk tomorrow in an email at 7 p.m., I immediately think I'm getting fired. And I just go into an anxious loop. I'm not going to get any sleep. And so if what you meant was your edits were mostly good, I have a few comments, let's chat in the morning, send that in the email. Just really put yourself in the recipient's shoes. And that's, again, the kind of micro action that's really going to go a long way in creating a healthy emotional culture.
I love that. Yeah, it reminds me of advice that my sister gave me. She's a pro comms PR person. And she says, when you're writing someone an email, imagine they have a Post-it on their head that says, what's in it for me? So really writing to someone, like explaining, like, especially if it's like some sort of pitch email or request, like what's in it for the other person. But I think the corollary to that is what you just mentioned, which is like, if you are in any way, like in a position of power over somebody else, like read it with them having a Post-it note on their head that's like, do you hate me? Or like, am I going to get fired? And like making it really clear that like, this is just like normal business interactions. Like there's nothing, it's not like a high temperature or something at stake moment, but you can really control that with your tone.
Yeah. I also really, one thing I've done too is if I'm sending a very stressful email, like the most extreme example is like a salary negotiation email or just something where there's a lot involved in it, I'll sometimes just send it to myself first. Because even that experience of reading through it, one, I usually catch typos. There's only enough typos that they appear after you hit send. And then it really forces you to put yourself in the reader's shoes.
I love that because I'll definitely send a really intense email, go to my sent folder and read it over 10 times, being like, I can't believe I said that. It's like, you could just recreate that experience and send it to yourself. Okay.
I want to digress really quickly with something that happened yesterday that it's a micro act. It's bad micro action. So I want to tell people to avoid this. So my husband once was in like just a really angry state about some, esoteric economics problem. And he wrote this rage-filled email to his friend with whom he was arguing. And then he didn't want to send it right away. So he schedule sended it. So then this email showed up in his friend's inbox 2 weeks later, which is just the worst thing because it's like everyone's gone.
Was he intending to like think it through and then maybe cancel it or something and then just forgot?
He didn't want to leave it as a draft. He wanted he just was like, I just need this to be sent, but I want to give myself time to think about it. And so then he forgot to unschedule the send. So that just reignited the argument.
Yeah, worst case scenario. Yeah, I do use schedule send, but more like if I'm doing work on a Saturday night, I don't want the person working for me thinking they have to. So I schedule send it to 8 a.m. Monday.
That's a much healthier way of doing it that I endorse.
Yeah. Okay, let's switch to topic number 2 because I don't want to forsake our precious Q&A time. But the second thing we're going to talk about is unrealistic expectations. And so when I was prepping for this, there's really 2 ways that we see this. One is unrealistic expectations of relationships, and one is how this really manifests in dating. And so first I'll just talk about relationships in general. And so there's great research from Eli Finkel of Northwestern, who I mentioned before, who talks about how what we expect to get from relationships has really changed over the last, several centuries, but specifically the last 60 years. And so he has this application of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but he talks about it in relationships. And so we used to expect to get security, then we expected to get love, then we expected to get belonging. And now we really expect to be self-actualized in relationships. And so what that means now is that we expect more than ever from our partner. And that means that the best relationships of today are the best relationships of all time. But people are also getting divorced for reasons that our grandparents could never imagine. And once you think about this, you start to see it in movies where it's like, I told you I wanted to learn to play the guitar and you never encouraged me to learn the instrument. Like, you don't push me to be my best self. I want to get divorced. And like a few decades ago, like somebody would have just been like, that is not what marriage is for. But really we expect to be self-actualized in our relationships. And then we're frustrated when that doesn't happen. I have my own framework that I apply to this, which is really in dating. And so I call it the 3 dating tendencies. And the 3 dating tendencies are all about unrealistic expectations of dating. And I put this together in my dating coaching when I was working with people around the world from all different walks of life. But I found that they all seem to suffer from the same dating blind spots. And so the first one is the romanticizer, and they have unrealistic expectations of relationships. They expect that they're going to meet their soulmate, that it will be love at first sight, that this person will come in the exact package that they've always dreamed of, and that they'll live happily ever after. And so people with this soulmate mindset, you know, it actually sometimes helps propel them into relationships because they're really excited in the beginning. But once they hit that inevitable rough spot, they say, oh, must not be my soulmate. And they give up and move on. And so the work for the romanticizer is understanding relationships have ups and downs, relationships are work, and that when you hit that spot, it's a chance to really lean in and see if you can make it work with someone, not just to leave. The second type is the maximizer, and they have unrealistic expectations of their partner. And so I'm sure a lot of people watching right now are familiar with the maximizer satisficer framework. And so I'm borrowing that language from Herbert Simon. And the idea here is that the maximizer is like, well, I like my girlfriend, but could she be 5% hotter or 10% more ambitious or 15% more interested in my work, whatever it is. And it's like as if they're trying to create this Frankenstein partner that's exactly what they want, instead of understanding that great relationships are really built. It's not about discovering a perfect person. It's saying, you're great. I can build something with you. Let's get together and make that happen. And so the work for the maximizer is to find someone and invest in them, not just keep swiping, hoping that the perfect person is just one swipe away. And the last type is the hesitator. And we're seeing this a lot during the pandemic. The hesitator is someone who has unrealistic expectations of themselves. And so they think, you know, I'm just not ready to date yet. I want to lose 10 pounds. I want to have a more impressive job. I want to clean my apartment. And they always feel like love is conditional, and that when they do these things, then they'll be ready for someone to love them. But the truth is, no one's ever 100% ready for anything, including dating, and someone just as flawed as you is out there dating right now. And so the work for the hesitator is really to set a deadline for themselves, have an accountability buddy, and really put themselves out there and start dating, because you don't want to create a relationship that's based on some conditional formatting. You really want something where the person sees you for who you are now, at your best and your worst. Okay, so that's a little bit about how expectations have changed. And now Liz is going to talk about expectations in terms of work.
Yeah, thanks. We see similar changing expectations in the workplace. So over the past 50 years, more and more, we wrap our identities up in our work, and we want work to fulfill a lot of our needs. So it should be meaningful. We should form great connections. There's this rhetoric in the startup world of like, your workplace is your family. And part of that is driven by, we kind of have more options than we ever did. So you can search online. We're just more willing to move for a job. We also spend so much more time at work. We have phones, we have our laptops. I am guilty of having like 3 screens, my small screen, my big screen, and my iPad screen. But that means that I'm always on, and kind of 24/7 we're accessible. And so that means that 24/7, we also feel like we need to be accountable. So for all these reasons, we really want to pursue our passions and just to get a lot of meaning out of work. And it's great. You definitely should find work that you enjoy. You can job craft, which is where you take on tasks that better suit your skills, that better suit your interests. But the danger is that when you get overly wrapped up in work, you just take small comments too personally. If you get critical feedback that really ruins your day, you can never really turn off. And that's actually really bad for your productivity. So a couple ways I like to ask these questions, and I ask these because I have experienced them myself. So a couple ways to identify that you're overly wrapped up in your work and your work identity are, if you get anxious, if you haven't checked your email for 10 minutes, if when friends ask you how you're doing, you immediately start detailing a basically minor work inconvenience or some small work interaction. You dream about work. So I've had dreams where I'm formatting spreadsheets, and that's just like, that's really bad. And then also just if your mood just depends on how work is going. And this is something that I've actually, in speaking with friends, hear a lot come up in relationships where it's like, my partner just cannot turn off, and they have a bad day at work, and then that just ruins our evening, or even worse, ruins our entire weekend. And so a couple things, the advice that given the book is be less passionate about your job. So again, you should like your job, but it shouldn't be your only source of meaning. And the quickest way to remedy it, if you found yourself overinvested in your work, is just to take a step back and reinvest in your personal life. And that means different things for different people. It can mean, for me, it's often just going to bed and reading a book and being kind of alone, turning off my digital devices. For if you're more extroverted, it can mean just like going out to dinner with friends, but just something where you're really forcing yourself not to engage with your work. Another big piece of this has come up a lot in the last 18 months where people are working from home more and more, which is, they say, it's just like so hard to not work, to really detach. And so a nice thing there of giving your brain and body a signal that work is over is to create an after work ritual. So something like have a commute where you actually walk around the block at the end of the day. Cal Newport, who wrote Deep Work, a great book on focus time, he has something where he closes his laptop at the end of the day and says, schedule a shutdown complete. And that is he calls it his termination phrase, which just means it really is, again, that signal of, okay, I need to kind of move on and transition to personal time in my own life. And I think this is just so, so important when, for example, my office is my living room. And so there's really no more sort of physical boundaries between work and home. So it's really incumbent upon us to create those. And then one last tip I'll give is we have a tendency to take a lot of our habits from work and apply them to our personal lives. And I know that's sort of the point of this talk, but one that's specifically negative is mathematizing your experiences. So when you suddenly start saying like, okay, I'm going to start running and I need to run 0.5 miles in 6 minutes. And then tomorrow I need to run 0.75. Research shows that we enjoy experiences less when we really track them carefully because we just get obsessed with optimization. And so if you want to learn to play piano, or if that's something that brings you joy outside of work, don't beat yourself up if you don't play piano every single weeknight. It really should be something that is just fun that you can incorporate into your routine, but doesn't cause you additional stress.
I love that. Yeah, that's super interesting. I don't know, Liz, did you ever do Soul Cycle or Flywheel, the spin classes?
No, I just somehow I object to paying someone else to tell me what to do.
I love paying someone else to tell me what to do, but I think the founder of Flywheel was originally a Soul Cycle person, and Soul Cycle, like you go in, it feels, spiritual or pseudo spiritual, and then you can't really like track your progress. And then Flywheel was very metrics driven. And so I found that in Flywheel, I pushed myself harder, but that in Soul Cycle, I enjoyed it more. And so it's sort of like, what's the point of what you're trying to do? Is it trying to have like the most enjoyable experience or trying to have the most intense experience? And maybe the answer is a mixture of both, but it's really interesting to hear that research that actually people tend to enjoy it less when they're just like hyper focused on the metrics.
Yeah, I love the advice too, just to set an intention ahead of an activity, which can feel, kind of overdoing it, but really saying like, yeah, this evening is about rest. And that's the goal.
Yeah,
and then at work, it's like, today is about accomplishing tasks. Today is about getting through meetings, that kind of thing.
That's great. Okay, let's open it up to Q&A because we'd love to hear from you.
I think there's a couple in the chat.
Let's ask Sam, because also it seems like Peter is trying to get on the mic. Should we say yes?
Hello. Hi, Logan. Hi, Liz.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, Sam's asked me to facilitate the Q&A, and I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity and ask a question of my own. Logan, one thing that I love about your book and your website is that you have this thing called the relationship contract, which, encapsulates a lot of the ideas that you and Liz just talked about turning toward or away or expectations. And you kind of explicitly talk about these things with your partner ahead of time in a nice sort of chilled out state. And I tried it and I thought it was really good. I'm wondering, Liz, do you think that would be useful in a work context? Have employees or managers and their employees talking to each other and having a relationship contract for work?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also just want to echo your endorsement of Logan's relationship contract. It's such a good piece of advice. And this is, something that I've done with teams and advise other teams to do. So one version of it is creating an it's okay to list. So this is getting together with your team, and especially in a remote setting, saying, there's all these little decisions we have to make that can cause us unnecessary stress if we just don't set an explicit rule. So a big one that's come up is, do I need to have my video camera on for meetings at work. And if you don't know, it's just like, do I need it on? I really don't want it on. And so saying, for example, it's okay to turn your video camera off after the first 5 minutes of the meeting. So we're going to have that 5 minutes to see each other's faces, create that human connection. And then when we dive into documents, whatever, just turn it off. Or saying things like, we want to treat each other with kindness. It's okay to ask questions. It's okay to take sick time if you're sick, like these things that it does actually help us to see it written down and to know that everyone supports you taking a certain action.
Yeah, I think that's a really good piece of advice.
I love that advice. Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Let's take a question from Amanda Wang Valentine, who says, can you integrate asking for a bid with kids? I have two very chatty teen girls that I feel like talking about TikTok or whatever, versus what happened at school or in the reality for busy working parents. I have my weekly stand-up, but we'll try and get... Okay, but can we do a bit with our children? I think is the main question.
Yeah, I mean, reading between the lines there, I think it's how do I manage bids, which is the kids are chatty and constantly giving bids with like my own busy schedule. And I am not a parent, and I imagine if and when I become one, my answer to this might change. But my gut reaction to this is that really bids are about hearing and seeing and acknowledging. And so it's not that in the relationship research, it's that you always have to stand up, go to the window and say, tell me about this boat. But it's really like, I see you, I hear you, you're important to me. And what that might sound like is, I can't wait to talk to you about that TikTok video. I'm in the middle of an important email, but let's definitely check in about it tonight, and then following up. And so I think it's validating and acknowledging that you hear the person and the bid, but it's okay to not respond to it in the moment. And so as long as you're actually following up and making the person feel seen and heard, then you're really keeping the connection strong. The problem that you want to avoid is making the person feel ignored or unimportant, which builds up these layers of resentment that are actually pretty hard to get rid of. And so I don't have chatty kids at home, but I would say you can say, I appreciate that you're making these bids, and let's get to it when we both have time.
Yeah, I love that. Let's take another question from Lorena Shavari, who says, is there a way to sell or to implement the idea of emotional culture without mentioning the benefits for the company? It may sound weird, but I wonder if there is a way to generate genuine interest in employers for employees as people. Maybe I'm very idealistic.
Yeah, so I think some of it, the way that I talk about this is informed by the fact that I run a lot of workshops with leaders who are thinking more at the organizational level. Mm-hmm. And one thing that I think is a great trend that I've been seeing is over the past 18 months, employee well-being and just caring about people as people has become a top priority for leaders in a way that it wasn't before the pandemic. So instead of saying like, how do I schedule a great one-on-one? What's a good agenda? Questions are more, my people are exhausted. People are quitting. People cannot keep up. What do I do to support them? So I think that's a really great change that moves us more towards this world where it's like, people are humans. How do I help them address their needs and give them the flexibility they need? Yeah. So, and this is one kind of similar related note is that I've also started receiving emails and inquiries from companies that are traditionally extremely buttoned up. So like white glove, traditional law firms, financial firms, also coming and saying, how do we talk about emotion? This is never, ever something that we've opened up before, a conversation about. And now that's what people want. So I think there's this acknowledgement on the leadership side more and more that this matters. And then there's also this groundswell of employees saying, I've had enough. Like we've seen there's the Great Resignation where more and more people are leaving jobs. And I think that's people finally, they've seen what's possible over the last 18 months, which is I don't have to commute 2 hours a day. I have more time, like pandemic obviously has been really horrible and traumatic for people, but there are some pieces of it where it's just like crystallized what matters to individuals and they're willing to move with their feet and to move with their time. So all that is to say, there's definitely ways to implement the idea of an emotional culture. I think you can just appeal to people like we're all humans. I think if you're a manager, really saying like, look, this has been hard for me too. So opening up from a vulnerable place helps other people feel more comfortable. But I've been really happy to see that it's becoming more and more like there is an entry point in just the humanness, even at this executive organizational level.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. And I can imagine it would be hard for these organizations that have these entrenched habits and cultures of just, being so buttoned up to incorporate that. But I think just telling them it's okay, you can be emotional. It's really nice. Just a thank you message from Deepti, who says, your friendship and connection over and above your remarkably actionable insights make the learning so much more permeable, and I can't wait to integrate. Thank you, Liz and Logan, for gaming it so effortlessly. I've been scribbling away. Ouch, paper bear.
That's so fun. Hi, Sam.
Hey, yeah, I've been doing the same. So I echo that. Yeah, I think honestly, I wish we could have some form of 24-hour live stream, just hearing your continuous conversation on this, because it's so fascinating. But I think we have to wrap it up here. And so thank you both so much. It was really wonderful that we could kind of serendipitously find this opportunity to do this kind of session like we did.
Yeah, I loved having this time with Liz. It was so fun.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. So big applause to you guys. Thank you so much for today, and also all of the wonderful work you do. And we'll make sure to share links to your work and so on, so people can check out more, read your books, and so on.
Yay!
So,
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Pete. You managed the Q&A, but what was your main takeaway from that session?
I think what I found really remarkable was that there are just so many parallels between the love life and the work relationships, and that even though we think of them as two separate things, actually the strategies that work for one work for the other two. And so maybe we should be approaching, figuring out what's working in each area of our own lives, and then trying to apply that to the other one, which isn't working so well. I think that would be some good advice.
Yeah, it echoes actually what Scott Young said earlier in a talk, where he said that, people are people at work too. And it's the same idea of we are very impacted, obviously, by the context we're in, and that's been definitely a theme. But then we are still very much, people. Whatever context we have, certain inherent needs, and I think they really highlighted in a nice way that these small actions that we can make in these different contexts can make a big difference. And I love that was raised in this session, because I think that's so true, especially in the day and age of these big grand gestures. You see this YouTube videos of someone making a engagement proposal in a big square with dancing, stuff like that. And you think that's what I got to aim for. But then you get this kind of perspective to understand, well, actually what really matters is maybe something different. So the small things we do on a day-to-day basis. So I love that as well.
Yeah, wonderful. And I unfortunately haven't read Liz's book yet, but I will get to it soon. I have read Logan's book, and I can highly recommend it. It is very, very fun, but also extremely useful.
Awesome. Yeah, I can also sneak say that Liz might be the best person to follow on any type of social media, especially Instagram, but anything, because she has the most wonderful kind of illustrations. And you might already seen them because they've gone very viral, a lot of them, but really, really kind of sparks of joy when you see one of those. So that's a hot recommendation. Well, the day continues, and you can sit tight, because we're going to jump into a session right here. And we have a recorded talk from one of our event partners who's doing some wonderful, wonderful work. And they're going to talk a little bit more about the workplace and how we can think about better training people in the workplace. Because I think one of the main things we've learned over the past decade or so is that the reality of being a static in a skill is not going to be working. We have to kind of continuously evolve. But at the same time, the honest truth is that, well, our training programs that work the best in terms of how they set up, in terms of a behavioral science perspective, it feels like they often miss the point and maybe don't really lead to a lot of lasting behavior changes or skill upgrades and so on. So I'm going to multitask here and tell you a little bit more about BestAtDigital. So BAD is a digital agency that specializes in creating learning and communication for large global organizations. In this talk, behavioral science consultant Dr. Harriet Rowthron will show us how BAD has incorporated science into digital learning to encourage employees to behave in a more cybersecure way. So that's what we're going to get into, and I'm going to see if I can get up the session video here as well. Here we go. Over to Harriet.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning into our slot today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope that you're enjoying Habit Day so far. So just to introduce myself, I'm Harriet Rowthron. I'm a behavioral science consultant at BestAtDigital, or BAD, as we
Pete, can you hear
refer to ourselves. And one thing that we do at BAD is design.
Okay. Good feedback.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for tuning into our slot today. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope that you're enjoying Habit Day so far. So just to introduce myself, I'm Harriet Rowthron. I'm a behavioral science consultant at BestAtDigital, or BAD, as we more often refer to ourselves. And one thing that we do at BAD is design digital learning experiences for organizations to help them change their employees' behavior. And today I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of how we've done that in the context of cybersecurity. So have you ever completed corporate training as part of your job? So most people have. So normally when we start a new job, we have to do some kind of training of this form. Maybe it's health and safety, maybe it's GDPR. But whatever it was, if you think back to the last time, was it engaging? And more importantly, did it change your behavior? So I imagine that for many of you, the answer is probably no, and this image sums up your experience. So I don't really need to tell you that digital learning has a bad reputation for being boring. But of course, we need these kinds of courses to roll training out at scale, and they contain behaviors that are actually really important for people to do. So the question is then, well, how do we design digital learning experiences that will actually engage people and also have the greatest chance of changing their behavior? And that's basically what we do at BAD. So we create large-scale global digital learning programs that basically need to change people's behavior. And we incorporate behavioral insights into our design to that end. And today I'm going to show you how we've done that in the context of cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is a massive issue, of course, and COVID has increased that further. So one piece of research found that email threats increased by more than 64% in 2020 compared to 2019. So with the increase in remote working comes the increased reliance on people's behavior, where a lot of discussions might have previously been face-to-face. They're now in email threads, Teams chats, etc. And that just gives cyber criminals more opportunities to exploit. And human error is the biggest security risk. So research from Tessian and Stanford Uni found that it's 88% of all data breaches that are caused by employee mistakes. So clearly this is a behavioral problem. We're just not doing the things that we need to be doing to protect ourselves. So why are we making these mistakes? What are the barriers that stop people from behaving in cyber secure ways? So when we were working with our client to understand their problem, we uncovered a few key barriers, and I'm going to share a couple of those with you now. Maybe you'll recognize them in yourself or your own organization. So the first barrier was the "it won't happen to me" mentality. So employees just didn't think that they would be the victim of a cyber attack, and they thought that the security systems at their company were just too robust for them to really need to worry about it. So this mentality is often a product of something called the availability heuristic, which is basically that when we make a decision, whatever information comes to mind most easily and fastest is what has an undue weight on what we decide to do. So if an event doesn't come to mind easily, we judge it as something that's less likely to happen. And this is a heuristic that leads us to misjudge risks in a lot of contexts. So we see it in safety behaviors. Other people get injured at work, but I won't. Also in insurance purchasing. So a flood hasn't happened in ages, so I don't really need to buy insurance. And of course in cybersecurity. So I don't know anyone at my work who's been hacked, so it's probably quite rare. So we needed to incorporate some insights that would help people to recalibrate their risk of being hacked. So we used a few insights here that I'll show you now. So one way that you can combat the availability heuristic is to give people specific instances in memory to draw on. So we asked the client for real stories from real employees who'd been the victims of cyber attacks. We have recordings from those employees telling their story alongside their photo. So these were recognizable people at the company. So why do we do this? Well, people typically remember more from stories for a lot of reasons, but mainly because it gives them a personal perspective, it connects them to the story, and it allows them to see similarities in their own experiences and knowledge. So by giving people stories, we make cyber attacks more available in their memory, and that then helps them to recalibrate their risk perception. And then a second way that we designed to combat the availability heuristic is by using activities that encourage self-reflection. So we could expose where people might be at greater risk. So for example, here, rather than just tell people what makes a strong password, we first give them this mini quiz to score them on the strength of their existing one. And then if they have a poor score, they receive feedback that tells them that they're making themselves an easy target. So they should really implement the password best practices, which they then go on to receive. And this also gives them tips for remembering passwords, since we know that memory is often another barrier that stops people from having good password hygiene. So by giving learners these kinds of reflective activities, we can give them feedback to show where they personally have a risk. So those are just a couple of ways that you can overcome the availability heuristic. Even if employees do have an accurate sense of risk, another major barrier that became apparent, at least in our context, was that employees just lack clarity on what behaviors they need to do and when they need to do them, which again is something that's really common when it comes to behavior change, just generally speaking. And to help with this, the client requested that we make security behaviors become a habit. And this was pretty much my reaction to that request, because forming habits from a single digital interaction is almost impossible to achieve. So habit formation definitely requires sustained engagement, but of course we wanted to do what we could to support that. So to facilitate habit formation, we incorporated a few other insights. I'll show you those now. So one of those insights was to use something called habit piggybacking. And this method basically piggybacks new behaviors onto existing habits. And the idea is that you're building an association between the existing habit, which is already entrenched in memory, and then the new behavior. So the existing habit becomes a cue for doing the new behavior. So to facilitate this, we structured the course as a typical working day so that we could tie security behaviors to things that people already do. So for example, switching on their laptop. And we combine this with phrasing behaviors as implementation intentions, which are basically just concrete plans for action that normally take the form of, when this happens, I will do X. So when I turn on my laptop, I will connect to the VPN. So this just helps to create associations between existing habits and new behaviors in memory. And then another way that we made key security behaviors clearer was to use salience. So people pay more attention to information that's prominent, which is one of those psychological findings that, along with facts like grass is green. But nonetheless, we can capitalize on that by making the most important behaviors salient. And we did this by using what we call stop and think screens. So I'll show you one of those in a second. They basically bring the course to a halt to draw attention to key behaviors. And we also had employees collect security badges that represent key behaviors. So this stop and think screen here for multi-factor authentication, it brings the course to a halt with a flash, interrupts you, and the background is then very light to contrast with the otherwise darker background throughout the course. And then we use motion as well. So the screen has a very noticeably standout feel. And this is where employees would collect their badges as well. So we had 7 throughout the course for key behaviors. And then at the end of the course, we would draw attention to those badges again, just to reinforce them and pair that with a kind of soft commitment to make people feel good and empowered. So that brings us to the end of just a few of the behavioral insights that we incorporated into the course for cybersecurity. So the reason that I chose to cover those barriers is that they're actually really common in lots of behaviors. So the insights that we apply digitally here are also ones that you can experiment with in your own context. So for the availability heuristic, some options are to use real stories to give people instances to draw on and to give people feedback so they can identify that they are in fact at risk. And then when people lack clarity on what to do and when, you can use habit piggybacking to anchor new behaviors to existing ones and also make sure that people know what's important by making key behaviors salient. So that really was a whistle-stop tour of how we've used behavioral insights in the context of digital learning. And that's it from us today. So if you'd like to know more about us, please do get in touch. You can find us on LinkedIn or you can contact us directly. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Wonderful. That was really fantastic insights from Harriet at BestAtDigital. And bad are really good. They are doing some fantastic things. So really encouraged to check out what they're doing. We'll share some links in the comments. And yeah, amazing. You're probably noticing that it's a little bit darker here. I'm trying to have good lighting, but I'm jealous of Logan's situation based on the West Coast in the US, where I think the sun is still going up. But we're going strong. We're having a really interesting session coming up next. And I thought it was a very important one to have as part of all of this, which is that we sometimes think about behavior change as this kind of, fun thing, exciting thing, and so on. But at the same time, we got to be honest and say that both behavior change is hard for a lot of times, and also life can be quite challenging. And I'm sure that most of you probably didn't feel like you were thriving or flourishing maybe in the last 18 months, even though that was the intention. I can certainly say that it's been hard. It's been a hard 18 months or so through this pandemic. And for the next session, we're going to lean into a little bit more about the idea of how to think about behavior change when behavior change is hard. And we have a fantastic speaker who is going to share her insights on this. So we're going to wrap this one up, and then we should have the next one ready in a few moments. So see you in the next one in just a few moments.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to our next Habit Day session, and it's time for some real talk. Our next speaker is Yael Schonbrun. She's a clinical psychologist, an assistant professor at Brown University, an author, a podcast co-host, and if that doesn't impress you enough, she's also a mum. Yael's research focuses on evidence-based treatments for underprivileged populations. Her private practice addresses relationship problems and the challenges of how to balance it all. Yael will talk to us about how difficult experiences are an unavoidable part of the human experience, and then she'll try to inspire us with science-backed tips to making meaning of difficulties. And I'll also mention that we have a Q&A at the end of this session, so please, if you have questions for Yael, put them in the chat and we'll try and get to them at the end. Over to you, Yael.
Thanks so much for having me here. It's such an honor to be included in this lineup. I'm going to try to share my screen here, so just give me one moment to open that up. All right, so I'll be talking today about making meaning when life stinks, why you should and how you can. And I think anybody who's lived through the past year and a half, which we all have, knows that sometimes life really does stink. And clinical psychology and behavioral science have a lot to offer, because as much as we might try to build habits to create happiness and cultivate connection in positive ways, life is going to throw us curveballs. Inevitably, painful situations arise. If you're alive, we get tired, we get hungry, our bodies age, we get sick, we lose loved ones. And meaningful living, too, puts us in contact with uncomfortable situations. Caring about anything, our roles, means that we risk being disappointed. If we take on a new task, we risk being embarrassed when things don't go well. If you're like me and you care about translating something to the public, you risk criticism and judgment. And so I think, in any life that has a lot of meaning, we're going to encounter discomfort. And so we want to learn how to manage that, not avoid it, because there's no avoiding it. So I want to start us off with a question, something for each person who's here to be thinking about as I walk through some of these habits that we can use to manage life stinkiness when it gets pretty stinky. So the question is this: what for you has been the most challenging and painful part of this past year? So I want you to take a moment and reflect on your answer, because we're going to be discussing the value of making meaning in those particularly rough pieces of life. And you can also feel free to post your rough patch, the thing that has caused you pain or discomfort, in the chat, because I think that can offer some normalization for other people and just sort of a sense of like, we've all been through some difficult things. And we'll talk a bit about why that is useful, the normalizing and the connecting around it. But I'm going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. So, and the reason that this is important is that, sometimes we think, well, sure, we can make meaning in difficult situations, but only if it's not too difficult. And there are lessons that we can learn from history that suggest that even in the most challenging of circumstances, we can still make meaning. And the making of meaning has a real bearing on how we get through it, how we transform experiences in positive ways. So Viktor Frankl was a prominent psychiatrist, neurologist, and neurologist during the time leading up to World War II. He was also a Jew living in Austria. And so when he was interned in a concentration camp, he took some of the things that he had been reflecting on up until that time. He had been developing a therapy that he called logotherapy. And logotherapy was based on the notion that finding meaning in life is the primary motivating force for humans. So Freud had his sexual drive. Viktor Frankl really thought searching for meaning in life was the core thing that was what life was about. And during his time interned in concentration camps, he was really thinking about, does it apply here? And perhaps surprisingly, he concluded that it does. In fact, he believed that it was the most important thing that a victim could do in these kind of brutally horrific conditions. And what he said is, and he wrote a beautiful book that I recommend highly, Man's Search for Meaning. And what he wrote in it, a quote that I love, is that life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by lack of meaning and purpose. And what's really important to note, because this is a workshop, a day really dedicated to science, is that Viktor Frankl was mostly speaking out of his own experience and one-on-one clinical experiences, not randomized controlled trials. But what we've learned since his time is that he was spot on. So I practice a treatment in the therapy room and in my own life called acceptance and commitment therapy. It's an evidence-based treatment that's been tested in hundreds of randomized controlled trials on everything from chronic pain to depression to relationship issues to parenting struggles. And it's based in this idea that finding meaning and purpose in difficult situations is one of the most important ways that we can protect our psychological well-being and stay effective even when life gets difficult. So let's first talk a little bit about the difference between pain and suffering. And different people might define these differently. But what I'll say that's important is that pain really is unavoidable, like hunger or hurting yourself, like it's going to happen. And it's actually okay for us to acknowledge that pain because pain offers really valuable information. And when we ascribe meaning to pain, we're much more able to transform it into something that serves us. So, for example, if you break your leg, if you know that that pain is meaningful, it'll direct you to get treatment. You'll go to the hospital, you'll get a cast put on, you'll go through physical therapy. Whereas if you decide that the pain is not meaningful, you might not do those kinds of things that would help you towards healing. And instead, that would lead you down a pain of greater suffering. And the same is true in all sorts of circumstances if you take it out of the purely physical pain realm. So if you're awoken by somebody in the middle of the night and you see it as being meaningless, you might experience that fatigue in a very different way than if you were awoken because your child needs comfort. Another example is if you've been at the receiving end of criticism that feels useless, that feels more like suffering than if you interpret it as an opportunity to learn a new skill or to learn how to be stronger in response to criticism. If you've lost somebody that you love and you feel like it was a waste of time, that leads to greater suffering versus if you feel gratitude for having been touched by that person or having learned something from that relationship. So what I want to, if nothing else, if you take home nothing else from this talk, what I want you to take home is this idea that making meaning in difficult circumstances helps us to transform and transcend pain. So if you think about it like the metaphor of a prism, the pain comes in and meaning making can transform that beam of light into something with much more color, with much more texture, with much more richness. And again, we want to think about the science of this, and this really does bear out in a number of different studies. I'll describe just two studies in brief, but in one study, Adam Grant, who many people have heard of for many of the books, but he's a very prolific academic, but he collected data from individuals who were fundraising at a university call center. And I've actually worked at a university call center. It is painfully tedious work. But he asked those individuals what motivated their work. And then he also assessed how many hours they worked and how much money they raised. And those who found the work enjoyable, who found meaning in it, were more likely to work more hours and to raise more money. In other words, interest and purpose helped them to do better. In another study, developmental psychologist David Yeager and his colleagues had students complete what they called a self-transcendent purpose for learning exercise. And part of this exercise involved writing testimonials for other students down the road that explained why learning might help them to grow as a person and make a positive impact on the world. And the students who were in this group that was instructed to do this self-transcendent purpose for learning exercise went on to earn higher math and science grades compared to students who didn't do that exercise. And this effect bore out more strongly for lower performing students than for higher performing students. And across other studies that have looked at psychological distress after romantic breakups, at individuals who are struggling with chronic pain disorders, at individuals who have received a terminal illness diagnosis or who've lost a loved one. And there's also one study that tracked psychological distress among people who had been close to the September 11th attacks in New York. And what they find is that when individuals are able to connect to a sense of meaning and make meaning, that they are able to tolerate and transform that pain into something that serves them. It doesn't mean that they don't feel discomfort, and it doesn't mean that it isn't a difficult experience to go through, but it means that they're able to sort of rise above and grow from it. So the question is, on a day where we're talking about habits, is how do we actually do that? What are some of the things that we can put into practice to connect to that meaning so that we can transform the difficult circumstances that we go through? And what I'll suggest is that one really productive place to start is self-compassion. So self-compassion is a very well-researched construct, and it has 3 different components. And in terms of habit building, what I'll recommend is that individuals take home this idea that regular practices of self-compassion can really be helpful in meaning making. And what that looks like is mindfulness. So mindfulness is sort of like paying attention to the pain, noticing what comes up for you, what thoughts go through your mind, where you feel it in your body. Common humanity is connecting. So remembering that other people have, we're all human, and so we all have similar experiences. When we experience pain, we tend to retract within ourselves and we feel isolated and like we're the only ones that have it. that have that experience, and self-compassion practices, self-compassion habits really involve that reminding yourself of this is the common human experience. And that's why in the chat in the beginning, I recommended that people write down some of the things that might come up for them as the most difficult parts of the past year and a half. And then finally, the final component is self-kindness. So it's sending yourself the kind of kindness that you might offer somebody else who you care about, who's going through something similar. So that might be saying something kind like, of course you feel that way, something validating. It might be giving yourself a hug. There's research that shows that touch helps us to release oxytocin, even if it's touch that we offer ourselves, and that can be very calming for the nervous system. Or it might be a self-kindness act, like, if you find it nourishing to have a cup of hot tea or a cup of hot coffee or go for a walk, that those kind of acts are sort of embodied within this component of self-kindness. So self-compassion has been studied and shown to help individuals be more effective in various life roles, sustain their hopefulness even in difficult circumstances. And so for that reason, it sort of helps us to make space for difficult experiences that we've been through. And what I'll also suggest that is important about self-compassion is that because you're connecting to yourself, connecting to humanity, and being in touch with what the experiences are, that it helps you to connect to meaning. So take a moment here to reflect back on that painful situation and engage those three components of self-compassion. So connecting to yourself. So what comes up for you? What thoughts, feelings, and sensations? Connecting to others. Can you imagine how others on this call, people that you're friends with, people around the globe in the past year have felt similarly? And then can you send yourself some self-kindness and understanding for having experienced this? Of course, we're kind of going through this quickly, but those are the kinds of habits that you want to lay the groundwork for when you're practicing self-compassion. And then the second thing, so in terms of habits, the first habit is self-compassion habits. And the second habit in terms of working to make meaning in difficult circumstances is to clarify your why. So to actually get really curious about what you can connect to in terms of meaning and purpose in that difficult circumstance. So questions that you might ask yourself are things like, what do I want to stand for in this difficult moment? Why is it important for me to persist through this challenge? Looking back on this moment or experience 10 years, 20 years, 30 years from now, how do I want to remember myself? And then as my podcast co-host and colleague, Jill Stoddard, always says, and I love this mantra, but who is the me that I want to be? So as you're going through something particularly difficult. And for me, and I'll just kind of share a personal anecdote that in the past year and a half, one of the things that has been particularly difficult for me is managing parenting, right? Because I'm a working parent and I have a lot of demands on me. And with my kids home and very few camps this summer and almost no school this past year, it's been really hard for me physically and emotionally because they have so many needs. And so coming back to this sense of purpose of like, what do I want to stand for as a parent who has other demands has really helped me to set some boundaries, both with my kids and with my work. And then this question of why it's important for me to persist through this challenge has really helped me to kind of endure, but also remember that I'm in it for the long game, not just for today. And then who is the me that I want to be, embodying kind of a balance of working parenthood and knowing that I can't do everything for everyone all the time. And so I have to sort of be pretty strategic in what I say yes to and what I say no to. So those are the kinds of questions that helped you to connect to your sense of meaning and purpose. So the other thing that I also like to kind of point people to is that if you have a why, it's much easier to stay motivated even when life gets tough. And this has been shown in study after study that willpower really fades when we're tired and stressed out and when we're sort of like been trying to do something for too long. But our values, our deeper sense of purpose can help push us through. So can being of service. We as humans are wired to be altruistic and care for other people. That's not the only motivating force, but being of service and having the sense that you're making an impact on something larger than yourself can really help to sustain you through difficult periods. And again, help you to transcend and transform experiences that are very difficult. So I'll just end by sharing this quote that I love from Viktor Frankl, which is that in some ways, Suffering ceases to be suffering at the moment that it finds meaning. And I think that has been really true from a research perspective. And it'll be interesting to sort of think about this if you try to apply these two habits that I'm recommending, self-compassion and clarifying your why, and see what happens with your experience inside of difficult circumstances. And then the final slide that I just wanted to share is that I'm a huge bibliophile, and a lot of the things that I talk about in my clinical practice and on our podcast are based in terrific evidence-based work that comes from a number of different authors. And I just included on this final slide a number of specific books that I think are particularly helpful. So for example, I have Man Search for Meaning, but if you've been through a recent breakup, How to Fix a Broken Heart by Guy Winch or The Wisdom of a Broken Heart are terrific. If you've lost someone during the pandemic, Bearing the Unbearable is a terrific read. If you're struggling to find meaning in working remotely, that can be really hard. Why We Work by Barry Schwartz or Grit by Angela Duckworth are terrific. And then anything by Kristen Neff is going to be really rooted in the science of self-compassion. So I recommend those. And then, as Pete said earlier, I co-host a podcast. So if you're interested in more information about acceptance and commitment therapy, there's a book on there, the Act Daily Journal, that walks you through it. But you can also check out our podcast for more information. And please feel free to also reach out to me if you have any questions about acceptance and commitment therapy or meaning making that I can answer. So that's kind of the talk, and I am very receptive to any questions that people might have.
Yeah, guys, please put your questions in the chat, either here on Run the World or on YouTube, and we'll try to get them to Yael. You asked for people to sort of put the things that make life stink in the chat, and we got a few people who said that. A lot of them are to do with our loved ones. I thought maybe we could do like a quick sort of reframing exercise for some of these, and you can talk about what are some ways that we can reframe these problems. So when we lose a loved one, how do we reframe that in a more meaningful way?
Yeah, so the book Bearing the Unbearable by Joanne Cacciatore that I had on that final slide is a really great read on that front. And one thing, a quote that really resonated with me, and I had her on the podcast to have this conversation, is that grief is the other side of love. And so she is really adamant that, it doesn't make the loss worth it, but it does sort of help you to realize that grief is the result of feeling connected and touched by somebody important to you. And I will say too that I lost my father 2.5 years ago, which is why I started doing this research into like how people grieve most effectively, how people sort of get to the other side. And I think that, it is sort of a misnomer to say you get to the other side and you reframe it and you feel better, but it's really about transforming it into something that works for you. So for example, that when grief comes up, as it does, when you lose somebody, and it isn't as potent, 5 years down the line as it is right after. But every time you feel it, it's a way of reconnecting to that person and remembering that even though they're not still there, that they still live inside of you and sort of are a part of you, and that it's reminding you of your connection to them in the way that they've touched you. So that would be a way to attach meaning, is like that. Instead of saying, grief, there's no point to it, that you say to yourself, grief is the other side of love.
I really love that. Such a great way to think about it, and I'm sure such a common problem for many of us right now. Patty has a question. She says, what's the process of ACT in therapy?
Great question. So it's in-person talk psychotherapy, and it is fairly complicated, but I can sort of walk through some of the core processes. So I will start by saying that it's founded on this idea that mental health is steeped in a basis of psychological flexibility, and that psychological flexibility is defined as the ability to persist or desist in a behavior depending on your internal and external circumstances and on your values. And values have a lot to do with meaning and purpose. That's why they're so core to that's why Viktor Frankl's work, it really forms the core of acceptance and commitment therapy, because when you're clear on what's important to you in a given role, in a given circumstance, then you have a better compass for what to do and what not to do. And, we all have different values, and sometimes our values kind of bump into one another. And so that's why the flexibility is so important. So for example, one of my core values is to be a very patient parent. But sometimes if my kids are taking too long and I have a lot of things I need to do, then I need to sort of pivot to a different value of like being a productive member of society and kind of hurry them along. So that's just kind of a simple example. But so psychological flexibility is the foundational construct. And then there's 6 core processes. So one is acceptance. So acceptance of whatever discomfort might arise. And that often has to do with emotions, because emotions come and go and sometimes they don't feel very good. Present moment awareness, so being kind of clear on like where you're at instead of kind of caught up in the future or stuck in the past. Self is context, so realizing that we all have stories that we have inside of our own heads, but that's just one perspective. And then diffusion, so the ability to kind of unhook from thoughts and stories, which is really important because our minds are constantly chattering away and telling us stories that are sometimes workable and sometimes less workable, sometimes less helpful in helping us move towards the kind of person that we want to be and the kind of life that we want to live. Then there's values, right? So kind of your guidepost, and values are different than goals because it's sort of like the quality of action that you take as you engage in life in different domains. And then finally, committed actions. So committed actions are actions that are driven by your values and by what sort of is going on in your current circumstances. And what you'll notice there is that it sort of is not, acceptance and commitment therapy is really about allowing for feelings to come and go and not being directed by them. So feelings are information, but they stay in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat. Your values are more in the driver's seat. And that's why in my talk, I talk so much about like the meaning and the purpose, because that is really the thing that helps you to be flexible and effective in choosing your action out in the world. So that was like acceptance and commitment therapy in a 2-minute nutshell. There's long books written about it.
Incredible. Well, hi Sam, welcome to the stage.
Hey, I was gonna tag team you because I know you have to prepare for the next session. But
I do. Good point.
Yes, but I want to keep this going a little bit more because I really enjoyed this. It's been fantastic so far. So one question that Sarah had was, any rituals you would suggest for teams, especially during this time, perhaps?
For teams?
Yeah. So I'm thinking probably work teams. Yeah.
Yeah. So I really I do a lot of, I don't work a lot with businesses, but I work a lot with families and couples. And I think one of the most powerful things that you can do is values clarification exercises as a team. Again, because values really sort of get to the heart of like the mission of a company and help you to orient in the same direction, right? If you think of values as a compass and you're each going in a different direction, it's going to be hard for your company to be very effective. But if you collaboratively come together and say, what are our values in different domains? It could be, profit values, but it could also be, teammate or creativity or supporting the health, supporting work-family balance kinds of issues. And so having conversations where you really explore as a group what are shared values. And then from there, talking about how you can attach committed actions as individuals within the company, but also from the perspective of how can the company support it through their, the top-down committed action level. So I think that's a really great question. And, I just think values clarification is really powerful as an exercise.
Great. That's fantastic. And one thing that I personally wanted to raise, because I think is something that I took away from your talk, and I think it's very important in general when it comes to behavior change, is that idea of the self-compassion element to it. And as I was listening, I was actually able to find another speaker's illustration here. I'm going to see if I can bring it up. So Liz Fosslien had this comic just the other week or something, where if you can see what it says that you have this one person here on the left saying, with a friend making a mistake, she says, "Try not to be so hard on yourself. The world isn't going to end." And then when she makes a mistake, the world is ending. And I think this kind of really nicely sums up this very common tendency for us to you mentioned especially this thing of like trying to put ourselves in kind of the reverse position where like, would I tell myself this if I was telling it to someone else?
Exactly.
And especially sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you're pointing out something that's true, and that research studies have found that we are much kinder to other people than we are to ourselves, and that there's this really funny study that shows that we're much kinder to our pets than we are ourselves. If our pets need to take medication for their health, we're much more likely to be diligent about giving it than we are for ourselves. And so there's this real tendency that we have of being hard on ourselves that's evolutionarily wired into us, because the brain thinks if I'm hard on myself, I'll do better, I'll be better. But, and that might have worked in pre-modern times. That no longer works. It really can interfere with effective functioning. And so self-compassion gives you these habits where you can actively override the tendency to be hard on yourselves in ways that are really disruptive and unhelpful.
Yeah, and especially with obviously behavior change, there's no linear path that just is this like successive, call it successes, where you're always succeeding. Like there's going to obviously be stumbles, whether you're building a habit or whatever you're trying to do. There's going to be things where you might perceive something being a failure. And so do you have any specific kind of guidance running those moments where, let's say, common thing these days is you have a habit tracker, for example, and have this streak on learning a language, for example, and you've done it for 30 days, but then you miss 1 day or 2 days and you lose the streak. And you feel like now my language learning habit is gone. And I'm going to not use this app anymore. In general, how do you kind of advise people to manage those kind of inevitable setbacks and failures?
Yeah, well, I think it requires a mindset shift. And I love the work of Carol Dweck out of Stanford, and most people who are anywhere in the vicinity of behavioral health and behavioral design are familiar with her ideas of fixed mindset versus growth mindset. But it's very powerful, this shift of saying, like, what does it mean to have a setback or a failure? And in a fixed mindset, you would say, well, that's it. I guess I'm incapable. I guess it's over, right? That failure is indicative of your potential to get somewhere else. Whereas in growth mindset, failure is just information. It's like, oh, like that didn't work. What else do I need to learn? What other resources can I pull from? How much? I mean, I also think, I will say that those apps where you get like a series of successes and then they tell you failed I try not to participate in them, because they're just like missing a day. What does that even mean? And so I think and that's where values might come in handy, because you can say, that doesn't need to be super informative in terms of how I assess my success in this language learning app. And again, using your values as the compass rather than feedback from an app that is really just trying to get your eyeballs on it, because that's what's more profitable for them.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And thank you so much for this session. I think it was a wonderful session. We're going to share links to your work and recommend people checking out your podcast and everything else. And I want to wrap it up by saying something that was put in the comments by Sarah, which I think was a really nice way to kind of wrap it all up, which was that, I'm quoting her, I often remark how much more connected and supported we feel as strangers if we greeted one another more similarly to how people greet my dog, as opposed to oftentimes just ignoring one another. So I love that kind of fact regarding that we're more compassionate towards our animals than ourselves. And I think that was a really, really great share there from Sarah. So thanks, Sarah. And Yael, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. So we are getting towards the final hour of this Habit Day. And next up, we're going to talk about the power of identity, and another fascinating subject. But I encourage you to kind of take a little bit of a quick break, standing up, maybe stretching a little bit to get some energy in your body for the last hour. And as you do, I'll take another opportunity to mention co-organizers of Habit Day is the Habit Coach Professionals. And so Habit Coach Professionals aims to bring behavioral science and behavioral economics to health and fitness coaching. So the next cohort for Habit Coach professionals are starting just in a few weeks. And for all Habit Day attendees, you get a really nice discount. So if you're looking to get into a little more of the behavioral science side of coaching, maybe this is something for you and something to check out. So we'll leave a link in the comments and hope that you might benefit from it. All right. As I said, we're going to get into a fascinating subject up next. I know Pete is already, I think, set up with our next guest. So I'm going to wrap this stream up and start up the next one. And we're getting into the fascinating field of social psychology and the power of identity. So power of identity up next.
Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to the next session. This session is going to be an interview with Dominic Packer, PhD, who is a professor of psychology at Lehigh University and their associate dean for research and graduate programs at the College of Arts. He researches, teaches, and writes about how the groups we're in shape our identities, behaviors, and lives. With his co-author, Jay Van Bavel, Dominic will publish his first book, The Power of Us, Harnessing Our Shared Identities to Improve Performance, Increase Cooperation, and Promote Social Harmony on September 7th. I'm super excited for the book, but Dominic, welcome. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me, Pete.
Awesome. So let's talk about identities. When we're talking about identity in psychology, we're not talking about our passports, are we? What do you mean by identity from a psychological perspective?
I mean, it's pretty simple. By identity, we're using it largely in the way people do in day-to-day life, which is it's your sense of self. You know, who do you think you are, and who do you think other people think you are, and you know, what are you trying to project as yourself into the world?
Right. Yeah. And do people have just one identity?
No. Or at least that's a fundamental part of our argument in the book and in social psychology more broadly, is that identities, for most of us at least, is a pretty multifaceted thing. So funnily enough, I was just, our university just started up again. It was my first week back in the classroom after 18 months of distance learning, which is starting to, anyway, it's strange to be back, but it's good. And I did an exercise this week with the students asking them to complete the phrase, I am, 10 times. You could ask them to do it 20 times or even more, but they did it 10 times. And what's interesting about that is you can say, I am Canadian, I am a man, I am a husband, I am shy. You can answer that, most of us at least, off the tip of our tongues very readily. You can come up with 10 to 20 to 30 things that you find self-defining, but they're not all the same thing, right? So the poet Walt Whitman once said something like, do I contradict myself? Fine, I contradict myself. I am large, I contain multitudes. And the reality of human identity is that we do contain a multitude of things, and different aspects of ourselves are somewhat different kinds. So there are some parts of ourselves that are very individual in nature. They're things that make you as an individual person different from other individuals. You might think about personality traits or skills. So someone who thinks, I'm intelligent, or I'm conscientious, I'm organized, or I'm shy, or I'm an extrovert, right? Those are all things about me as an individual that make me different from other individuals. Other parts of our identity that are very important to us are more relational in nature. So I am a father, or I'm a child, I'm an uncle, I'm a professor. I mean, all of these things are yourself as defined in relationship to another person. And these relationships are often, really central to who we consider ourselves to be. And then the kind of identities that I'm particularly interested in a lot of the time are more collective identities. That is, these are the bits of ourselves we derive from the groups we belong to. Things like your nationality or citizenship, perhaps your race or ethnicity, your gender, your occupational identity, your professional identity, But you could also be deriving a lot of value and meaning from an identity as a fan of a particular sports team and so on. And these often also show up on people's lists. So when I asked my class to do this, what we found just in our class, but this is somewhat representative of what you'd normally find, is about half of the things they listed were individual level, and about a quarter were relational, and about a quarter were these collective identities. And the thing about these multitudes of self is that as different aspects of the self come in and out of focus at different times, it actually changes how we see the world and what our preferences are and what our goals are and how we ultimately behave. So who I am, in the workplace, with my occupational identity, isn't exactly the same as who I am at home, say as a partner to my wife or a father to my kids. And that's not exactly the same as who I am maybe with old friends. And that's not the same as who I am when I'm on Twitter projecting some sort of political identity, right? These are all different aspects of one person, but they're all a bit different, and they cause me to think differently and behave differently.
Yeah, I think, speaking of Twitter, I think Twitter is a really good way to think about identities, right? Because in people's Twitter bios, they have like father, scientist, Manchester United, right? As like, these are the three things.
That's right.
I identify
People are
with.
using their bios to sort of like the greatest hits of my top 10 or top 5, and researchers have actually started to track what kind of identities are people listing in their Twitter bios. And it's actually interestingly changing over time. Maybe somewhat depressingly, it's now more common for people to list political identities in their Twitter bios than it was, say, 5 years ago. And it's because in our society, that identity has become particularly salient.
That makes a lot of sense. So speaking of shifting identities, what are the top 3 things that influence our identity?
I mean, it's a really great question. There's different ways to answer it, but I think the way I'll tackle it is by talking about what makes certain kinds of identities attractive to people. And one way to think about that is what motives are they satisfying, or what needs are they meeting? And I think there's a number of human needs that especially our group identities help to meet. But there's maybe a top 3, which one is a need for status, or to think that you are doing well, perhaps better than others. We have a need to belong, to fit in, to feel this sense of social connection to other people. And we also have a need for distinctiveness. That is, we often at least have a desire to feel unique and special in some way. And these kind of 3 needs intersect with each other and all operate sort of in tandem. And they make different kinds of identities more or less attractive, potentially at different times. So if someone's feeling, for example, a really strong need to fit in and to belong, that might make certain kinds of groups more attractive to them. One of the things we talk about in the book is that, for example, when students choose a university to go to, one of the things that they look for in different kind of college campuses is different patterns or norms that might satisfy different needs differently. And so my co-author Jay Van Bevel and I were postdocs at Ohio State University. And one thing we noticed there was how uniform the student culture was, generally speaking. That everyone wore the school colors, Ohio State shirts. And everyone was a huge supporter of the football team, or nearly everybody. And that's attractive to the kind of student who's looking for a college where so there's a really strong sense of fitting in and of uniformity, and like we are something really, big and important. And then we now move to schools that are a little less like that. And NYU, especially where my colleague Jay is a sort of hyper individual culture. Like nobody wants to dress the same. No one ever wears an NYU shirt if they're an NYU student, right? Other people do, but not the students for the most part, because it's just a different pattern of norms. But that's going to be different, differentially attractive to different students. So status, distinctiveness, and belonging are these needs that our groups can help meet. And if they're meeting those needs, those groups become more attractive to us and more likely to be part of our identities.
That's really interesting. A lot of food for thought there. In my limited knowledge of identity psychology, I know there are these things called in-groups and out-groups. So an in-group is like the people that we call one of us, and an out-group is like the people we say is like one of them. And one idea that's always fascinated me is, can we form an in-group by defining an out-group? So my example that I like to say is Marmite. So Marmite has this slogan, which is, you either love it or you hate it. So it kind of divides the population into these 2 false groups. Is that a good way to form an identity?
Is it a good way? Well, it's often an effective way. So our group identities are very often defined, at least in part, by who we're not. So there's the who we are, and then there's the who we are not. And group-based divisions have a way of sharpening identities. And one thing that group members are often, when you're really invested in a group, one of the things you're really actively seeking to do is maintain sharp boundaries between your group and another one. And actually, this gets back to one of the needs I was talking about a moment ago, which is that need for distinction or distinctiveness. If you think about these two needs, like this need to fit in and belong, you really want social connection with others. And then you think about this need, I want to be different and distinct from other people. They seem to be in competition with each other, right? They almost sound like opposites. How can I be fitting in and belonging at the same time as I'm distinct from others? And it turns out that people have discovered, or our psychology has a sort of solution for us, which is we seek out groups that meet those needs simultaneously by often having very strong internal bonds, but being different from other groups. So you can think about this sort of archetypal examples are often when you think about teenagers who join cliques. You know, you have goths and you have punks and you have these groups of people, and outsiders look at those groups and say, my goodness, they're so conformist. They're all the same, right? Like they're all dressed the same. They all listen to exactly the same music. They speak the same. What a bunch of conformists. You talk to them, they say, what are you talking about? We're anti-conformist. We're like the opposite. You're the conformist. Society is the conformist. They're satisfying both needs, right? They are not conforming to society more generally. They've created this really distinct, unique identity, but then they're very tightly knit. And within that group, they all are the same, more or less, or at least there's heavy social pressure to be the same. And so you're meeting those two needs. And so this tells us a little bit about that intergroup dynamic, that one of the ways we form an identity is at least in part in differentiation from them. And sometimes that can be a sort of validating thing, but we can also see, especially in our current political context, I think, in the United States especially, but in other places as well, where oppositional identities, say between Republicans and Democrats or the left and the right, can cause groups to needlessly engage in oppositional behavior. Like if you feel we must be different from them, then anything they do, we have to do the opposite, right? So if they say get vaccinated, we say, nah, we're not going to do that. And that's, I think we're seeing a pretty big problem.
Yeah, for sure. That's a nice segue into my next question, which is how do our identities shape our behavior? What's the main way that they do that?
So this is, I think, a central question and a really important one. And this is Habit Day. And the way I think about this particular question when it comes to our social identities is that the norms of our groups are our group's habits. And as members of those groups, we pick up those habits, or at least we have a very strong tendency to do so. And so the behavior of a group is largely driven by the norms within that group. That is, you join a group, and if it becomes important to you, the central question is, how do I behave in a way that's appropriate to this part of my identity? And the answer is the norms of the group. Groups develop different patterns of behavior and different expectations for their members, and we are extremely susceptible to picking them up and enacting them ourselves. And there's actually multiple reasons why we do this. One is sort of what often gets disparaged as peer pressure, right? So a sense that you have to do it in order to fit in, and you're concerned about other people disliking you if you don't. And this is often called normative influence, social pressure. That's definitely a reason we do sort of embrace norms. But if you think about it, if you're only doing it out of social pressure, it's nothing's say internally in your own mind has changed. You're only going along to conform, right? To fit in with the crowd. That's not the only reason we embrace group norms and follow them. Another major reason that actually goes deeper is something called informational influence, which is as we look out at the world and try to make sense of things. Now, how should I behave during a pandemic, for example, right? This is an incredibly complicated event. Almost nobody alive has ever experienced anything like it before. And we're receiving all sorts of information from all sorts of sources. We're trying to make sense of it. How should I behave? What's the right thing to do? It absolutely makes sense that we look to other people to help us answer that question. And we're most likely to look to the people we share important identities with, right? These are the people we like and we trust and we assume are smart and wise. And so we look to them. And that kind of influence also means we're going to follow the group norms, but it's not just to fit in now. It's actually changing our minds, right? Like if I think you know what you're talking about and I'm listening to you because we share this identity and I believe what you're saying, then it's going to change my mind. And then the third quite important reason we comply to group norms is if this is an identity that matters to me, I also want to embody it. Like, if I really want to belong to this group, right, and signal that to the world, if I'm proud of it, if I want to project it out there, the way I do that is by taking on who we are as a part of myself and then displaying that kind of behavior. And it becomes a point of pride to act like that. And so you got these three mechanisms all sort of working in unison. And collectively, what they do is make group norms super powerful. And their habits become oftentimes our habits as well, right? So if you're in a work context where there's a really strong norm of working super long hours, working on weekends, tons of overtime, you go to work for a place like that, it's incredibly likely you will do the same for all three of those reasons, right? First of all, there's the peer pressure, like I got to do it to fit in. I want to be liked here, or I want the boss to respect me. And then after a while, it sort of like becomes sort of just common wisdom. Like, of course, that's just how we do it. Like, that's what's smart. That's the right way to work here. And then it might even become a point of pride. Like, this is who we are. We work hard, we play hard, right? You develop that sort of culture. And before you know it, you're working weekends and you're checking your email at midnight. And a fundamental question to ask, since we're talking about habits and change, behavioral changes, like, are those the habits I want for myself? And when you look at the groups you belong to, or maybe the groups you think about joining, you can look at their patterns and say, do I want to behave like that? Because I almost certainly will if I join them or if I start to identify with them. If I don't, then I might want to, reconsider.
This is so interesting. And I could talk to you about this forever, but I want to refocus the conversation back on sort of the theme of today, which is like, how can we use behavioral science to improve ourselves? So combining what you just said with what you said at the start about how our different identities can be made more salient at different times, how can we leverage our existing identities to our own advantage?
Yeah, I think it's a really great question. I think there's multiple ways to think about it, but one would be to sort of capitalize on this fact that we have these multiple identities, right? We have aspects of ourselves that, come into focus at different times, even in the same day, like, when you're at work versus at home, or with a particular set of friends versus another set of friends. And it's worth thinking about across the identities you possess, where are you behaving in ways that you like? And then are there maybe contexts where you're actually not so happy with your behavior or with the patterns or the norms or the habits in those contexts? And because we have multiple identities, we can shift the amount of time we spend operating through the lenses of different identities, right? Another thing that I've done a lot of research on over the years, and it's maybe sort of extending beyond just sort of personal change, but I'm also really interested in how groups themselves change, right? So if norms are so important, if norms are shaping the behavior of group members all the time, then those members of those groups should be really interested in their ability to control those norms, or ideally to be able to change them. And so I think maybe unlike a lot of the talks today, I tuned into a few, where you're getting great advice and insight about individual level change. It's also important to think about collective level change, right? That if we're so influenced by the groups we belong to and the people around us, we also should be interested in changing those contexts. And so one of the things I've studied a lot over the years is dissent within groups. And this occurs when a member of a group sees a pattern. So maybe thinks like, we shouldn't be working these crazy hours. Like, I think it's actually not just bad for me, I think it's bad for us. And it turns out, there's a really strong intuition that the kind of people who do that are troublemakers, or they really are only in it for themselves. Like, oh, you're just being lazy or slacker. But what we find in our research is that's actually not usually the case. That in fact, the people who dissent also turn out to be the people who conform the most normally, and it's actually the most strongly identified group members. It's the people who care the most about the group who are the most motivated to change it, but not out of self-interest, out of collective interest. They look at what's happening to the group and say, this is not good for us. Maybe it's unproductive, or it's immoral, or it's unethical, or something about this is not good for our collective interests. And that's why I'm motivated to try to do something about it, to speak up and challenge the status quo.
That is fascinating. That's the first time I've heard of that. Wow. Okay. Well, we're running out of time, so I got one more question, which is sure. It's quite a big one, which is can we build new identities that will help us in the future? And if so, what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, I mean, also that is a big question. I guess I'll just try to give a short answer because there's a ton that could be said about it. But if you're really trying to make a significant change in life, it's worth looking for like-minded people, either trying to do the same thing or who have done it, and look to join them in some sort of group and possibly form an identity around it, right? And so we do see this occurring, for example, with like a group like Alcoholics Anonymous. Different people disagree about whether, you know, the particular philosophy of that group is the right one for them. But I think there is no doubt that joining together with a group of people trying to make the same sorts of changes in their lives is super important, or at least super useful, because it's providing a different normative structure, like it's a different type of social pressure you're now encountering. It's also support, right? You're able to talk to people going through similar kinds of things. Just to spin it back to the book, we have a book coming out. Super excited. We just joined a book author support group, Jay and I, my co-author, where it's other people who have books coming out in the next year or so. And I wasn't sure what to expect about joining this group. We've had 2 meetings and it's awesome. It's so great to just talk with a set of other people going through the same sort of things you are. And in this case, it's a really positive thing, like an exciting thing we have happening, but it's still stressful. And there's still tons of things we don't know or understand. And just being able to form an identity with a bunch of other people around that has been really great.
Fascinating. Sam, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you notice anything different?
No, just nothing apart from the massive Tottenham Hotspur logo on your chest.
Yes, I thought it was fitting time to put on my Tottenham shirt. Really fascinating conversation here. And we actually have a little more time. So if people have any questions, please put them in the comments. I'm gonna just share your links as well, so we have them shared. I see one very, I can just assume, smart, intelligent, kind, thoughtful person named Paul Choi, who also supports the same team as I do.
Sounds like a bit of in-group bias there, Sam, if I ever heard it.
Yes. But I was going to play it to you, Dominic. You mentioned just in general that this choice we're having in really kind of taking a step back and thinking about, okay, which group serves me and maybe which one doesn't. And I wanted to ask you if you had any more examples of how maybe you've done in your own life where you might have kind of changed in some way, maybe the groups you're in because of what you've studied in for so many years in your research.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. A concrete example, well, in the intro that Pete gave me, a very nice intro, thank you. It's actually slightly out of date. So I was an associate dean for research in my college. I'm no longer. I'm just ordinary professor again, and which is, it's great to be back. But those are the kind of roles that whether it's in your work or in other contexts, you can step into and then maybe step back out of. At least I have that ability to step in and try it out and then step back out and go back to something I've done before. And it really was for me an agentic kind of choice about, am I happy in this context doing the kinds of work that I was doing in that role? And it's just a very different life than writing books, for example, and giving presentations like this. And at that point in my life, I decided, no, that's not for me. I want to go do something else. So, occupationally, there are sometimes opportunities to make those kind of choices. It is also worth recognizing that not everybody has that sort of flexibility or agency over all the groups they belong to. There are groups categories we belong to, for example, that we're born into, or that are very static, or that everyone else imposes on us that, it's hard to just say, I'm not part of that. But we nevertheless do have agency over a lot of the identities we hold, whether it's in terms of choosing to highlight them in our lives and make them more important, or, as I said before, whether we try to change them in some way. Like if this is a central part of who I am and I'm not happy with it, how can I team up with other people who also care about this identity to try to change some things that are happening here?
got a question from Timothy on YouTube who says, question for Dominic, do you have examples of interventions that successfully encouraged group change?
Yes. So, I mean, that's a really big question. And I'm trying to think, so there's different aspects of group change you could be thinking about here. There's a lot of work in psychology and beyond on using the power of norms to try to create change of some kind, change in people's lives and change in their behavior. So if norms are really that important, right? If what other people around us are doing influences so much, then one route to change behavior en masse is to try to target the norms. And it turns out that as powerful as norms are, they're also often misperceived. So people often think norms are something that they're not. And what often is the case is we have overestimated perceptions of how frequent suboptimal kinds of behaviors are. And a classic example on a college campus is drinking among the students, binge drinking dangerously. And if you ask students at universities, how common is it for people to drink, binge drink? They tend to vastly overestimate its frequency. They think everybody's doing it all the time. When you actually measure what people are really doing, they're not doing it all the time. That's certainly happening, but it's not nearly as frequent as people think it is. And so there's been a lot of work over the years designing interventions that capitalize on that. Basically, it's just educating people about the real norm. It's saying, you think it's this, but it's actually much less common. And it turns out that changes behavior. That tends to reduce binge drinking on college campuses. You can also use it to, increase environmentally conscious behaviors or safe sexual behaviors. If you educate people about the norms, especially if you can show that good things are more common than people think and bad things are less common than they think, then it really does shift behavior. So I think that's one kind of intervention. And then there's sort of very different kind of research on under what conditions or how is it the case that groups can capitalize on their members trying to change groups themselves, right? So, for example, how do you create conditions in a workplace where people are able to dissent and express divergent views, and so that the group can capitalize on that? And so there's work, for example, on what leaders need to do to create something called psychological safety, which isn't necessarily a feeling of that we're all the same or anything like that. It's a feeling that you're safe to speak out. You're safe to express your views. And we know in lots of contexts that that's a good thing because it produces more innovative group decision-making, and it reduces, groups from making errors when some people know something that everybody needs to know.
For sure. Just quickly picking up on what you said about drinking on campus relates to the work I'm doing for my dissertation, actually. And it's like, if you tell people, actually, you think that you're the average, but you're actually in the top 10% of drinkers on your campus, that really corrects their social norm perception really hard. And then they're like, oh snap, I do drink quite a lot.
Oh, that's fascinating. That's super interesting.
That sort of rank-based information, very powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, no one wants to be at the bad end of the continuum.
Exactly.
Yeah, I want to get in one last question we got from, I think, Judson on YouTube here. I think it's a really good question, and maybe goes back to what you mentioned earlier in terms of the three things you mentioned that kind of distinguishes what groups we choose to identify with. But the question is, are there any hierarchies of groups in terms of, are there some form of group identity that takes precedence over another? Like, when do I choose to be a Tottenham supporter versus being a Swede or, X, Y, and Z? Like, what is kind of the hierarchy of those?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic question. And I think what identity researchers would say is that there's sort of two things always operating. One is the sort of chronic level of personal importance you place on that identity in that group, right? So if you're a Spurs fan and it's like deeply ingrained and you buy all their stuff and you're super interested, like that's going to be identity that's on your mind, and you're going to carry that around with you. And you could have another fan who likes the team, but they don't think about it as much, and they haven't spent as much money on it, and it's just going to be less chronic for them. So that's part of it, is we do differ. People differ in how much importance they place on any group identity. And often when we're studying identities, we measure that. So we're interested in how much do you identify with this group? And then often that's predictive of, for example, are you likely to dissent or not? And more identified people are sort of paradoxically more likely to dissent. But the other thing that creates or brings an identity to the forefront for people is the situations they're in. And different situations highlight different identities, right? And so, much of the time, especially, at home in your home country, you might not be thinking all that much about your national identity because everyone around you, for the most part, is possessing that same identity. It's just not a salient feature of the environment, whether it's Sweden or you're in the United States or in Canada, if you're Canadian like me. In those contexts, national identity isn't super salient or driving much of your behavior necessarily. But then the Olympics happen, right? And you're watching the Olympics, and suddenly those national identities are much more salient, right? And whereas you hadn't been walking around feeling a huge amount of national pride necessarily, or national shame, when the Olympics weren't on, suddenly during the Olympics, every time your country wins a gold medal or medal, you're thrilled, and every time they have a close loss, you're devastated. That's being brought on by that situation. And one of the things we talk a bit about in the book that I think is really interesting is that human beings, in addition to having these stable identities, like you're a citizen and that's a long-term thing, and you're a fan of a team and that's a long-term thing, and an occupation and so on, circumstances can also create what we call emergent identities, which are often short-lived, but while they exist, they're powerful and they allow people to coordinate and cooperate with each other. And one thing that creates emergent identities is emergencies or crises. So you're with a set of people, you're not thinking yourselves in any way as a group. Something happens, suddenly you can start to see yourselves as a group and operate that way. And so, for example, during terrorist attacks or during natural disasters like earthquakes or floods, sets of people who didn't see themselves as units and didn't have an identity can cohere very quickly around an identity. We are together in this situation. And because that happens, it allows them to respond collaboratively and collectively to the crisis that they're in.
Fascinating. This is really, I feel like we could talk much more about this, obviously.
Sure.
I can just personally, just so much relate to what you're saying in many ways, where it's put a little bit better perspective of some of the lived experience I've had living abroad and finding myself convincing random people to kind of sign up for Spotify or trying IKEA meatballs. And I'm like, why am I doing this? But it puts it really well in terms of that it's suddenly much more of a salient part of what defines me as a person in that context. And so, yeah.
Right.
I'm sure there's a lot of more questions to get to, but thanks so much, Dominic. This was fascinating.
Thanks for having me.
I echo Pete's statement on, the book coming out soon. It's going to be really great read, I'm sure. And best of luck with all things relating to the release. And yeah,
thank you both.
Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, Dominic. Great talking to you.
Great talking to you.
Great stuff. That was fascinating. Pete, while I set up our next presenter, could you maybe tell the audience about Lloyd, if you get a chance?
Yes. That ad read that I definitely have up right now. 1 second. Sorry, Dominic, you can turn off your camera if you want.
I'm working on. There we go.
Sam, I don't have it. I don't know where it's gone.
Okay, that's fine.
If you can do it.
We're getting towards the last session now, so bear with us, folks. So Lloyd is one of our great partners for this event, and what Lloyd do is they provide career co-pilot for the modern professional. And so what they've been very generous to do is to provide every listener or people watching with the advantage of joining today and receive the first 2 weeks free. So we'll share the link in the comments, and you can check that out. And then I'll try to multitask now and switch to what we're going to talk about next, which is the untapped science of less. And so our final talk for today is going to be a really fascinating one on kind of, I think, summing things up in a good way to like how we can in some ways make the most out of this fascinating day of insights. And so we're going to get to that. I will also briefly say that we've had some technical difficulties with the videos that we've wanted to share. So it's been two really great videos from Jessica Malone and also from let's see, I'm missing it here, but Nicholas. Yeah, Nicholas. Yes. And so what we do is we'll post them after this as well and share them so that they can be seen. But yes, that's been unfortunately something we haven't been able to get to today. So with that being said, let's go to the final session of Habit Day. The power of understanding how we can make the most of our untapped kind of science of less. So we're going to switch to that session and get that started in just a second.
See you there, guys.
Go live now in a sec here.
Okay.
Okay. I think we are live for our final session of today, and this is the one that I've really been looking forward to, honestly. So really great to have you here, Leidy. I'll give you a quick introduction. So one could say that we have saved the best for last, and you might also hear about Lego. I'm maybe spoiling things here. We'll see. It's going to be a fun one too, I think. But Leidy Klotz is a professor at the University of Virginia. He's the author of a fantastic book that I recommend everyone attending called Subtract, the Untapped Power of Less. And he's the author of more than 80 original research articles and written applications on his research for how we can kind of integrate these insights into design, art, parenting, personal finance, climate change, and many other fields. So we're going to finish off with a talk on how we can find a way to maybe shift the conversation regarding like how to change behavior and think about a little bit more about, rather than adding things, maybe removing the right things. So over to you, Leidy. Really great to have you here.
Terrific. Well, thanks, Sam. And I think it's appropriate that I'm last, not that it's best for last, but more that just we tend to think of subtracting last. And so, yeah, we'll try to shift that with the presentation. I'm going to share my screen. I've got a few slides here, and then we'll have ample time for conversation, which is always the most fun part for me. All right, so just practice this here. This is something from our research that got reprinted in the Washington Post. And what's the simplest way to make this design symmetrical from left to right and top to bottom? I'll give you a little time to think about how you would do it. Of course, because this is a presentation on subtraction, and maybe because you've seen the puzzle now, the simplest way is to subtract the blocks from the upper left corner as you're looking at the screen. What most people tend to do is add blocks to three corners to make it symmetrical in that way. And it's been interesting, even, this is an educated audience and very high-level behavioral scientists, so I'm sure you all got it right. But even when I do training on this, either with students or with executives. And it's the title of my talk is Subtraction. I'll open with this. And so far, every volunteer I've gotten, and maybe this says something about volunteers more than like the overall subtracting, but every volunteer I've gotten has suggested the adding way to make it symmetrical. So this we will come back to, but it's some of the evidence that we kind of systematically overlook subtraction as a way to make things better. Now that's an abstract grid that doesn't really matter that much if we overlook subtraction in it. But I think the case that's made in my book, and I think the pretty sensible, logical case, is that this is something that is a big deal in all aspects of our lives, whether it's physical things like the grids and whether, accumulating more stuff in your house to accumulating of tasks and responsibilities. This is a great case study that I learned of from business school colleagues. So many of you may have heard of it, but if you haven't, the Army War College studied Army officers, and the Army officers were stressed, overburdened with stuff to do like the rest of us. Unlike the rest of us, what Army officers have to do is like very strictly codified. So, it's like spend 4 hours on this specific thing. So you can actually go in and add up the amount of time that they were required to spend on things. And, the finding from the War College was that, hey, they actually have more required tasks than time to do it in, which is, impossible, right? And so what was happening is the Army officers are being forced to decide which corners to cut. And, the damaging thing there, number one, it's, impossible to do all the tasks and, you get flustered. But number two, these are super upstanding citizens who have, achieved this high status by doing everything that's required of them and being honest. And the system that they're being placed into is forcing them to cut corners. I find it hard enough when I skip a meeting to attend a different meeting, for example. But, imagine an Army officer and how they feel in that situation. So the funny thing about this, number one, I think it's evidence of this kind of adding that happens to all of us in our to-dos. But also the recommendation in the report, if you look, was that they should exercise restraint in the propagation of requirements. So basically add less slowly here, which of course does nothing to solve the basic problem, which is that you've already gone beyond what's physically possible. So this is a problem in a lot of areas that we think of adding first and then add and move on. And here, going from a case study back to our research, we just don't subtract. I showed you that abstract grid task, that's study one on this chart. You see that the subtracting percentage was about 20%. And this is even when the right answer is to subtract. We studies ideas from university stakeholders. So University of Virginia, we got a new president and he came in and the first thing was strategic planning, get input from a whole bunch of people. All of these suggestions were of things to add. Not all, but all except for 11%. Lego block structures, we can talk about that in the Q&A. Somebody can ask how that ties in. But these Lego block structures people were adding, so doing this in the physical world. Writing, when we started to do these experiments, we were like, well, Strunk and White and a lot of writing advice tells people to edit, to trim things away, to make it more clear. So maybe people will think to subtract in writing. They were a little better at subtracting from other people's writing than from their own writing, but by and large, it was trying to add to make the writing better. And then, we had this ridiculous pre-filled day trip itinerary in Washington, D.C. People were literally visiting 12 different places and big things like visit the Smithsonian Museum, visit the Lincoln Memorial, 12 different things, plus traveling between them, plus eating. And people try to improve that itinerary by adding things to it. So all this evidence that we kind of don't subtract as a way to try to make things better. This is, again, kind of zooming through the experimental evidence. But the new thing that we found in our research, and the research was published in Nature back in April, and the book kind of takes a broader view, expanding out from the research. But what the basic research is that subtracting is just harder to think of. The way that our brains are wired, for to put it in a non-behaviorally science way, the way that our brains are wired is to think of adding first and then only subsequently consider subtracting. And that's not necessarily a problem. I mean, these heuristics are often very helpful. and can be helpful in this case. But what it does become a problem with the task like the grid, for example, where the right answer is to subtract, and we tend to add first and then move on thinking that we've got the right answer. And what this graph is showing is that, one of the pieces of evidence for this happening is that when people were reminded or cued that they could take away, they became more likely to subtract. So that's what the bottom blue lines are showing. And you might think, well, who cares, right? I mean, a reminder helps, right? A reminder is just going to make you more likely to do stuff. But the top lines are, the reminder that we gave was that you could add or you could subtract, right? So we were reminding them that they could add too. And the reminder did not increase rates of adding. So the reminder was redundant with what people were already thinking and useful for subtraction because it brought a new idea to mind. Now, we'll come back to that as kind of a takeaway for what we can do to subtract more. But for the purposes of evidence that we're not thinking of this on our own, this is pretty good proof. So the research showed we don't even think to take away. And then, of course, after you think of it, there's these powerful reasons not to choose it. I mean, there's this classic example of the bowerbirds. They build these beautiful ornate nests that are shown here. And so what happens is the male bowerbird builds the nests, and the female bowerbirds go around and look at the nests and choose which male to mate with based on how much they like the nest. And you're like, okay, well, that makes sense because nests provide shelter. But the female bowerbirds don't in fact use the nests to shelter. After they mate and get the genes from the male, the female bowerbirds go build a nest to raise the young. And so what this is evidence of is that the males are building these nests not to provide shelter, but to show that they're effective at interacting with the world. They're competent, right? That we can make change in the world. And of course, in behavioral science, this idea of displaying competence, which is very biologically wired into us, the fact that bowerbirds do it is great evidence that it's a biological thing. Also extends to completion of tasks, right? And so the more things we do, we think that displays competence. And so we have this innate desire to say, oh, I want to do stuff, and that's going to show that I'm capable of interacting with the world. And so I've got my, next to the bowerbirds there's the file folders that are in my Subtract to Improve file on my computer, and there are 1,933 files and 288 folders, most of which will never see the light of day, but I feel like saving them makes me be able to feel like I'm showing my competence, especially when I can share it with you all. So the point here is that even when we do think about subtracting, there are these powerful reasons not to choose it. So this desire to display competence, any of the kind of loss aversion type reasons, right, where it's emotionally painful to lose things, might be another reason why we don't choose it. But before that, we have to think of it, and we don't even do that sometimes. All right, so here are the takeaways based on research. How can we think of less more? There were a few things that our research indicates, and then that the book builds on more, but one is repetition. So again, it's not impossible to think of less, and when we would give people the grid task and have them do it 5 times, for example, if they stumbled across subtraction on the third one, and then we asked them at the end, okay, which is the right way? They of course recognize that was the right way to do it. So doing things more can make you more likely to, or thinking of more ways to do things can make you more likely to subtract. Of course, that's not really helpful, right? Because we don't have time to do things over and over. The second one is kind of this double-edged sword, or is focus. And so one of the most convincing things that in our experiments showing people overlooking subtraction was that when we put them under cognitive load, and you do this by doing the grid tasks, for example, and then there's numbers scrolling across the bottom of the screen, and you have to press an F on the keyboard every time a 5 goes by. So basically you're trying to do 2 things at once. And the theory there being that if you're distracted, you're even more likely to go with your default wiring, right? So you're more likely to go with this adding default because you haven't thought about whether subtracting can be better. And that's in fact what happened when people were under cognitive load. They became even more likely to overlook subtraction. Now the problem here is that adding puts us under cognitive load many times, right? It's like listening to another podcast or trying to do two things at once. That's an additive behavior. So this very behavior that we're trying to work against is putting us in a state that makes us even less likely to find this other option that we're overlooking. And then the last way to think of less more is cues, right? So I showed that reminder slide. You can add or subtract. And I think that the most useful thing you can do after this presentation is think about how you can set cues up in your life to remind you to subtract. So an obvious one is if you've got a to-do list that you practice and maybe you do it weekly or monthly, or like me, I get to it like once a semester where I actually systematically go through it. But force yourself to also think about stop doings, things that you would take away. And, a stop doing can't just be exercising restraint in the propagation of requirements. You've got to actually take something away, not just not add something. And you could think about this in other areas of your life as well. The decisions that are important for you, how can you put in place a cue so that at the moment of making that decision, you are forced to consider subtraction? So those are the takeaways. I do think that, I wrote the book hopefully to help fix the problem. So I do think if you read the whole book, you'll be better at subtracting. And then also do the book, the Peak app, which does an amazing job synthesizing some of these lessons. And then having you go through the grid task, having you think about ways that you could subtract in your own life is another way to make sure that some of the things that we've talked about become, basic practice in your life so that you're not overlooking this basic way to make change. So thank you for listening, and I'm eager to answer questions as soon as I can figure out how to get back. Okay, back.
Fantastic. That was great. Could you maybe start with that? Maybe because I also feel like I gave maybe a little bit too much away about the Lego stuff initially. Yeah. Could you address that?
Yeah. So the Lego stuff started with, I'd always been interested in minimalist design. I'm an engineer by training. I've been spending a lot of my academic career studying engineering decision making, which has much more overlaps with behavioral science. But I've always been interested in how things are designed, and never could really kind of distinguish between my interest in the end state of less and the actual act of getting there, which is subtracting. And so I was playing Legos with my 3-year-old at the time. He's a 6-year-old now. He just started first grade, and he's very proud of himself. And he's playing with Legos at school. It's great. And so I was playing with him when he was 3, and we were building this bridge. And the problem we had, the bridge wasn't level. It was like this. And so I turned around to grab a block to add to the shorter column. But by the time I had turned around, he had removed a block from the longer column. And so there right in front of me was this really great evidence of what I was thinking about actually wasn't thinking about yet, but should have been thinking about, was when we try to make something better, in this case, the bridge, why is it that our first instinct is the same as what mine was, which is hey, I should add something here, and which causes us to overlook subtracting. So that's where the Legos started. And then some people who have just heard that story, think that the study is all about Legos. And there are some Legos in the study, but the Legos in the study are not Ezra's bridge. And the Legos in the study are actually a stormtrooper. A structure that we created to protect a stormtrooper. And basically you could solve it by either removing one block, one Lego, or adding 8 Legos. And so my son's Duplos are being, they're still in the lab because of the pandemic, and he's mad about that. One other misconception that people have is they're oh, well, kids must be better subtractors because your son subtracted. And I can confirm that we have not studied kids, but also that my kid is not a good subtractor at all. He just plays a lot of Legos, and this was like the 10% of the time when he managed to subtract something. So he's getting a little bit of a big head when he gets talked about a lot. And so I want to make sure that people don't think he's a master subtractor. He is awesome at Legos.
Nice. One thing I'm really interested in, there's this movement right now, which is all about minimalism, which is kind of all about subtracting, right? Like taking stuff out of your life and being satisfied with less. Your background looks very minimalist, and so does Sam's, but mine has got so much stuff behind me. How does that play, like being part of this movement, being part of this culture of subtracting, does that help us, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think it helps and hurts. So the way that it obviously helps, right, is that subtracting is a necessary action to get to minimalism. I do think that one thing that, like basically what our research found is that it's harder to think of subtraction, right? And then also it's harder to follow through with subtraction, right? Because you have to overcome these emotional barriers and these other forces that are kind of pulling you to add. And I think one of the messages that comes out in a lot of the minimalism stuff is that, hey, this is easy, right? Or this is like just laid back, do nothing. And in fact, it can be harder, which I think is, you're setting people up. You're not giving people fair expectations for what this is going to require. And it's not like it's super hard work or even unenjoyable work, but it actually is work and activity to get to less. And I think, it kind of, so I guess it helps in that it's obviously you need to subtract to get to less, but I think it hurts in that there's, it's not easy to get to less, and that there's this less before the good less, right? Where you just haven't done anything. It's not minimalist in that you've stripped away like all the unessential stuff. It's such that you don't have any stuff, whether essential or unessential. So I guess that's the two ways that I see it playing out.
That's really interesting. And it makes me think about maybe adding subtraction to our nudges is like another way to add friction to behaviors, right? Because it is difficult, like you say. So if we want someone to stop doing something, let's design it in a way where they have to take something away.
Exactly. And and you can think a lot of these like built-in nudges that we have, like neglect subtraction. So, I care a lot about sustainability, and, one of the doctrines in sustainability is reduce, reuse, recycle, which basically starts with add less, and then it's after you've added, reuse it, and then it's and then add some more processing so it totally neglects remove as a environmental solution. And I'm not going to think of it on the spot, but what's the business there's a brainstorming thing, which is start, stop, continue, or something like that. Yeah, start, stop, continue is like this way to frame, okay, what should we be doing? And that, just switch that around. Like, you should think about what you're going to stop before you think about what you're going to start, right? But at least it's in that one. So yeah, I think that, the nudges themselves, but also like as you're nudging the nudgers, that's it's useful.
Wow, we're getting super meta now.
Very meta. Maybe this is more meta, but I love this session. It was a great session. And I wanted to ask you a final question to kind of maybe wrap up the event a little bit as well. So based on where you're coming from, based on what you're kind of advising people to do here, do you have any kind of particular thing for people who have been here the whole day, who watched about 6 hours of sessions, how to manage this post this event being kind of soon over? Do you have any advice for people watching?
Yeah, don't write anything down. That's my subtractive advice. Because, and so and your brain will remember the important stuff, right? So
the good shit sticks. Is that the?
Yeah, and so it's I forget. There's some scientific evidence that's what happens. But think about if it's something that's really important to you, you're going to remember it. And we spend so much time like writing stuff down and trying to force ourselves to process these important ideas. So one thing you could do after this is just kind of let your brain's natural processing do its thing by not writing anything down. That's more provocative than anything. I think that works in some cases and not in others. But I do think that it's appropriate sometimes, and the fact that it's appropriate sometimes and yet done never is evidence that we overlook this. So yeah, try not writing things down. You can also, a more conventional one is like spend some time without other stuff bombarding your mind, right? So that these ideas that you've gained in the last 6 hours, so that you have time to think about what are the 3 most important ones that you want to take with you, right? So that's a little more kind of intentional prioritization if you don't want to leave it to your subconscious.
Amazing advice. I got to say that was great. Thank you so much for both all your wonderful work, your great book, and also kind of spending some time with us today and sharing some of your wisdom. Really appreciate it.
Well, yeah, thank you so much for all the work you guys are doing and bringing this community together. It was great to be here.
Awesome. So I wanted to mention something that was briefly mentioned, and it goes back to a video that was not fully shown on YouTube. And we had a fantastic presentation from Beck Weeks at Peak, and the app was referenced. And this is kind of a screenshot to just share that this is special for Habit Weekly attendees that was encouraged, is that if you want to be special and stand out because you get first access to a very cool book club, well, send an email to hello@getpeak.app. Again, fantastic app, and additional advice to kind of wrapping things up. That could also be going to the app and reviewing some of the speakers' sessions, or rather material in the app as well. So I just wanted to have that said too. Okay. Pete, we are at the end of a fascinating day in so many ways.
We did it.
We did it. Yes. We'll do kind of a post-event hangout, just kind of talking about a little bit, maybe our main takeaways a little bit longer, but in the Around the World app, I was going to say. But maybe briefly, what is kind of your feeling now? What has been your general experience this crazy event day we've had?
Well, I've had a great time, Sam, and I want to first say big shout out to Sam and the entire Habit Weekly team for putting this event together. I'm really I have very minimal impact on the planning of this event. I just sort of came in and talk and mess around with Sam here on the day, but they've done a really great job putting this event together. So huge thank you to Sam and the team. Fantastic work. My main takeaway for the day, there's a lot. I think obviously we came in with the expectation that we're going to be talking about context and the importance of how context shapes our own behavior. But I think what today has revealed to us is that there's so much more to context than you might think, right? There's the context of the social identities that we hang out with. There's the context of the time that we plan. For example, like with Logan and Liz talking about setting up that context ahead of time so that in those troubling things that you do later on, you're sort of prepared and ready for it. And there's just if anyone here wants to go home with a final message, I'd say to sort of think about all the different aspects that make up your context, because it is a very rich and diverse thing. But know that if you want to improve yourself, that's really where you should be looking.
Yeah, I love that. I love that takeaway. And it's been fascinating to see how these sessions has been kind of blending into each other in different interesting ways. And yes, given that you gave a shout out, I was gonna share this anyway. So thanks for your kind words, and really great to have you part of this. It's been a very fun day, and obviously you've seen me, you've seen Pete, and you might have interacted with some more team members in the chats, and it's really a big team effort. And huge credit to everyone in the team who's been helping out always. And I want to say, first of all, Pete, you have a fantastic YouTube channel. I recommend everyone to check out Pete Judo. It's a fantastic channel for all things behavioral science. And, you know, if you want to go completely against latest advice, and you wanted to, instead of, you know, taking some time off and you know, kind of like kind of relaxing and giving some time for these ideas to sink in. If you want to jump into more behavioral science, I think that's the place to go, especially on YouTube. It's a fantastic channel. So we can probably get a link in here as well to get to check that out. We have that in the description for the YouTube channel. I want to say huge thanks to Lizzie, who has been amazing in planning parts of the events. She's been helping with setting some of the speakers up for success. She's been everywhere, really. She's been doing so many fantastic things. We've had Evelyn and we've had Ethan in the YouTube chat to kind of help to both in the good part of the event and also when we had some troubles, to make sure that everyone is kind of in the loop and everything's under control, and keeping me informed as well. We've had Iris, who's been doing this fantastic. Now I actually have my Tottenham shirt, but I was going to show my merch. You can brand that, Pete. It's fantastic merch. We're going to make some of that available afterwards as well. And we have Nina, who's been sharing some amazing threads on Twitter and also on LinkedIn. And lastly, we have Victoria, who's been helping with some of the setting up of the event too. So fantastic team. Really, really thankful to everyone in the team. And it wouldn't be possible, of course, if it wasn't for the speakers and every one of you attending. So yeah, I have so many thanks. I have so much sense of gratitude. This was kind of a loose idea that came to me in the spring, where I wanted to have an event where I could always bring my mom, which is kind of how I started. And it's become this, you know, event now that's happened. So I'm really happy that it's actually been, you know, up and down, but mostly it's been a really, really successful event, I would say, and really fun to have everyone a part of it. So thanks again, everyone who's joined us. If you wanted to kind of go through some of the extra stuff that we're going to discuss and just kind of maybe go through some of the main takeaways in more detail, we're going to do about 20 minutes more of a wrap-up in around the world. But you don't have to join. You can spend the day in whatever way you feel like is best. And yeah, I think that's my rant. Yeah.
Go turn toward one of your loved ones. How about that?
Amazing. I love that.
That's a throwback.
That's a great throwback to listen to Logan's talk. Fantastic. Well, thanks everyone. We're going to end the YouTube stream now, but we'll continue with some more wrapping up in around the world. Thanks again. You have a wonderful day. Bye.
Bye.